What if Dumbledore never left Harry at the Dursleys? What if, instead, Queen Minerva herself took him in raising him not as a boy hidden in a cupboard, but as a child guided by wisdom, power, and truth? This is the story of how Harry's destiny changes under her crown. If you're curious to see how far this path could lead, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you don't miss the twists, the battles, and the rise of a very different Harry Potter. The cottage in Godric's Hollow still smoked when Minerva Mcgonagall stepped through the ruins. Ash freckled her sensible shoes. The nursery wall had fallen outward, spilling charred beams and scorched toys into the garden. The night smelled of brick dust and wild magic, raw, unbounded, the kind that leaves a taste of iron at the back of the tongue. Hagrid knelt on what had been the nursery floor, his massive shoulders bowed. In his arms, the child fussed and kicked, more indignant than afraid. "He's all right, Professor," Hagrid rumbled, as if reassuring himself. Not a mark on him, except Minerva already saw it, the lightning cut at the boy's brow, red against the suit on his skin. "Harry," she said softly. She did not reach for him, not yet. Her hands were steady because she made them steady. A soft crack came from the lane. Albus Dumbledore emerged through a tangle of rose canes, wand raised, face illuminated by the ruin's dull ember glow. The moon silvered his hair. He took in the blast pattern, the collapsed roof, the cleaved nursery wall, the unharmed child. His eyes did that private narrowing that Minerva had learned meant he was already calculating beyond the room and the hour. "Thank you, Hagrid," Dumbledore said. "You were swift." "Flew as fast as I could, Professor," Hagrid said, stroking the child's hair with a hand the size of a shovel. "Sirius let me take his bike." "James Lily." Minerva's jaw locked. She set her hand on Hagrid's forearm. "Later," she said. "We'll speak of the dead with time, not with haste." Dumbledore's gaze moved to her at once. "Minerva," he said gently, "I'm glad you came." "Of course I came," she replied. "You sent a Patronus and not a plan." Dumbledore's half smile didn't reach his eyes. "I've a plan," he said. "It's unlovely." "Then we should expect it to be yours," she said, and the heat in her voice surprised even her. Harry chose that moment to squirm and yell, outraged at the cold air, at the ash, at the universe. Minerva frowned at the sound. Not a frightened cry. A demand. He is not broken, she thought. He is furious. "Give him to me," she said quietly. Hagrid looked instinctively to Dumbledore, then back to Minerva, and the conflict in his face almost undid her. She softened her voice. "Rubeus." Hagrid yielded the boy with the careful solemnity of a knight surrendering a sword. Harry's weight settled against Minerva's chest, hot and alive. He smelled of smoke and milk. He pressed a damp fist against her collar, and after a hitch, quieted. Minerva felt his tiny heartbeat, insistent, relentless, a drum the world would have to learn. Dumbledore watched, and something in his shoulders eased. "You won't take him to Privet Drive," Minerva said without preamble. Dumbledore's expression did not flicker. "I'm relieved you begin there," he said, "because I'm not going to." Hagrid grunted, startled. Not to his aunts. "No." Dumbledore's voice was calm, the way it became when he chose to speak a truth against which there would be a storm. "The protections I had envisioned won't be sufficient. The old wards would blind eyes that look in a straight line. They won't confound what is coming." Minerva's gaze sharpened. "What is coming, Albus?" Dumbledore stepped closer. The ruin threw their shadows long and angular. "Voldemort's defeat won't behave like a candle snuffed," he said. "You winnow his soul was already divided. The ritual of rebirth would have made him a parasite. Tonight's failure," he looked past her, through the cracked nursery wall toward the far hedgerow. May have shaken loose what should never have learned to feed itself. Plain words, Minerva said. Dumbledore's eyes briefly closed. When he opened them, the twinkle people loved so blindly had gone. A shadow, he said. Not a man. Not even a ghost. A reflex, a hunger, a shape that will learn from fear. It will be drawn to power and to the boy who has stood in its way. If I root him in something as comprehensible as a blood ward, it will find him the way a wolf finds a bell in the fog. Hagrid shifted, boots grinding broken glass. Then where? Dumbledore turned fully to Minerva. With you. The night seemed to inhale. Minerva held his gaze. Harry's tiny fingers had found the fold of her cloak and refused to let go. You presume, she said. Her voice had gone very quiet. You presume to decide what my life will hold. For once, I don't presume. Dumbledore said. I recall. She did not react. That was the only safety. The only answer. Dumbledore's next words were not spoken to the woman all of Britain thought they knew. They were spoken to the name the mountains remember. Rhiannon of Caledonia, he said, the old syllables careful in his old mouth. The crown you discarded and the storm you kept inside your hands. The line that doesn't divide light from dark because it's older than both. Hagrid took a step back, eyes wide, looking between them, suddenly unsure how to stand. Mind yourself, Albus, Minerva said, and the warning under her politeness had the weight of an avalanche. Names have teeth. They also have use, Dumbledore replied. I ask the Queen, not the Deputy. The boy carries a fracture in his soul, and a mark that will draw the wrong kind of worship. There's only one inheritance in Britain that can teach him to bear neutrality without drowning in it. Neutrality. Minerva repeated, as if tasting the word and finding it ill-prepared. She looked down at Harry. He blinked solemn and old, like, you think this is balance? I think, Dumbledore said, that love will make a better scabbard than ignorance. And you, his gaze softened, but the softness did not make him smaller. You would set yourself between him and the hunger that will knock at his gate until it learns his name. If he's with you, he will be raised to ask questions of power, not to worship it. If he's at Privet Drive, he will be small and frightened and easy. Minerva's laugh was not kind. You're enamored of your philosophies. You've always been. Come out of the clouds, Albus. Speak it plain. You fear what I'm. I fear what you were born to be, Dumbledore answered. And I trust what you chose instead. Hagrid looked from one to the other, helpless in the undertow of words he did not know the shore of. Professor Minerva, what's all this mean, Queen? Minerva did not take her eyes off Dumbledore. It means, she said, that once there were people in these islands who spoke to mountains and were answered. It means some things don't die even when we pretend we've killed them with Latin and a ministry seal. Hagrid swallowed. Hey, leave the ministry out of this. Minerva told Dumbledore. You'll tell them what you must tell them. Leave me my secrecy. Gladly, Dumbledore said. The fewer who know the truth, the longer the lies remain useful. Minerva exhaled slowly. The air above the ruins quivered, as if a storm were remembering itself. The part of her that had locked its doors decades ago reached for the handle. You're certain, she said, that this shadow will come. I'm certain it will come for power to eat and for fear to drink, Dumbledore said, and for the boy who shamed it. There was no more room for pretended distance. Minerva put her palm flat against Harry's back. The heat of him bled into her skin. If I do this, she said, I do it entirely. There will be no half measures. I'll break every disguise I've kept if that's what protection requires. Dumbledore inclined his head. I expect nothing less. And when I return, she added, and the words were iron filings aligning to an invisible field, you won't treat me as a weapon you buried in a school. A corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. You've never been anything I could bury. The ash-laden breeze gusted. Somewhere in the far hedgerow, a dog barked, then went silent, as if reminded it had better ways to be alive. Minerva looked up at the ragged hole where the nursery roof had been, and then threw it to the stars beyond. Rubus, she said, fetch the blanket. We can't take him into the wet. Hagrid blinked into movement, glad to be told to do something physical. He pulled the knitted blanket from the shattered cot, a miracle of survival given the ruin around them, and shook off Ash as gently as he could. When he offered it, Minerva wrapped Harry precisely, tucking the corners so he was held and free, both at once. Albus, she said, not looking at him, you'll need to confuse the world. I'll give the world a story with corners it can cut itself on for years. Dumbledore said, Petunia Dursley will hate me for what I'll ask of her. She won't be asked. Minerva's mouth thinned. Cruel economy. Useful cruelty, Dumbledore corrected, quietly. I'll cushion it as I can. Minerva shifted Harry higher. He burrowed beneath her collar, his breath hot against the hollow of her throat. The scar on his head pulsed once, oddly cold, like a drop of winter on the tongue. A whisper of nothingness breathed across her senses. She went very still. Albus, she said without changing tone. The shadow isn't a metaphor. No, Dumbledore said. It's an appetite that has learned to imitate intention. Then we leave, Minerva said. Hagrid glanced at the night sky. On the bike again. I can... No, Minerva said. We don't use roads anymore. She closed her eyes, beneath the crushed brick and splintered beams. Beneath the lane and the hedgerow and the sleepy village. She felt what she had not let herself feel in years the old, slow pulse of the land, not the map that bureaucrats drew, but the bones under it. The ridgelines and the hollows and the braided, hidden paths between loch and moor, between cliff and sea cave. She brushed ash from her palms. She took one breath, and when she exhaled, the air itself changed. The ruined nursery quieted. The smoke did not rise. It folded into itself like a shawl. The embers turned from red to a deep, watchful violet, and for a flicker's worth of time, the rubble was a cathedral. Hagrid staggered, eyes round. What? Don't move, Minerva said. Don't speak the name you know for me. We're between. Dumbledore's face had gone very old and very young at once. It answers you, he murmured. It remembers me, Minerva said. She opened her eyes. When she spoke again, her voice carried a resonance that did not belong to human throats. I bind this house to silence, she said, and the words were not Latin or English, but something like wind over heather. Let the curious lose their way. Let the greedy tire and sleep. Let grief keep what belongs to grief. The ruin sighed. The lane beyond seemed to lengthen. The hedgerow thickened with shadow. Now, Minerva said, and she stepped forward. It looked like a step. It was not. The air puckered and smoothed, and suddenly the three of them were in a field of winter grass, far beyond the village, with the stars much closer and the dark much older. The night tasted of lock water and peat smoke, and a storm that would arrive in 3 hours and regret nothing. Hagrid gaped at the empty space where the lane had been. Walk, Minerva said. What about you? Hagrid asked, falling into step because he trusted her the way old trees trust time. I'll make sure nothing follows, she said. Dumbledore came abreast of her, boots whispering in the grass. The Ministry will feel that, he said quietly. The Department of Mysteries will wake things they meant to keep asleep. They can bring their riddles to the wind and see what answer they get. Minerva said, "We're done with corridors." Harry made a soft noise against her throat. Minerva's hand moved in the old pattern, rubbing his back in circles that soothed storms. "Hush now," she said into his hair. "We're going home." "Home," Hagrid echoed, awe and worry fighting for space in the word. "Where's home?" Then Minerva did not answer immediately. The ground rose, a shoulder of hill muscle under their feet. The sky widened. When she finally spoke, the word she chose had not been said in these fields in generations. "Glen and File," she said. "The Wolf's Glen. The valley my mother tried to teach the world to forget." Dumbledore's breath left him in a sound, almost like a laugh, hidden still. "It hides the way a knife hides in a hem," Minerva said. "You must know which stitch to unpick." They reached the crest. Below them, black and breathless, lay a valley carved by ancient water and older ice. A ribbon of river shone like a blade in the moonlight. A circle of standing stones kept their own counsel at the valley's throat. The wind around them moved in a pattern that would not permit weather to settle without permission. On the far side, the face of a mountain wore a scar of silver where a waterfall stepped down into a dark loch. Hagrid's mouth opened. He closed it again. He tried 3 words, failed them all, and settled on big. Minerva permitted herself the smallest of smiles. "It's mine," she said, and the valley, arrogant as a cat, agreed. They descended. The hither brushed Hagrid's boots. Harry fussed once, then surrendered to sleep. Dumbledore walked in silence, counting something only he knew how to count. At the ring of stones, Minerva paused. "You can pass without price," she told Hagrid. "You've always owed the earth less than it owes you." Hagrid flushed. "That's kind of you." "It's simply accurate," Minerva said, then tilted her head toward Dumbledore. "You may pass because I say so," she told him. "Don't teach the stones your name." "Understood," he said. She shifted Harry to her left arm and reached out with her right. Her fingers did not touch stone. They rested in the thin layer of old air that remembers being water. "Open," she said, and the circle did as it was told, not by moving but by accepting. They crossed. The valley's hush took them in, a different quiet than the one she had wrapped around the ruin. This quiet was not for hiding, it was for belonging. The cottage on the loch shore was not there until she allowed herself to remember it. When it came all at once, low and long, built of the same stone as the hill behind it, with a slate roof the color of rain. Smoke rose thinly from a chimney that had not been alive in years and pretended it had never stopped. Hagrid made a wordless noise that would have embarrassed anyone else. Minerva chose to be pleased. "Inside," she said. Hagrid ducked under the lintel and still managed to bump his shoulder on a beam. Dumbledore stood on the threshold and watched Minerva cross it. "Stay," Minerva said to the valley without speaking. The wind eased. The loch listened. She set Harry on the old oak table, a hand on his belly to anchor him while she flicked her wand. The suit yielded to a cleansing charm. The ash in his hair became soft. Black fluff. He blinked awake and regarded the world as if it were a slightly disappointing breakfast tray. "Hello," Minerva said. Harry sucked his lower lip into his mouth and frowned. "Sussy," Hagrid said, beaming despite eyes that were swollen from crying. He's a child," Minerva said, and in her tone the word was not diminishment but crown. Dumbledore stood near the hearth, warming his hands as if the night had found its way under his skin. "What do you require?" he asked. "From me?" "From Hogwarts." Minerva considered. watching the way Harry's tiny fists opened and closed like sea anemones testing the tide. "You'll tell the world the story you've decided to tell," she said. "You'll give them their boy, who lived in your regrets and their easy hatred for the Dursleys. Let it draw attention like a bonfire in another field." "And you?" Dumbledore asked. "I'll break what needs breaking to keep him beyond reach," Minerva said. "I'll build what needs building to teach him to live with what he's—" Dumbledore hesitated. "You'll train him in your inheritance. I'll train him to disobey it," Minerva said. He smiled genuinely. "That's the most ambitious curriculum I've ever heard." "Then improve upon it," she said. Dumbledore sobered. "You'll return to Hogwarts." "When I choose to," Minerva said. "Not because you leave a vacancy. Hogwarts isn't a vacancy." Dumbledore murmured. "It's a promise." "And yet promises become excuses in your hands," Minerva replied calmly. She lifted Harry again. He made an offended noise, then tolerated it because he did not yet know how to hold grudges. "Listen to me, Albus. You've always loved faith in people. Keep it. You'll need it to forgive yourself for this night. But don't preach it at my door while I'm nailing it shut." Dumbledore accepted the rebuke. "You've my word," he said. "I won't come uninvited." "You'll send what is needed," she said. "Books. Quiet ones at first, then the loud ones. Supplies. Information that concerns him, not gossip dressed as prophecy. And if you feel the ground shake beneath your feet at any hour between midnight and dawn, you won't assume it's the sky falling. It will be me teaching him how to ask a mountain to be a knife." Hagrid's eyes had turned perfectly round. "Blimey," he whispered again, which this time was a prayer. Dumbledore nodded once, grave. "It begins then." "It began the day we were born," Minerva said. "And on the day we were told we were ordinary and decided to be polite about it." Dumbledore stepped away from the hearth. He looked at the child and did something he rarely did. He let his guard fall completely and allowed the pity to show. Not for the scar. For the story that would try to own the boy before the boy could write a sentence in it. "Good night, Harry," he said, and the sound of the name from his mouth had a weight like a benediction even Minerva could not scoff at. "May your dreams be stubborn." He turned to go. At the threshold he paused. "Rhiannon," he said softly. Minerva's head snapped up. Her eyes flashed a color green does not properly have. Dumbledore did not flinch. "Forgive an old man his superstition," he said. "But the last time I used a true name at the right door, the right thing answered. Minerva let the silence stretch until it became a hinge and not a threat." "Go, Albus," she said, "and don't look back." He went. The door closed. The cottage exhaled. Hagrid fidgeted, hat in his massive hands. "I'll fetch water," he offered, and fled with the relief of a good errand. Alone with Harry, Minerva stood very still. The old floorboards creaked as if recognizing her weight. The loch lapped at the shore in the low, winter voice it used for confidences. The wind pressed its cheek against the window and watched like a nosy aunt. "Listen," Minerva said to the child. "There are things I could tell you that it would make you brave for the wrong reasons. Your mother once told me that kindness is a weapon that refuses to admit it's a weapon. She was right and wrong and human. Your father taught me that a laugh can be as reckless as a curse. He was also right and wrong and human. She stopped, surprised to find her throat tight. "I won't be right. I'll try to be enough." Harry yawned and then, as if to remind her that he was not a symbol and did not want to be one, burped cheerfully. "Dignity," Minerva said dryly. "We'll work on it." She carried him to the hearth and set him in the old basket that had once held Pete. With a wand flick, It became what it needed to be, a cradle with high sides and a charm that would bite anything that did not smell like her hands or Hagrid's boots. Harry kicked the blanket off one foot. Minerva tucked it back and tapped the fabric. It learned to stay put. Outside, a squall started across the loch and then stopped, reconsidering. The valley's wards, ancient and unimpressed, tasted the air for pursuit. There was none. Not yet. The wrongness Minerva had felt, thin, cold, wisping, lingered like the after sound of a bell. She turned from the fire to the narrow mirror above the mantel. The woman reflected there was lean and tired, and had ash in her hair, and a ladder of soot across one cheek. The woman also had a shadow behind her that was not the room's, a second skin that remembered claws. Very well. Minerva told the mirror, "Give me your teeth." The change did not break her bones. That was what the ministry's books liked to imagine, with their diagrams and their tidy phrasings. The change reminded her bones that they had always been other than bone. She did not shrink or swell, so much as slide sideways in the world, until the world caught up to where she had always been. The hearthlight wavered. The air darkened at the edges, as if dusk had pushed its fingers through the cracks, for it took the place of cloth in the way night takes the place of afternoon. A slow, enormous shape unfurled itself, shadow-pelted, massive, a cat in a story that had grown too big for the story. The Queen's form stood in the cottage, filling it without crowding it. Amber eyes blinked, slit, pupilled and old. The giant head lowered to the cradle. Harry blinked up, unimpressed. He reached with both hands and closed them around one long whisker, which made the Queen's ear twitch in a way that would have been called a smile if cats were vain enough to name their faces. Enough. Minerva said, and the voice in the cat's throat was the sound of a low storm over a loch. She gathered herself and flowed back into her human shape. The room, relieved, remembered that chairs were chairs. Hagrid came back in ducking, with a pail of water that steamed in the cold. He stopped dead, looked at Minerva, looked at the cradle, at the neatness of the room that had not been neat a moment ago, and decided it was safest not to ask questions he could answer only once. "Shall I put tea on?" he said instead, eager to be useful. "Please," Minerva said. She crouched by the cradle and laid her palm lightly over Harry's chest. Pulse. Warmth. She began to sing then, softly, the old lullaby her mother had used, the one that did not speak of stars or lambs, but of granite and rain and the patience of moss. The melody moved in a circle like the stones at the valley's gate. Harry's eyelids fluttered. His fingers loosened. Halfway through the second turn of the song, the cold touch moved under her palm again, the thin, unnatural chill that was not night or fear. It was in the scar, in the place where the curse had bitten and failed to eat. It tasted of absence and appetite. Minerva did not snatch her hand away. She pressed her palm firmer and let the lullaby's third verse run, not out of her mouth, but out of the oldest part of her, the part that had told a river to take a different path when she was 16 and furious and unwise. The cottage dimmed as if kneeling, the loch stilled. The scar, affronted, flickered and then quieted, not appeased but contained. "Not tonight," Minerva said to the cold. "You aren't invited to this room." Harry sighed and fell fully into sleep, complete and shameless. His mouth went slack. A bubble of spit formed and glittered and popped. The kind of thing that makes an entire war seem for a moment like a bad comedy. Hagrid set a mug of tea on the table with great care, as if it were a treaty. "He'll be all right, won't he?" he asked, hoarse. "He will be complicated." Minerva said. She stood, her knees telling her what they thought of crouching on old stone. "And I'll be much worse." Hagrid nodded solemnly, as if this were a rank to salute, A soft tap came at the door. Minerva's wand was in her hand before the second sound. She flicked 2 fingers. The threshold breathed and showed her the visitor without showing the cottage to the visitor. An owl perched on the lintel, proud and damp. Minerva's wards had allowed it in, which meant the sender had been careful. The letter bore no ministry seal. The handwriting on the vellum envelope was old, clean, obstinately elegant. Minerva broke the wax. 3 lines no more. It is done. The lie is already walking. Keep to the deep water. Minerva rolled the ribbon of fury that tried to unfurl in her chest and pinned it with a pin she had forged at 22. She burned the letter to a curl of ash that did not fall. Dumbledore, Hagrid asked, not because he could read the script, but because he knew the taste of a certain sort of omission. Yes, Minerva said. She went to the window and looked out at the loch, at the slow collapse of the squall. He's better at making stories than at living in them. Let's ensure this one doesn't eat the child it's supposed to protect. Hagrid shuffled, uncomfortable with politics and brilliant at loyalty. Anything you need, he said. I'll fetch it. I'll carry it. I'll stand in the doorway till it breaks around me. She turned and put a hand on his arm. You already did, she said. And you'll again. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin. Begin what? Hagrid asked. Minerva's gaze went to the cradle. Harry slept as if he had invented the concept. Teaching him, she said. How not to mistake hunger for truth. Hagrid frowned, trying the sentence on for size. He said finally. That sounds like homework. It will be, Minerva said dryly. He will hate it. It will save him. The fire found a good rhythm. The kettle began to hum. The cottage filled with the small, domestic noises of a place waking into itself. The creak that meant the west beam was thinking of complaining again. The soft slap of water against the stones outside. The particular huff the chimney made when it remembered how to be a throat. Minerva poured tea. She did not sweeten it. She walked to the cradle one last time and put 2 fingers on Harry's cheek, drawing a circle there with the care of a scribe writing a sigil. By stone and storm, she said quietly, not for Hagrid and not for the night. By water that remembers and wind that refuses, I take you under my hand. I'll be better than I want to be. I'll be worse than I'm afraid of. I'll be here. Harry did not stir. He did not need to. The valley heard. It adjusted its bones. Minerva straightened. Sleep, she told Hagrid. At first light, we seal the valley's mouth and teach the loch to turn away reflections that don't belong. And after that? Hagrid asked, already yawning. She allowed herself a tired smile that was almost wicked. After that, Rubis, she said, we'll see what kind of cat the boy likes. Hagrid's laugh, astonished, shaky, grateful, filled the room. He said. Minerva banked the fire. The loch rolled once, a giant turning over in sleep, across Britain. A story began to run on small, eager legs. In the valley far from Privet Drive, a woman who had once been a queen and was now only herself watched a child breathe and counted the time between storms. Morning came to the valley like a hand smoothing a child's hair. It lifted mist off the loch and tucked it into the folds of the hills. Hagrid snored once, turned over on the pallet he insisted was just fine, thanks, and resumed a thunderous peace. Minerva had slept 2 hours, which was as much as the valley would permit her. The rest of the night, she listened to the water, to the wind, to the baby's breathing, and made lists in a mind that refused to be smaller than a crown it had hidden. By sunrise, Harry had discovered his fist and decided it was an adversary, then an ally, then breakfast. Minerva watched him discover the world in the orderly sequence babies use when they have no reason yet to distrust it. She warmed milk. She hummed a tune older than Latin. She considered the sort of protections that do not crack loudly enough to be noticed and therefore, paradoxically, often hold longest, will need a proper perimeter. Hagrid said later, carrying in a stump he intended to turn into a bench with nothing but stubbornness and a hatchet. Invisible, but rude about it. I'm counting on rudeness, Minerva said. Polite wards are invitations. He glanced at the child in her arms. He's got James's expression when he's thinking of mischief. Lily would have negotiated him down to curiosity. Minerva said, then added briskly, "We'll accept curiosity." Hagrid nodded as if she had issued a decree, which, in fairness, she had. They began with the valley's mouth. At first light, Minerva stood among the standing stones, Harry wrapped to her chest. Hagrid held a basket of river pebbles and a jar of ash from Godric's Hollow, which Minerva had collected with the sort of care that makes a thing holy even to those who do not like the word. Stones remember weight. She told Hagrid, water remembers path, ash remembers heat. When people in offices say ward, they think of nets. I prefer doors. Doors you don't see unless you've been taught to want them. Right, Hagrid said, as if she had asked him to pass the salt. She set Harry's small hand on the tallest stone. He patted it unimpressed. This is home, Minerva told the valley. This child is under my hand. Let strangers see only weather. Let enemies walk all day and never arrive. The stones consented without moving. When Hagrid had to leave, there were things in the forbidden forest that needed him, and he admitted sheepishly, things in the hut that needed mending. Minerva packed his pockets like a mother, and a General Oatcakes, a pouch of crushed nettle for headaches, a green glass bead threaded on cord that would grow hot if he were being tracked by something that did not breathe. If you're in any kind of trouble, shout my name very quietly, she said. The valley and I'll hear you. He bent awkwardly to look at Harry. Good lad, Hagrid murmured. You be good for the Professor. Professor, Minerva said, amused. I remember her. He left in the gentle, lurching way he did everything, and the valley settled into a pattern that was not quite solitude. Owls came and went. The Lodge kept her counsel. Dumbledore's first letter arrived on the 5th day, tied to the leg of a barn owl, who looked as though it had an opinion about most things, and preferred not to express any of them aloud. Minerva, I will act loudly enough to distract the loud. The prophet will discover a narrative it believes it owns. Privet Drive will resent a story it did not ask to be written in. If you require books or bread, say so. If you require silence, I will make it. A. Minerva burned the letter to a curl of silver ash and fed it to the Lodge. She wrote back 4 words and no signature send runes. Send arithmancy. The following morning, a crate arrived so heavy the owl refused to touch it, chose the roof, and glared until Minerva used a wand, flicked afloat the crate indoors. Inside were texts that smelled of dust and honest ink ancient scripts of the north, arithmetic operators and their arrogant stone, speech for the patient, and to make her snort in spite of herself, a headmaster's modest collection of useful curses and their unlikely histories. Subtle, she told the ceiling. The days became years in the way only childhood knows how to manage it abruptly and all at once. Harry grew like a truth that refused to be simplified. At 2, he discovered that puddles can be coaxed into shapes if asked with the right sort of patience. At 3, he learned that asking is better than commanding if one wants the world to keep answering. At 4, he laughed at rain, and it veered left out of sheer affection. At 5, he learned letters because runes looked like the standing stones, and nothing should be able to keep a secret from him in a house that loved him. Latin, Minerva said when he fidgeted. Because it's the sort of mask magic likes to wear at school. It doesn't wear a mask here. He complained. Mouthful of oatcake. No, she said. Here. It sits at the table and eats like the rest of us. He loved the lock with the exacting devotion children, reserved for things that can drown them. He learned to skim stones by listening to the water and throwing where it briefly wanted a visitor. He learned to name clouds by their intentions, not their shapes. He learned that trees have opinions about axes. He learned not to touch the circle of standing stones on a day when the wind came from the north and the sky looked like tarnished tin. He also learned to make tea, because Minerva refused to raise a mage who could move a mountain but not boil water properly. He learned to sweep the floor because even queens in exile hate grit underfoot. He learned to read the angle of Minerva's mouth as one reads weather. When he was 6, a squall blew hard out of the west and hit the valley like a drunk uncle. The loch stacked into short, angry waves. The hither flattened. Harry ran to the threshold, eyes sparking, and Minerva caught him by the collar before joy became foolishness. "Inside," she said. "I can help," he insisted, indignant in the exact measure of his love. "You can watch me help," she said. And he subsided because he had learned she never offered theatre when there was work to be done. She stepped out into the storm and shrugged off the shape of a woman. The queen's form met the weather without posturing. For dark as midnight drank rain and found it not worth remarking upon. She paced the loch's lip and spoke to the water from her chest, not her mouth. The loch wrinkle smoothed. The wind remembered it had other places to be cruel to. Harry watched, hand on the doorframe, and kept his breath quiet so as not to bump the edges of what was happening. When Minerva returned to herself and came back inside, he said solemnly, "I want to be that." "You want to be effective," she corrected, stealing the water out of his hair with a wand flick. "The shape is a story. The work is what matters." He scowled, then nodded, then scowled again because he had learned both James's defiance and Lily's honesty, and each tugged at him like a tide. At 7, he asked her why the scar on his forehead sometimes felt cold in summer. "Because something hungry remembers you," Minerva said. She did not lie. "Because you were inconvenient to its appetite." "What is it?" he asked. "A problem for later," she said, and saw the flash of irritation. She had named the truth and denied it a face. "We prepare for it by not feeding it now." "How would I feed it?" "By mistaking fear for respect," she said. "By confusing being noticed with being known. By thinking the loudest room is the safest one." He nodded as if memorizing a spell. He was. The day she decided to bind him to the Caledonia lineage was a day with no omens. The sky was a clean, ordinary blue. The loch had the blandly polite face of a clerk. Hagrid had brought 3 goose eggs and a bucket of mushrooms, so proud of being mushrooms that Minerva had to admire them before she cut them. "Today," she told Harry after breakfast, "we'll begin a lesson you won't enjoy." "Latin?" he asked, hope and dread arm wrestling in his tone. "Pain," she said. He stared at her, green eyes suddenly older. "Real, real," she said. "You may choose whether to yell." "What happens if I yell?" "I won't be disappointed," she said. "But I'll be listening for whether you're telling me to stop because you fear pain or because you understand cost." "Is that a trick?" he asked. "It's a lesson," she said. They went to the standing stones. Minerva carried nothing but a length of red thread and a silver knife, whose handle had worn itself into the shape of her hand decades ago. Harry carried a flat river stone he had found the day before with a perfect hole worn through the middle, because he had declared it his. and therefore it had become so. "Shoes off," she said. He obeyed without dramatics. He had learned that dignity can survive most things if one doesn't give it away. Minerva's voice changed when she spoke to the valet. "I stand," she said, "as Rhiannon of Caledonia, named and reclaimed. I bring you a child who is mine by choice and by work. I ask that you accept him. I ask that you let me put in his hands what my mother took from mine." The stones did not move. They did not glow. They accepted the premise with the mild attention of old gods who have seen people invent better ceremonies than they deserve. "Hold out your hands." Minerva told Harry. He did. She wrapped the red thread around his wrists, not tight, only deliberate. She pricked the pad of her left thumb with the silver knife and let one drop of blood fall to the earth. She pricked his right thumb and did the same. "Why?" he asked, voice steady. "So the valley hears both of us," she said. She set her pricked thumb against his, blood to blood. The contact was such a small thing, and such a massive one, that he gasped despite himself. It did not hurt. It burned, but not as fire burns. It felt like the first breath after being under water too long. It felt like the moment before a storm when every hair on your arms decides to be an oracle. It felt like a door opening in a house he had not known he was already living in. Minerva began to speak. Not Latin, not English. The old language that uses verbs the way we use weather, as something you are in, not something you do. The thread tightened, not physically but by intention. Harry swayed. She kept her thumb against his because that was the hinge. Pain arrived attenuated, as if through a wall, present, undeniable, but not the point of the room. "Say your name," she told him. "Harry James Potter," he said automatically. "You say the name you'll use when the world is too small and you refuse to be," she said. He looked at her, not a child for a heartbeat, then decided. "Harry Minerva," he said, reckless and right. Minerva's mouth turned traitorously soft. "Accepted," she said to the stones. The binding lay itself over him like a second skin that had been waiting to be remembered. Heat crawled under his scalp along the lightning bolt and then settled into his eyes. He hissed and flinched. Minerva did not loosen her hand. She hummed instead, the lullaby with the granite in it. The pain sharpened on a single note, then resolved, like a chord finally finding the home it had been pretending it did not know. When she withdrew her thumb, their blood had already ceased to be anything as sentimental as blood. Something older had taken note and made an entry in an account book that never balanced because it did not need to. Harry blinked. The world had edges it had not had an hour before. Colors were not brighter, they were truer. The lodge was not louder, it was more opinionated. He turned toward Minerva and froze, startled. "What?" she demanded, instinctively suspicious of being observed. "Your hair," he said. She folded irony around herself like a shawl. "Careful." "It looks like wind," he said, bewildered, "like it wants to move even when you're not." She almost smiled. "You'll learn to lie when what you see is inconvenient," she said, "but you don't need to begin today." "What do I look like?" he asked, curiosity elbowing aside vanity. "You look like yourself," she said. "And you'll find that's the least satisfying answer, and the only one worth being told twice." He went to the loch because the loch was the mirror that mattered. He leaned, the water leaned back obligingly. He peered, his eyes, still his mother's green, held here and there. Thin flecks that were not a color the ministry has a name for. Not purple, exactly, a colder, clearer thing, like the sheen on slate when the rain first strikes. "I look like I'm holding a secret I haven't decided to tell," he said. "That," Minerva said, "isn't inaccurate." He touched the scar. It did not feel cold. It felt quiet, as if someone mouthy had been asked to observe a silence and, to everyone's surprise, had done so. "Will it hurt again?" he asked. "When you don't listen," she said. He laughed, startled, and the lock laughed back, rippling without wind. He put his hands out on instinct, and because instinct now had teeth and manners, the water gathered at his palms in a thin ribbon like quicksilver. He pulled, it followed. He shaped it into a ring with a hole in the middle like his stone. He whooped pure joy with no agenda. Gently, Minerva said, voice not unkind, "The world likes to be asked. It resents being treated like a cupboard." He let the water slip back into the loch. It accepted the apology. He turned back to Minerva, face bright. "Do you think I can learn to—" "Yes," she said. "You don't even—" "Yes," she repeated. "You and yes isn't the same as now." He groaned theatrically. She refused to look amused. He tried looking solemn. She looked more amused than before. They compromised. She made tea. He cleaned the cups with a charm that would have broken his arm the day before, and now simply made him tired. The tiredness was new, not the good tired of a body well used, but a low, hollow ache behind the breastbone that he did not have words for yet. He put a hand there, frowning. Minerva watched. "What?" "I feel like I'm hungry," he said slowly, "but not for food." She set her cup down. "That's an honest description," she said. "What am I hungry for? Care," she said. "Attention, fear, adoration, conflict. The gasoline that people spill when they think they aren't leaking." He made a face. "That's ugly." "It's," she said. "It's also true. The inheritance you carry doesn't divide the world into good and evil. It divides the world into what can be used and what can't, and then it argues with itself about the ethics of using anything." "Do you hate it?" he asked, blunt. "I refuse it," she said. "And when refusal isn't possible, I make bargains with it I would be ashamed to put on paper." He considered that for nearly an entire minute, which for a child is a century. "Teach me to refuse first," he said. "Then teach me to bargain." "Agreed," she said. They built a curriculum for a boy the world would try to oversimplify. Mornings were for ordinary things done with unreasonable excellence. Chopping kindling with the correct attention, mending a shirt without magic first, then with it, and noting the difference in how the world felt when asked to do a thing and when commanded. Midday was for study runes like window, frames into older weather, arithmancy like teaching numbers to be less smug. Afternoons were for the valley walking its bounds, names for its moods. The practical business of not being bitten by things that did not announce teeth until you were within reach. Even predators have etiquette, Minerva said when a sharp-toothed trout considered Harry's fingers. "Respect it and you'll keep all 10. Evenings were stories. Not fairy tales, those were too close to the bone. History, told like gossip the founders as flawed geniuses. The rebellions nobody writes songs about, because the winners never learned to sing. He learned what ministry memos leave out. He learned why Minerva's mouth does the thing it does when people use the word destiny and mean permission. He also learned failure. The first time he tried to pull iron through stone, an exercise in patience, alignment, and asking the right element to be the host rather than the captive. He forced it. The nails snapped, the stone-cracked hairline. His hands shook, his jaw clenched, his pride flared hot and treacherous. "Stop," Minerva said. "I can—" "You can break both," she said. "That isn't the lesson." He stood there, breathing like the loch in a storm. "I hate losing." "This isn't a loss," she said. "This is the world refusing to cooperate with your schedule. You sound like Dumbledore," he said savagely, not meaning to. Minerva's eyebrows rose. I sound like any adult who has lived long enough to be embarrassed by previous confidence. He stared at the nail. It should work. Then you've learned something, she said. It should. Now learn why it didn't. He wanted to throw the nail. He wanted to scream. He wanted to make the stone apologize for existing incorrectly. He swallowed those wants because he had also learned to recognize the sweetness in them as the wrong kind. He set the cracked stone aside. He picked up another. He breathed until his breath was not a weapon but a tool. He asked the stone to be a host. He asked the nail to be a guest. He waited for the moment when both agreed. He pulled. It slid through as if the world had been designed for that purpose and had been waiting all afternoon for him to remember it. He laughed then, real delighted, the kind of laugh that makes the air want to be an accomplice. He turned toward Minerva to share it, and the world tilted. It was not dizziness. It was not a head rush. It was a sudden, cool pour under his ribs, a surge like a river thawing in a day. He felt it before he understood it. Energy roaring into the hollow he had been ignoring since the binding. Power gathered behind his eyes. His fingers tingled. His skin felt both too tight and bright. He had not done anything to deserve it. He had not said please. Minerva's face changed. "Harry," she said, very level, and then she staggered. He moved without thinking. The power he had not earned leaped out of him, as if eager to be seen. Wind hit the clearing hard enough to make the hither gasp. The standing stone sang a warning. The lock humped up, affronted. "Stop," Minerva said sharply. What did I... "You took from me," she said, then caught herself and corrected her own anger with precision. "No. You let yourself be fed by me." He stared at his hands as if expecting them to confess. "I didn't." "I know," she said. She straightened slowly. Her skin had gone pale across the cheekbones in the way it does when a person is genuinely depleted and not merely tired. "You reached for what was near and loud. My attention, my fear for you. My pride they were," she grimaced. "Nutritious." His stomach turned. "I'm sorry, good," she said. "Begin there. Don't stop there." He held his breath and then, because he was not a coward, let it out. "I liked it," he said in a small voice that did not belong to a small person. It felt clean. "Of course it did," she said. "So does theft if one is clever enough to call it a tax." He flinched as if slapped. She saw it. She did not apologize. "Sit," she said. He sat on the grass, spine straight as if posture could save him. She sat opposite, cross-legged, hands on her knees, deliberately non-threatening, deliberately equal. "This has a name," she said. "We call it aura, because that's easier to print in books than the part of the world you can steal without using your hands." He made a small, desperate noise. "I didn't mean to." "I know," she said again. "Unintentional harm is still harm. The world won't care whether you meant it if you drain a room because it's convenient." He swallowed. "How do I not?" "You learn to tell the difference between offered and available," she said. "Between ambient and extracted, between being nourished by proximity and hunting in a crowd. That's so many betweens." He muttered, bleak and angry. "Welcome to adulthood," she said dryly. He snorted despite himself. Then his mouth trembled. "I don't want to hurt you." "Then make rules," she said. "Make them now, while you're ashamed and therefore honest." He wiped his nose with the back of his hand to his future horror. "What rules?" "3, she said. "Consent. Causality. Cost," he repeated them like spells. "Consent. Causality. Cost. You don't draw on a person who has not offered," she said, ticking a finger, explicitly. "Not the sloppy kind of offer that people make when they clap for you because they want to be near the light. The actual kind with eyes open. "That sounds impossible," he said. "It's," she agreed. "And you'll fail. You'll apologize properly when you do." He nodded, miserable. "Causality," she continued. "You don't cause a feeling in order to eat it. If a room is afraid because something else has made it so, that's one kind of hunger to resist. If you walk into a room and become the reason it's afraid, because you want the buffet to open, then you've crossed a line the world won't put back where it was." He stared at his hands again. "So I can never?" "You can almost never," she said. "And on the day you must break the rule to save lives, you'll know what you're spending, and you'll pay every farthing." He swallowed. "Cost," she said softly. "Power that doesn't come with a price tag is the devil's favorite charity. If you take from the world, you owe it something, a debt that you name and keep until it's repaid. You plant trees you'll never sit under. You carry grief for those who couldn't afford to. You teach without being thanked." He closed his eyes. "That's a lot. It's a life," she said. He opened them. "I'll do it." "You'll try," she corrected, because she would not let him give the kind of promise that breaks the first time it meets a real hour. And when it's easy, you'll be suspicious. And when it's hard, you'll keep the promise anyway. He nodded. "Now make it," she said. He blinked. "Say it." "Yes," she said. "To me. To the valley." He looked ridiculous and magnificent and 7. He put both hands flat on the ground and spoke as if he were writing on it with his mouth. "I won't take from people who have not offered," he said. Face set. "I won't make feelings happen because I'm hungry. I'll pay for what I take. Even if nobody knows I did." The wind went very still for 1 second. The lock lifted one slow, approving ripple. Minerva's eyes stung an inconvenience she ignored. "Good," she said. "Now stand up. We've the rest of your life to enforce it." He got to his feet. He wobbled, then steadied. He did not reach for her, and she did not reach for him, and the space between them learned to be a discipline and not a wound. "Will I always be hungry?" he asked, small again. "Yes," she said, "but you'll be fed." "How?" "By being loved in rooms that aren't arenas," she said. "By learning to notice quiet things. By tea." "Tea," he echoed, despairing, and she let herself laugh because he needed it. Time does what it does. It surprised them by moving in a straight line. Harry was 8 when he learned that fire likes to be respected, not praised. He was 9 when he discovered that wolves do not belong to people, and sometimes belong to themselves less than they deserve. He was 10 when he forged a knife from wind for 3 heartbeats, and then dismissed it because it had been formed in a hot moment, and nothing made in a hot moment should be allowed to linger. "Show me that again," Minerva said coolly. "No," he said, calmer than he felt. "Not yet. I made it wrong." She blinked. "Correct," she said, and the valley hid its pride. Dumbledore's letters came and went, rare short, never pleading, always edged. He sent more books. He sent a battered chess set with a note, for strategy, not victory. He sent a length of basilisk. Hide so old the ministry would have had a small and useless fit if it had known he still had it. He sent a list of names of children who would be 11 soon, which Minerva pretended not to need, and then studied like a map at dawn. "Weasleys," she said into her tea. "Multiple redheads, loud but kind." "Kind loud is all right," Harry said. Loud is just loud." "Greengrass," Minerva murmured. "The family believes in manners the way some people believe in gods." "Manners are useful," Harry said absently, drawing a rune in steam. "Malfoy," Minerva added, unsurprised. "A boy who has never been told a rune isn't his unless he earns it." Harry's mouth quirked. "I'll dislike him correctly." "You'll judge him correctly," she said. "Dislike is the easy part. Letters also came signed by no hand at all, written in the careful script of a ministry that wants to pretend it is an ancient church. Be advised of changes to Hogwarts warding. Be reminded of the registration of rare animagi. Minerva filed them under things the Valley does not care about. When Harry's 10th birthday arrived, Hagrid brought a cake that had somehow survived the journey and 3 saplings in pots that most certainly had not. "They'll perk up," Hagrid said stoutly, setting them on the table as if daring biology to contradict him. "Birches. Friendly birches." Minerva looked at the drooping leaves. "We'll bury them with honors and plant new ones," she said kindly. Harry laughed until he hiccuped. Hagrid cried in the yard, quietly and without fuss, and came back in claiming it was the wind. The scar rarely went cold now. When it did, it was not the sharp bite of the early years, but a thin, abstemious chill, like a draught in a sealed room. Harry learned to notice it, and then learned not to go looking for it when he was bored. Boredom is dangerous. Minerva warned. It makes clever people invent trouble, and then call it destiny. "I won't be bored at school," he said, trying on the word school like a new coat. It fit. It itched with possibility. "No," she agreed. "You'll be exhausted by the noise." He grinned despite the truth of it. "I like some of the noise." "You'll," she allowed. "You'll also be othered by it. You must decide whether that's a tool or a wound." He frowned. "Can it be both?" "Yes," she said, "but not in the same hour." The last lesson of the year before Hogwarts came in the form of a mistake someone else made miles away. A ritual went wrong in a Highland village where people who should have known better tried to coax weather into behaving. The sky soaked. The river sullenly refused to be a river. The wrongness crawled south on its belly like fog. Minerva and Harry felt it at the same moment. The scar cooled. The valley stones leaned. The lot remembered a name it wished it had never learned. "What is that?" Harry said, already on his feet. "An appet," I said. Minerva said, "Not now, but something that will make him easier when he comes." "Umbra," Harry said, not because he had been told the word, but because the inside of his bones remembered a shadow under it. He tasted the syllables dry, old, unwilling to be puddinged up into a story. Minerva's gaze flicked to the standing stones and back. "Get the thread," she said, and he ran because he liked being useful more than he liked being brave. They stood in the cottage's doorway, teacher and student, mother and son by choice if not by blood, and held the red thread quite stupidly, quite humanly, as if one more bit of red in the world could dissuade hunger. Outside, the air thinned, the very light seemed to have been strained through damp wool. "Do we fight it?" Harry asked, eyes bright and wrong and righteous. "No," Minerva said. "We hold our ground. We don't feed it by making a spectacle." He made a face she had seen him make at soup. He did not want to admit he liked. "Holding feels like losing." "It often does," she said. "Hold anyway." He put the thread around his wrist. She tied the knot. The wrongness passed like a stranger who stares into your window and then remembers to pretend to be a gentleman. The valley did not invite it in. The loch pretended it had a headache. The stones rehearsed not knowing how to pronounce its name. When it was gone, or at least elsewhere, Harry sagged as if a conversation he had been pretending not to had finally ended. "That will come again," he said. "Yes," Minerva said. "Soon." "Yes," she said, "because lying now would make later crueler, but not before school begins." He swallowed. "Good. Why?" she asked. "Because I want to meet the Loud," he said. And she laughed because she could not help it. and because he had just rewritten destiny as a social occasion in a way Lily would have admired. On the last evening before the owl from Hogwarts was due, Minerva had charmed the sky to remind her when that sort of bird was on approach. She disliked being surprised by timetables. Harry asked to see the Queen again. "I've seen her," he said, "in storms, in mirrors that don't want to be mirrors. I want to see her without weather." Minerva considered him for a long moment. "All right," she said. "But you'll look with the eyes you've, not with the ones that want a story." "I promise," he said. They went to the loch's edge. The sky wore a thin shawl of cloud. The water held still like a listener. Minerva did not dramatize it. She stepped, not out of herself, but into a shape that was not a disguise. The Queen crouched on the shore, shadow, pelted, immense, as natural as granite and twice as uninterested in compliments. Her head bent. Those old amber eyes looked at the boy. Harry did not say wow. He did not clap. He did not reach without asking. He stepped forward once, then twice, then stopped where he knew a line must be. He bowed, not the silly bow he had practiced to tease her when she was teaching him manners, but the bow the valley had taught him on days when it had been generous and he had been smart enough to notice. "Thank you," he said to the Queen, plain as bread. The Queen's ear flicked, which is as much acknowledgement as kings deserve. "Is this what I'm?" he asked, because he was not afraid to aim his questions into the middle of things. The Queen's voice was weather. "This is what you could be and must not be unless the house burns," she said. "Understood," he said. The Queen flowed back into Minerva with the economy of someone folding a blade into a sheath. She looked older by 3 eyelashes and younger by 1, which is to say exactly herself. He blinked. "You always look like you aren't pretending." "I've had practice," she said. "You'll too." He nodded. "Tomorrow," she said. "School," he said, and made it sound like a country. "People," she said, and made it sound like work. He grinned. "Both." She draped an arm over his shoulders briefly, the way one does when one is instructing a student to look at the horizon, not because horizons are rare, but because perspective is. "Both," she agreed. They stood there until the loch decided it was bored of the conversation. They went inside. He washed the cups. She let him. He burned his finger a little. She did not fix it because a blister can be a good teacher if it is not allowed to be dramatic. Before she sent him to bed, she halted him with his name, Harry. He turned, too quick because he was excited and too still because he was trying to be worthy of the hour. "If the room loves you," she said, "smile and be gracious. If the room fears you, be smaller until it stops. If the room worships you, leave the room," he said promptly. "Good," she said. "And if you're hungry," he said. She tilted her head. He rolled his eyes. "And if there's no tea, I'll ask a friend to stand beside me so I can borrow courage without stealing it." "Better," she said. He hesitated. "Yes. If someone is cruel to me because I won't be loud, am I allowed to be loud back?" "You're allowed to be accurate," she said. "Loudness is a spice, not a sauce." He nodded as if he'd remember that when it mattered, which she knew he sometimes would and sometimes would not. That was the arithmetic no book would teach him. He went to bed and pretended to sleep immediately to demonstrate how ready he was for the future. 10 minutes later, he sat up, eyes wide. "Can I bring a cat?" he called toward the door, betraying himself as a child, not a prince. "Yes," Minerva called back without opening it, "but not one that talks." "Boo," he said, and then actually slept because the valley decided to be kind and pressed 2 extra hours of rest into his pillow. when he wasn't looking. Minerva stood alone in the kitchen. The kettle hummed. She held the red thread between finger and thumb. The scar on the boy's head was quiet tonight. The wrongness in the north had stopped scratching at the corners. The valley was a house with its lights down and its knives washed, ready for morning. "Tomorrow," she said to the loch. "Tomorrow," said the wind. On the roof. The owl that would deliver the letter angled its head, as if eavesdropping on a conversation it had been paid to witness. It fluffed its feathers, checked its itinerary, and settled in. The stars did what they always do. They were there, indifferent, useful, and impossible to impress. In the bed by the window, a boy with green eyes flecked with knot, Purple dreamed of a castle he would conquer, by refusing to conquer it, of friends he had not met yet and owed already, of a battle he did not understand and would of tea. In the chair by the hearth, a woman who had once been a queen watched the fire drop into coals and refused to be afraid of tomorrow. King's Cross on the 1st of September hummed like a living clock. Porters barked. Owls complained about timetables made by people who had never been owls. Steam made a fog too polite to be weather and too busy to be romance. The big wall between Muggle platforms, 10 and 11, did what it always did on this day, stopped pretending it was a wall. Minerva adjusted the tilt of Harry's trunk on the trolley and the lay of his tie with the same terrifying efficiency. It was not the Hogwarts tie yet, only a spare in Gryffindor colours. She had permitted him, as a charm against unnecessary arguments from uniforms and prefects. "You remember the rules," she said. "Consent, causality, cost." He recited, and she saw, with a traitor's flicker of relief, that he said them like he said left, right, left when he crossed a road automatic and useful. "And if the room loves you," she pressed. "I'll be gracious and leave it brighter than I found it," he said. "If the room fears you," "I'll be smaller," he said, "until it stops, or I'll leave. And if the room worships you," he grimaced, "I'll get out and drink tea." "Good," she said. "Remember that half your hunger is curiosity in a better coat." He hid a smile because he had learned the difference between being clever and being glib. "I'll write." "You'll eat," she countered. "Then you'll write. Owls don't like crumbs." They reached the barrier. Minerva's hand touched his shoulder. It could have been a blessing, it might have been a command. "Walk," she said, and they went through together. Platform 9 and 3. Quarters bloomed into noise and colour. The scarlet engine breathed like a dragon that had learned manners. Families gathered in knots of love and logistics. There were first years with shiny faces and second years with opinions. There were too many trunks and just enough cat. Somewhere, a toad was making a case for a different life. Harry stood still for a breath. Not because he was overwhelmed, he had learned not to be, but because he liked to see a room before he moved inside it. He listened. Curiosity came first, bright and frothy and mostly harmless. Then the older things arrived. Recognitions, boy, who lived, rumours, orphan, curse, miracle, myth, eagerness, the way people lean when they smell a story. Harry felt the paw begin behind his ribs. The little, treacherous river, and shut the door on it neatly. Consent. Causality. Cost. He held the rules the way one holds stitches together until they learn to be skin. A small girl with a knitted jumper 2 sizes too big stood on tiptoe beside a red-headed crowd gathered around a trolley that looked like a shop had exploded into it. She stared at him with so much unguarded awe that he felt it across the platform like heat from an oven. The awe did not cause itself. It arrived built in. He could drink it. He did not. He met her eyes, smiled without turning it into a performance, and bowed a little. It cost him nothing. It fed her something honest. Her mouth dropped open, her eyes went chenier. The aura offered tried to climb into him like a friendly cat. He let it brush his ankles and go past. "Ginny, don't pester." One brother began, then saw who she was staring at, then looked at Harry, then did the arithmetic with his freckled eyebrows. Two older brothers, twins by the look of synchronized grins, nudged each other hard enough to produce family lawsuits. "Best not wave your myth around," Minerva murmured in his ear, dry as wood smoke. "I'm not waving," he said softly. "I'm acknowledging." "M," she said, which was McGonagall for all right, but it had better stay that tidy. Draco Malfoy arrived the way only boys, who have never been stopped by doors, arrive, with a small entourage of expensive haircuts and the sort of walking that suggests a permanent invisible staircase. He glanced over, saw Harry, and paused mid-glide, as if the floor had thickened out of curiosity. So this is the room, Harry thought, amused. He did not dislike the boy immediately. Disliking on sight was a lazy magic. "You'll miss the train if you audit everyone's posture," Minerva said, and he laughed aloud despite himself. They moved through the crowd. Harry tucked his trunk into the carriage with a strength that belonged to a boy who split wood and carried water, not a legend who had learned to float things and forget they had weight. The twins popped into existence at his elbow like punctuation. "Fred," said one. "George," said the other. "You're Harry Potter," said both, delighted by facts when they could be arranged in useful ways. "So I've been told," Harry said. "Do you know if prefects can be bribed with biscuits, or is it a stricter currency?" "Biscuit-backed banter?" Fred said at once. "Galleons, back-groveling." George disagreed. "But the prefects this year aren't sentimental." "Tragic," Harry said solemnly, and they laughed because he was already playing correctly. He liked that, liking people in ways that were not hungry. Minerva cleared her throat softly. The sound could cut glass. "On," she said, one word with the weight of the valley behind it. He looked up at her. She looked down at him. For a heartbeat. There was no platform, no train, no room trying to name him before he wrote his name himself. There was a woman who had chosen to be his and a boy who had chosen to be hers. "I'll see you at the feast," she said. The corner of her mouth moved minutely, which in some cultures constitutes an embrace. "Don't rearrange the architecture without asking the stones first." "Understood," he said, and stepped onto the train. It jolted forward in the pleasant, dangerous way first steps should. He found a compartment with a free window and a view of the platform making promises to September. He put his trunk up, he sat. He breathed like a person, not a prophecy. The door slid open without knocking. A girl with hair like a library left. Too Near a Storm peered in, eyes bright and already cataloguing. "Everywhere else is full," she said. "May I?" "Yes," Harry said, standing to move his satchel from the opposite bench. "Harry Potter." "I know," she said reflexively, then flushed. "I mean, my parents are Muggles and they bought all the books and accidentally the biographies and—" "Sorry, I'm Hermione Granger." He liked her at once. The apology had been clean, not sticky. "Are your parents dentists?" he asked, because Minerva had told him people often said this as if it were exotic. "Yes," she said, startled. "How?" "There's a smell of clove about your bag," he said. "And this," he tapped the corner of a book, peeking out, "has a ribbon in it from a shop that sells things adjacent to toothpastes." She regarded him, impressed and suspicious, both at once. "You're very observant." "I had a quiet childhood," he said. "I had to make a hobby of something." She sat. She did not mention his scar. He liked her more. A tall red-headed boy slid the door open as if apologizing to it. "Ah, Everywhere else is full, he said. May I? Yes, Hermione said immediately. You then seemed to regret sounding too eager and scraped politeness over it like butter. I mean, if you want. Ron Weasley, he said, relief loosening his shoulders when he clocked Harry and didn't have to do the "is he going to be awful" question aloud. I mean, blimey, you're hungry, Harry finished. I've got sandwiches. Trade. Ron's jaw dropped in visible gratitude. Mum packed corned beef. He confided. It's like a dare. Then I'll trade you for chicken and nothing spicy, Harry said, who ate nettles and grilled lake fish, but had been taught to meet people where they were. Not where they should be. They sorted sandwiches like diplomats dividing a small nation by rivers and regret. Hermione watched, softening. Are you excited? She asked, betraying a little of her 11 tucked behind her efficient 12. Yes, Ron said, mouthful. But if I get Slytherin, your mum will say the girl can have my room. I Slytherin that bad? Hermione asked, eager for context. It's not a moral category, Harry said mildly. It's a set of priorities. People have been prosecuted for less. She blinked. Are you funny? Only by accident, he said. The door slid open again, this time to the shape of boy with entourage. Draco Malfoy leaned on the frame like a question mark that insisted on being a statement. He examined the compartment as if he were considering buying it. Is there room? He asked, as if there might not be by choice. There's, Harry said, unless you require applause to sit. Ron choked. Hermione's eyebrows tried to leave her face. Draco's mouth did the brief twist of a boy unused to being checked and too clever to pretend he hadn't been. Draco Malfoy, he said, smooth as a signet ring. My father. I know your father's name, Harry said. I don't know yours yet. A beat. Then Draco's chin rose half an inch in genuine amusement. Draco Malfoy, he repeated, this time as himself. May I sit? Yes, Harry said, and moved his satchel further down again, because there was no reason to make a production of being generous. Draco sat. The entourage hesitated, then drifted away like flotsam, realizing the current had chosen its own course. He glanced at Ron's sandwich, made a face he thought nobody saw Harry sawed, and then looked at Harry with a curiosity that was not sneer and was not worship. It was weight-bearing. Harry liked that and did not drink it. You've been hidden, Draco said as if starting a chess game. I've been a child, Harry corrected. Same thing for some people, Hermione muttered. Harry smiled at her. For some people, yes. Do you know which house you want? Draco asked, casual as a knife in a drawer. Some of us have family expectations. I've learned to be suspicious of expectations that arrive with embossed stationery, Harry said. I want a place that teaches me what I can't get by reading. Draco's eyes flickered in interest, so quick it could have been dust. So not Slytherin. Perhaps exactly Slytherin, Harry said pleasantly. Or exactly not. A tool or a wound, depending on the hour. Ron blinked as if he'd missed 3 moves. I just don't want to sleep near a snake. Snakes are fine, Hermione said, defaulting to facts. It's their owners. Harry laughed. Draco did too, quietly, because he appreciated a clean strike even when it grazed him. They talked. Ron about Quidditch, sir, with diagrams made of crusts. Hermione about spells she had practiced without a wand, with notes the size of atoms. Draco about brooms, see with the resigned pride of a boy whose gifts were always occasions. Harry about none of the above and all of them, turning the conversation like a blade he was sharpening on a whetstone, not to cut with, but to make right. When the trolley arrived, he bought a handful of things he'd never tasted and divided them, as if that were the point of buying them. Draco startled at being offered anything, as if the economy of his life had never quite balanced this way. Hermione took a chocolate frog and read the card twice. Ron pretended not to care, then cared very much, then tried not to care again. Harry tasted everything like a botanist tasting a berry in a new forest carefully, with a plan for antidotes and a willingness to be delighted. Halfway to Scotland, when the steam outside the windows turned from London's damp into Highland's severity, the air inside the compartment cooled in a way weather does not explain. It reached for Harry's scar, thin and abstemious and wrong. He did not move. He did not touch his brow. He watched the window. There was nothing there. There was something there. Draco felt it, too, if only as a flinch a second behind Harry's stillness. "Did you? Draft?" Harry said easily. "Trained sulk." Hermione, who had learned to read people instead of gossip columns, looked at him sideways. He offered her nothing. She filed that away with alacrity. The wrongness passed like a clever thief stepping around a bell on a string. Harry let his breath out. He untucked nothing. He forced nothing back. He sat in the middle of it and waited for the room to choose to be a room again. When it did, he fed it by leaning closer to the ordinary, by asking Ron to explain the chaser's job again, as if it were sacred instead of obvious. The wrongness did not like that and went elsewhere. Hogwarts rose out of its own legend the way good buildings do, pretending to be a silhouette until you were close enough to learn the names of its stones. The boats were waiting. The lake pretended to be a lake and not a listening device. The first years made the noises first years make when weather and story collaborate. Harry climbed into the boat with Ron and Hermione and a quiet boy with ink on his fingers, whose name would be important to him later, but wasn't yet. He kept his hands out of the water, because he had learned lakes like to be asked before you rearrange their hair. He looked up at the cliff. He felt the castle for the first time properly. Not the wards, which were good and old and had the bad habit of approving of themselves. Not the comfort of 1,000 warmed stones. Beneath that a cold cellar in the foundation, a corridor of absence, a place where magic did not sit but waited. He tasted it and let his mouth stay closed. Minerva was waiting in the entrance hall, strict as a sentence with the right punctuation. Her hair did the thing Harry had noticed earlier in the summer, the wanting to move even when still. She did not look at him directly. She looked at the crowd and let one flick of her gaze touch the space over his left shoulder, the way the valley's wind touches the lock when it is counting. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and Harry heard 20 years of children in the bones of the words. "When you're sorted, you'll find your house. Before that, you'll find your manners, form a line, hands wiped. Wands kept where they belong." A ghost drifted through a wall, eager to perform. Minerva did not sigh. "Yes, hello," she said to the fat friar, and the fat friar looked briefly like a balloon told to be a benediction later. The first years whispered. Harry did not. He'd watched the ceiling of the great hall the way one watches sky in a valley you love with loyalty, not worship. The candles approved. The stars did their job. Dumbledore on his throne looked like a man persuading his story to be useful. The Sorting Hat sang a song that had been written by committee and edited by grudges. It mentioned houses in the tone of a schoolmaster who loves children best, when they fit into lists. It warned about unity in a stanza that tried and failed to rhyme ambition with tuition. The first years clapped as if they had been provided one clean thing to do and were glad of it. Then names. Abbot Hannah. Gryffindor, to her own surprised delight. Bones Susan, Hufflepuff. With an immediate glow of house pride from several older students, who had the look of people who know they are underestimated and like it there. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin grateful not to have to pretend to be otherwise. Granger, Hermione. Hermione sat. The hat slid down over hair and ambition. She went still in the way she had in the compartment when a problem pleased her. The hat took longer than expected because 2 houses were fighting and a 3rd was trading. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor!" the table roared and Hermione blushed the way bricks do when the sun remembers them. Malfoy, Draco. He went with the ease of a boy who had been rehearsed and the irony of one who had discovered he preferred improvisation. The hat barely touched his head before it yelled, "Slytherin," and he gave Harry one look over his shoulder that said, "I'll see you in the corridors where the quiet is." Harry inclined his head, not friendly, not unfriendly future, Potter Harry. The room took a breath you could build a city on. He did not dawdle. He did not play. He sat on the stool, put his hands on his knees, and let the hat drop. It was warm from all the other foreheads. It smelled like wool and old decisions. "Well, well," said a voice that chose not to be avuncular. "You've brought your own weather." "Sorting is a door, not a destiny," Harry said in his head, polite and not deferential. "A correct sentence," the hat agreed. "Most children beg or bargain. You advise. Are you so sure you don't want Slytherin? Ambition enough to build a cathedral, caution enough to pace the nave. A hunger you've put in a harness. You'd make a fine serpent if you wanted to be a gardener who grew knives. I don't want a house that makes my appetite easy," Harry said. His mental voice stayed level by will. "Or one that lets my fame do its work for me. I want a house that makes me remember the rules I made when I was small enough to mean them without rhetoric." "Brave, then?" the hat teased. "Or stubborn by another name?" "Brave when it's only expensive," he said simply. "Stubborn when it's otherwise. Ravenclaw would feed your mind until you forgot you had hands. Hufflepuff would make you honest until you forgot to be sharp." The hat rocked on the stool in thought. "Gryffindor will dress your restraint in courage and call it a virtue. It will irritate you. It will save you. Then do it," Harry said. "Gryffindor," the hat shouted, almost relieved to be rid of him. The roar was predictable and warm and mostly clean. It shipped toward him, gallons of admiration and expected brightness. His skin prickled as the river under his ribs tried to break its banks. He breathed and let it pass like sunlight across stone. He smiled the way Minerva had told him to smile when a room loved him, as if gratitude were an action and not a feeling. He met Minerva's eye. For a second. Through the tide of noise, he saw her relief unadorned. It did not try to feed him. He took nothing from it and everything from it. At the table, Hermione scooted to make room, as if that had been the plan all along. Ron thumped him on the back, and then pretended his hand had slipped. Percy Weasley shook Harry's hand with prefectly gravity. Fred and George juggled apples for exactly 9 seconds, because 10 would have been silly. Harry laughed and then let his face rest. The rest of the sorting sorted. Daphne Greengrass went to Slytherin with the air of a girl who understands contracts. Zabini followed, self-contained as a knife in a velvet case. Neville Longbottom, whose hands shook a little and whose heart did not, found Hufflepuff one beat after the hat had considered Gryffindor and decided not to be cruel. The last first year sat. The hat went to sleep. The room settled into being a room again. Dumbledore rose. His welcome speech was shorter than his reputation wanted. "Welcome," he said, and somehow made it both blessing and challenge. His eyes found Harry, and then did not make a point of finding him again. Harry appreciated that and did not ease because of it. Dumbledore was never only what he looked like. Food arrived. Harry had never eaten in a room that made this much noise on purpose. He liked it more than he expected and less than everyone hoped. He served himself as if hunger were a thing separate from greed. He watched as he ate, the way Slytherins scanned the room like cartographers, the way Hufflepuffs prioritized serving each other, a strategy, not submission, the way Ravenclaws forgot their forks in sentences. He felt the pull when a sixth-year Slytherin laughed too loudly at a whispered joke about Azkaban. Not the laughter. The name it dragged in its wake, Lestrange, like a hook behind a boat. A heat that arrived disguised as cold. Harry turned his head as if checking the candles. The pull tugged, subtle as a thread behind a tapestry. Bellatrix Lestrange. He did not know her voice. He recognized her usefulness like a map recognizes roads. He looked away immediately. Consent. Causality. Cost. He said the words inside his mouth like prayer and arithmetic. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, not prying, not blind. "Yes," he said. "I'm learning what not to hear." She nodded as if that were a kind of scholarship. Across the hall, Draco glanced over from the Slytherin table as if a compass in his pocket had twitched. Daphne Greengrass looked too, interest precisely measured. Snape, at the high table, watched without staring, which is to say with more skill than most. Minerva did not look at all. That was how you looked hardest. When the puddings vanished, Dumbledore invented a few more rules on the spot. No duels in corridors, no brooms on Wednesdays, the Forbidden Forest still accurately named, and then dismissed them to houses with a clap that made the candles shiver in amusement. Gryffindor Tower's common room was warm and shabby in the way good rooms are when they have been used by children who are not careful. The portrait of the fat lady lectured without words. First, years were arrayed by prefects into genders and guesses. Harry found a bed with a good view of a window that could be convinced to let in the sound of owls and the smell of rain. He unpacked a few things with his hands, and a few with the sort of small magic Minerva approves of. Useful, precise, not show. Seamus Finnegan, who had the energy of a match that meant well, flopped on the nearest bed. "We've got the boy who lived," he announced, calmly but as if he'd been paid to. "You've got a boy who makes tea," Harry said. "Use the better talent." Seamus grinned. Dean Thomas, already sketching the room from 2 angles at once, glanced up and smiled, an artist recognizing composition. Neville, pink from the climb, and carrying a plant that looked like a hand and wanted to be, put his pot on the windowsill and exhaled like a person who could finally sit down, now that sitting down had a name. The bed took Harry's weight in the way beds at school always do on the first night with caution, as if deciding whether they would be home. He lay there and listened. The room loved him for now. He let it. He did not give it more to love than it deserved. When the candles were dozed and the whispers had turned into the deep, absurd noises of boys' sleep, he sat up and wrote by wand. Tip in a small hand Minerva had made a mission of. We arrived. The room is loud. I did not rearrange the architecture. I was sorted Gryffindor. The hat and I agreed that restraint dressed as courage will irritate me and save me. The castle has a cold corridor behind the warm ones. I will walk the long way round. H, he did not seal it. He kept it in the pocket where he kept truths that were better cold. He slept as you must sleep the night before a new language, not long, not deep, but enough to permit morning. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was scheduled first on the first day for what might have been an accident, and was probably not. Gryffindor and Slytherin together. The universe enjoys laboratories. The classroom smelled like chalk and expectation. Cats, only regular-sized today, regarded them with the practiced disdain of creatures who had never tried to please a timetable. Minerva stood at the front in a robe that meant business and a look that meant ethics. Transfiguration. She began wasn't decoration, it's promise and repayment. You don't force wood to be glass. You ask it to take up a duty, and then you care for it, as if it remembers what it used to be. I don't care what you were told about quick changes and party tricks. If you want fireworks, you may set your robes on fire outside my door. Slytherins laughed as if they had no bodies. Gryffindors laughed as if they had too much. She flicked her wand. Matches appeared on each desk, prim and unsuspecting. You'll turn these into needles, she said. Not because needles are useful, although they're, but because the world respects points. Quills would have been more poetic. Drawled a voice 2 rows back. Poetry is lunch. Minerva said without missing, after you've hunted. Harry did not look up. He put his hand around the match. He felt it the way the valley had taught him to feel, as a thing with a profession waiting in it. He asked the wood about purpose. He asked the sulphur about precision. He made the air still around the point where they argued. He did not draw on the room. He did not drink the admiration that arrived the moment his match lengthened with a small, clean sound and gleamed like a promise. He did it the way he would have done it at home, between tea and chopping carrots, and that was why it worked. Minerva passed, eyes skimming the room, not stopping. Stopping, not skimming. Counting without counting. She did not pause at Harry's desk the way sentimental stories would like her to. She paused at Neville's, where the match had become 2/3 of a knitting needle with opinions and a shy bend, and said, there, in a way that made the word a ribbon. Draco brought his needle into being with the hot, amused concentration of a boy who expects obedience. It was very good. He looked at it, and then at Harry, and raised one eyebrow a millimeter. Daphne's was perfect, and she did not show it to anyone. Hermione's was slightly eccentric and sung with thoroughness. Ron's looked like a needle produced by a jury. Mr. Potter, Minerva said without looking at him. You'll help Mr. Weasley understand the compromise we make with air. Yes, Professor, Harry said, and did. He did not touch Ron's wand or his hand. He moved the air with his palm and let Ron watch the match lean. Less elbow, he said, and Ron snorted and the needle appeared as if it had been waiting to be spoken to like a person. Show off, Ron muttered, grateful. Accurate, Harry murmured back. Slytherins watched the collaboration. Some looked for angles, some looked for knives. Daphne looked for the name of the rule being used and filed it with others she would retrieve later. After class, Minerva said, Mr. Potter, a word. In the tone that can blister bad behavior and polish good. He waited until the last of the first. Years had scuffed out. Ron hopping, Draco gliding, Hermione swarming paperwork. Daphne leaving a silence that did not cling. When the door closed, she did not ask, how are you, or are you eating, or do you remember to be small in rooms that require it? She said, the castle feels wrong to you? Yes, he said, like a missing stair someone promises to fix. Location? Everywhere, he said, because that was the unsettling part, but stronger near the 3rd floor corridor on the right. Then you won't go there, she said. I won't, he said, without the boyish bravado that would have been a relief and a lie. She looked at him for a long second, the way a general looks at a map and a mother looks at weather. Good, off with you. Charms awaits. He went. She stood still until the room stopped remembering him. Only then did she let her hand shake once. A tiny quake she measured and recorded and forgave. Charms with Professor Flitwick was joy with lists. He stood on a pile of books and made the air behave as if it were delighted to be called upon. Harry liked him immediately. A man who understood that precision is a way of being kind. They were taught a softening charm. Most of the class coaxed cushions into compliance. Seamus accidentally erased the concept of hard from his desk and half the floor, which made for an entertaining 10 minutes for everyone not sitting on it. Harry traced the charm with his wand and with his eyes. He saw the way the incantation persuaded fibers to recall the time before they were thread and the time after they would be dust. He did it as instructed, then did it again with the smallest adjustment and watched the cushion sigh as if remembering a nap it had once had. Flitwick beamed and made a noise like a pop. "Mr. Potter," he chirped. "Excellent intention. Where did you learn to?" Needles, Professor," Harry said honestly. "My guardian says points make the world respectful." "Oh, quite right," Flitwick said, delighted. "Carry on." Potions with Professor Snape after lunch was a room designed to be remembered for its temperature. The dungeon air held old spills and quiet victories. The walls did not reflect, they considered. Snape swept in like a verdict and held a roll call as if he were counting debts. "Potter," he said at the end, with no surprise, as if someone had told him the boy who lived would be attending his school and he had not been asked for an opinion. "Professor," Harry said, with no defensiveness, as if people had told him what to expect of Snape, and he had brought his own patience. Snape began as he meant to go on questions with edges. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione twitched with answers. Draco thought first day, don't show off. Ron thought pray. Harry thought listen. "You're asking for the name that matters," Harry said politely. "You'd brew a sedative to quiet grief. Some call it the draught of living death. Others call it what they need it to be." Snape's eyes moved like razors under skin. "And if I asked you where to find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry said, "or in the pocket of a careful man." A long, thin silence. Snape had planned to dislike him, because prophecies are tidy. The answers irritated him by refusing to perform. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? "The storyteller," Harry said, then immediately added, before Snape could punish him for poetry, "They're the same plant. Aconite." Snape's lip did not curl so much as consider it. "You aren't insufferable yet," he said. "We'll see what the year makes of you. Begin. The recipe is on the board. If you blow anything up, you'll clean the ceiling with your tongue." They brewed. Harry chose a station at the edge, where the draughts from the corridor argued with the heat from the torches. He adjusted his flame in tiny increments the way one adjusts friendship when a room is wrong. He cut without flourish. He stirred without speed. He watched his potion turn the precise color of compromise. Ron's curdled when he thought about Quidditch. Hermione's shone with accuracy. Draco's was textbook, then slightly better than textbook, then exactly textbook again because he had decided to be polite. Snape prowled. He paused behind Harry and said nothing. Harry said nothing back. In the silence, there was a truce that had not yet decided whether it would be useful. When the lesson ended, Snape said, "Potter, stay," as if the word were a test. Harry stayed. The others flowed out around him with the guilty relief of people grateful not to be the one called by name. Snape sat on the edge of his desk as if he would rather stand, and had decided not to be dramatic. "Who taught you to answer questions like that?" he asked, not sneering. "A woman who dislikes the wrong kind of applause," Harry said. "McGonagall," Snape said, and the word did not taste like a rival. It tasted like an old, unspilled argument. "Minerva," Harry said, because in this room he could. Snape's eyes flicked. "Minerva," he repeated softly, and Harry felt the name hit a place in the dungeon that had wanted to be called by its first name too. "Leave," Snape said abruptly, "and stop improving metaphors in my classroom. It frightens the first years." "Yes, sir," Harry said, and slipped out before the world could decide whether the exchange had been an attack or a treaty. By the end of the week, the castle had learned his pace. He moved through hallways like a person honoring weather. He did not linger in the cold places. He did not press on doors that did not want him yet. He made himself useful in ways that did not collect interest, carrying books, learning names, teaching Seamus to wait one breath longer before doing anything that used the word boom. He also learned who in Slytherin saw him as prey, and who saw him as an investment, and who, quietly, saw him as a problem worth solving because problems keep the mind from bruising itself on boredom. Draco fell into the last category. Daphne remained a ledger, columns for assets, liabilities, gifts, debts. Blaise Zabini sent him one nod in a corridor that could have been an insult or respect, and was neither. It was observation. On Friday night, after a week of pretending to be a boy and succeeding half the time, Harry wandered the edges of the library until he found the eisel that smelled of iron and old leather and erased names. He pulled down a book of trials, Wizengamot proceedings from the end of the First War. The Lestrange name lay on the page like a scar. He did not open to it. He opened to a case about Ward, breaking and read until the room forgot him. A whisper of absence came up through the flagstones like a chill. He lifted his head. Madame Pince glared from behind her desk, as if daring him to dog-ear history. He smiled, closed the book neatly, and left without feeding the cold with a display. In the corridor, Draco leaned against a suit of armor, with the posture of a boy trying to decide whether to make a friend or an enemy, and not trusting his own arithmetic, looking for bedtime stories. Draco asked lightly, "Looking to see if the Ministry can tell the difference between justice and theatre?" Harry said. "Can it?" Draco asked, curious, not rhetorical. "Not when cameras are hungry," Harry said. Draco's mouth did the half, smile Harry would come to recognize as the moment the boy thought of something he didn't intend to say and chose not to. "You're very even," he said. "It's annoying. I'm very hungry," Harry said plainly. "And I don't trust that about myself. So I keep my hands in my pockets." Draco looked at his hands. "That must be difficult." "It's," Harry said. "It's also my life. Good night." "Malfoy." Draco repeated, a little offended and a little delighted by the rebuke. "Good night, Potter." Harry turned the corner and did not see Daphne step out of shadow, and watched them go with the calm attentiveness of someone writing a later chapter in neat, careful handwriting. On Saturday, the first years were marched to the Quidditch pitch and told they could not fly unsupervised yet, which was like telling weather it could only be wind on alternate Wednesdays. Madame Hooch gave a speech about safety, and then about how rules are written by people who have seen what happens when rules are treated like opinions. Brooms bobbed at knees. Hermione's refused to rise out of principle, then reconsidered because she asked it correctly. Ron's jumped as if he were a long-lost friend. Harry said, "Up," and the broom slid into his palm as if they had made an appointment years ago and were both on time. He did not show off. He rose just enough to be asked to rise more. He dipped to avoid a flailing Elspeth Macmillan and quietly nudged a gust the size of a hand away from Neville's ear. He fed the room admiration in small spoonfuls and left before it could become worship. By Sunday night, Hogwarts had adjusted around him the way a bed does when it finally gives in and becomes a nest. He wrote to Minerva again. "I did not go near the corridor. I did not drink applause. Snape is a sharper knife than I expected. Professor Flitwick is a kind arithmetic. Professor Sprout made me respect dirt with examples. Professor McGonagall did not look at me, and therefore I felt entirely seen. There was a story in the library with the Lestrange name in it, and I did not read it. This cost me exactly 3 minutes of discomfort and bought me an hour of being good at tea. H. He sealed the letter. The owl he had chosen at Diagon Alley, brown. Competent, unimpressed, took it and left with a wing beat that sounded like unimportance, which is the best sound. He slept. He dreamed of a corridor that was not there, and of a woman laughing in a voice like glass breaking in admiration. He woke with the taste of iron and a decision. He would not go looking for her voice. He would let the world bring it to him if it must. Being hunted is not the same as hunting. He wrote on his thumb in salt and licked it off. 2 weeks later, when Quirrell stuttered through a warning about a troll on Harlowin, the castle flinched the way animals do when someone plays the wrong chord at the wrong time. The cold corridor in the foundations breathed now. Harry stood. The room dumped admiration into him by bucket. He did not drink it. He moved without using it. Consent, causality, cost. He gave the first to Gryffindor by saying, "We leave together." He refused the second by not panicking the first, years on purpose. He paid the third by not being as fast as he could have been, and by letting Ron and Hermione be as brave as they needed, which is the kind of price leaders prefer to avoid and must never. In the bathroom where the troll would have found a girl who had told herself she didn't need friends, he arrived at the same time as 2 boys who were learning what it means to stand where you said you would. The troll smelled like old drains and bad decisions. He had lifted its club because gravity had suggested it. "Distract," Harry said. Ron launched a tap at the troll's ear with a Wingardium Leviosa so correct it made the plumbing weep. Hermione shouted, "Over here!" with the authority of an academic footnote. The troll turned. Harry did not conjure a spear the way he had done for 3 heartbeats in the valley. He did not shatter bone with his hands because he could. He pulled water out of the air and into the club's path. It flowed like quicksilver, and then froze at exactly the wrong moment for the troll and the right one for the floor. The club slammed down, stuck fast. The shock ran up the creature's arms and knocked it backwards half a step, enough to expose the tendon behind its knee. Now, Hermione barked, because she had learned that leadership is often a habit. Ron's spell shifted, the club yanked. The troll stumbled and dropped. Harry stepped in and pressed a palm to the side of its head the way Minerva had taught him to quiet a storm. Sleep. He told it not with Latin, but with a verb older than the ceiling. It slumped. The tiles argued loudly, and then agreed to hold. Silence arrived late and then tried to compensate by being profound. "How are you?" Hermione asked. "Fine," Harry said. He felt the roar behind his ribs, admiration, fear, relief, all offered, all available, none consented. He stepped back until it stopped trying to mistake his body for a vessel. He looked at the girl in the mirror with the badge, bright mind who had almost been alone. "Don't do that," he said softly. "Do what?" she demanded even now. "Decide that competence equals solitude," he said. "It leads to badly designed bathrooms." Ron laughed so hard he had to sit down. Hermione flushed, opened her mouth to argue, and closed it because she had learned to choose the right hill. Professors arrived with the precise proportion of scolding and pride that proves they had run. Minerva looked at the floor, and then at Harry, and then at the sensible shoes she had worn for 40 years, because they did not lie. Dumbledore looked at the troll, and then at the ceiling, and then at the boy who had made a choice between showing off and doing enough and chosen correctly. 10 points to Gryffindor, he said dryly, which made McGonagall give him a look that said, quite clearly, do not reduce triage to tokens. Later, when the noise had climbed the stairs to the common rooms and turned back into laughter, Harry sat in the common room corner that allowed him to see the door and the window and the fire. He was not shaking. He was hungry. He drank tea. Hermione sat beside him without asking in a way that contained all 3 rules. Ron flopped at his feet and said, "We're going to die, aren't we?" in the tone of a boy who has never actually died but has seen the map. "Eventually," Harry said. "Statistically," Hermione added, because she was learning to be herself without apology. Harry looked into the fire. The wrong corridor under the castle had hummed in satisfaction when the troll fell. The cold thing in his scar had watched and taken notes. Somewhere in Azkaban, a woman laughed in her throat, and a shadow inside a man under a turban learned the shape of his name. Harry did not go to the 3rd floor. He went to bed. He slept. He woke. He went to class. He said please to the stones. He thanked the water. He kept his hands in his pockets when rooms were loud. He learned that Draco cared more about being interesting than being right, and that Daphne cared more about being correct than being seen. He learned that Snape blinked slower when he was impressed, and that Flitwick hopped when he was. He wrote to Minerva. "I did not use the spear. I did not drink the room. I felt the cold thing smile and I ignored it. I am holding to small. If I break, I will tell you before the room finds out. H the owl took it. The night took the owl." The castle breathed. Somewhere the shadow pressed a hand against a wall and waited for the boy to lean. He did not. He sat with friends and drew a map of a school where stories tried to arrange him and made his own lines thicker. He would be king later if he must. For now, he was learning the corridors by heart and feeding the hunger with tea. Halloween left a bruise on the castle that didn't fade. The troll was a story the portraits retold with edits and flapping hands. The wrongness under the stones was not. It lay there like a held breath. By November, the chill had a name inside Harry's bones hunger, not his not yet, but near enough to practice with. Minerva's letters stayed short and surgical. Do not be lured into drama. The corridor is a mouth. Teeth are patient. He folded the notes into his transfiguration text and pretended they were footnotes to the diagrams. On a Tuesday after rain, the 3rd floor corridor smelled like iron and old milk. The rope across it had the performative confidence of a coat racked trying to be a law. Harry walked past with Ron and Hermione flanking him like parentheses that had decided to be verbs. "We're not going in," Hermione said, 10 minutes before anyone suggested it. "We're not," Harry agreed, 10 minutes before the castle asked nicely that they do. They had all learned to read the school's weather. That afternoon, the pressure fell in a way barometers don't catch. A hum through stone and scholarship, a small sharp wrong in the aftertaste of the air. In charms, Flitwick's voice snagged once, as if someone had hooked it with a fish knife. In herbology, the soil under the Hufflepuff's fingernails felt a degree colder. In potions, a bottle cracked on Snape's bench, no explosion, just resignation. The 3rd floor, Hermione said under her breath after class. "No," Harry said reflexively. "Someone else will," she said, not looking at him. Ron scratched behind his ear and made the face he made when he realized bravery was about to be expensive. "If it's going to be us, can we at least bring biscuits?" Harry laughed, because Minerva had taught him to when a room needed it, and because he still could. He sat with it for the space of a tea's steam cooling. He heard the rules. He tasted the wrongness. It was worse near the cordoned corridor, but not of it. Something behind it had failed to be secret. A design was leaking. Tonight, he said finally, and the decision settled over his shoulders like a cloak that fit. Hermione pursed her mouth. "Don't be dramatic. I'm allergic to drama," he said mildly. "We go after curfew, we're small. We don't pull the tablecloth when we only need the salt." Ron, who had grown up in a house full of tablecloth incidents, nodded gravely. "You and if it's a very big salt." "Then we do enough to keep it from exploding," Harry said, "and we leave the room before it applauds." They met near the portrait hole when the fat lady was in a mood that respected audacity. Hermione had a satchel full of sense. Ron had borrowed a chess knight from Seamus as a talisman. It clacked its own hoof and swore quietly in a Limerick accent. Harry brought a length of red thread and a knife he did not intend to use, which is the only kind that should be brought to school. The castle did not exactly help, but it did not hinder. It watched them go like a patient adult who knows the right kind of falling cannot be prevented. The third-floor corridor smelled of dog and the polite rot of damp tapestries. Fluffy, no school is complete without an inappropriately named secret, snored across a trapdoor with the galleon, heavy contentment of a creature that had eaten 2 geese and a metaphor. 3 heads do not produce 3 attentions. They produce 1 very good nap. Music, Hermione whispered. Ron produced a recorder he had acquired in primary school and only nearly set on fire once. He blew a tune so sincerely out of key it circled back to effective. The 3 heads sighed into deeper dream. Harry knelt at the trapdoor, pressed his palm to the wood, asked it to release without squealing, and received grudging compliance. The drop was short and humid. Devil's Snare reached for them with the entitlement of a plant that has never met boundaries. "Don't fight," Hermione ordered, as if commanding air she had researched. "It likes drama." Harry stilled. Ron flopped in the resigned way at which younger brothers excel. Harry pushed a small breath sideways along the plant's tendrils. Not a wind, not a force, just enough suggestion of sunlight to persuade. The snare loosened, embarrassed at having been reasonable. They fell onto damp stone. Keys next they chimed overhead like a swarm of nervous cutlery. The door on the far wall was honest enough to admit it would prefer a key to a blast. Brooms. Ron said, not longing so much as planning. Hermione eyed the swarm and immediately began sorting them by the sort of fussy logic that wins library prizes. Wing shape suggests older locking mechanisms. The silver with the bent stem. No, that's too decorative. "I can ask," Harry said. He stepped into the air the way he stepped onto ice regret, free, ready to apologize. He let the keys blur into their simple desires. One wanted to be helpful. One wanted to be recognized. One wanted to be used for its purpose for the first time in 40 years. He lifted his hand. The last one darted like a delighted swallow into his palm. "No flying," he said lightly to the room and opened the door. "Show off." Ron muttered, grateful again. Accurate. Harry murmured back. The chessboard sprawled beyond, a battlefield pretending to be orderly. Ron's face rearranged itself into comfort. "Let me," he said. Harry did, because leadership is often getting out of the way. Ron played like a boy who had learned fairness and therefore understood sacrifice. He took hits where they would cost them least. He summoned the knight in his pocket and made it a promise. He sent himself into check in the last move before he could win, and took the hit smiling, because anyone can be brave when they're right. When the dust settled, they walked. Ron leaned on Hermione. Hermione permitted it, as if issuing a library card. Harry touched Ron's shoulder, grounding, payment, consent. None of them used the word hero, because it was tacky in the face of bruises. The troll room was unoccupied. A scent of old drains lingered. A reminder that some stories do not step on the same stage twice. the potions riddle-weighted with neat bottles and flames that thought highly of themselves. Hermione's eyes went bright at the sight of logic in a castle that often preferred drama. She read. She poured. She handed Harry a tiny bottle. "Forward," she said. "Two can't go. You go? I'll take Ron back. I can." Ron began automatically. "You can barely stand," Hermione said. "Which is an argument in your favor for once. You're light enough to lean." Harry touched both their forearms with 2 fingers, naming not luck but steadiness. Small. He whispered to himself and swallowed the forward draught. It burned like honesty. The black flames on the doorway cooled to a reluctant silk. He stepped through. The last chamber was a room pretending to be a parable high, spare, with a single massive mirror and a man who had learned to rehearse fear until it sat real in his posture. Quirrell smelled of cloves and sweat and something that had been dead too long to be offended. "Aye," he said, stammer absent, eyes sharp. "Mr. Potter." Alone at last. Harry didn't smile. "You've been practicing," he said. Quirrell's mouth did an imitation of warmth. Masks have their uses, as do corridors, as do children who can't resist them. "Then make use of me," Harry said, "and stop admiring yourself in your borrowed courage." Quirrell flinched as if the insult had hit someone standing behind him. He tilted his head. "He thinks you're funny." Harry glanced at the mirror. It did not throw his face back so much as the idea of him, a boy with a stone in his pocket and a hand on a crown he did not intend to wear. He did not reach, he did not deny. He let the image sit. "Look," Quirrell said softly, and the softness was not his. "Tell me what you see." "A room trying to make me move by calling me names," Harry said. "A man about to make a very small request in a very important tone." Quirrell's lips thinned. "The stone," he said. "Give it to me." Harry did not put a hand in his pocket. He did not check whether the mirror had obliged him and tucked the philosopher's stone there as legend likes to do for boys who say the right thing. He said instead, "No." The air changed. Quirrell's shoulders rolled as if something inside him was stretching. "Polite," the new voice said through his mouth. The last boy was polite too. It didn't save his parents. Harry's pulse did not quicken. He had practiced not letting rooms tell it what to do. "Tom," he said, not loudly, not reverently, because names are tools, not sacraments. "You've chosen a poor front door." Quirrell's hand rose to the turban like a curtain. The cloth came away with a hiss. The back of his head was a wrong sort of face smeared, pale eyes like nails, mouth like a bad signature. "I'm not Tom," the mouth said. "I'm Lord Voldemort. You're a man who made a story because you were afraid to be small," Harry said. His voice was steady because he made it so. "You're a parasite who cut himself into pieces and called that immortality. You're here because the mirror only yields to someone who doesn't want the stone for its own sake. And you can't do that. You can't even pretend." The face on the back of Quirrell's skull smiled in an ugly way borrowed from a human who had once known how to. "And you can," it asked, almost curious. "I can refuse things," Harry said. "And I can be enough without a crown. Give me the stone," Voldemort said. The voice dropped to a suggestion. It tried to sail past the ears and live near the spine. "Think of the rooms you could own." Harry looked past Quirrell, past the mirror, past the little clockwork of violence that any duel would become if he allowed it. He let his vision sink to the bones under the castle, to the cold corridor, to the wrong that had waited like a pleasant habit. He tasted the hunger that was not Voldemort's and not the school's. He tasted Umbra without yet having the syllables, the appetite for fear, for a crowd. For the thunder that happens when people say his name all together and the sound becomes a stare, he made his choice. Consent. He whispered to himself, as if pulling a stitch tight. Causality. Cost. Quirrell lunged with a curse meant to turn blood to dust. Harry flicked his wrist, and the spell sank into the floor like rain into loam. Quirrell blinked, surprised in a way that offended him. He cast again. Harry patted it into the wall. The room sulked, the mirror watched. "You're nothing," Voldemort hissed, slipping farther forward in the meat. "A boy in a borrowed house." Harry put his palm against the air and asked. He did not summon fire or ice or any of the theatrical pretty cards magic enjoys in duels. He requested silence from the space between Quirrell's atoms. The old, neutral hush Minerva had taught him to use when people thought shouting was strategy. The world obliged. Sound dropped. Motion lagged. Quirrell's next curse arrived late, like a man missing a step in a familiar stairwell. Harry moved into that stutter and set his hand flat on Quirrell's chest. "Stop," he said, not to Quirrell, not to Voldemort, but to the bargain Quirrell's body had made with being a house. The flesh remembered a previous agreement: heart, blood, breath. It refused the new tenancy with belated, brutal courtesy. Quirrell's knees went first. He sagged like a coat being abandoned. The face on the back of his head writhed. "Fool," Voldemort spat in a voice that was no longer using lungs. "You can't kill what refuses to be body." "I don't intend to kill you," Harry said quietly. "I intend to deny you." He opened the door inside his hand that Minerva had warned him only to touch when the house was already burning. He reached with his will past spell work and into making, not unmaking, not destruction, the original grammar that turns storm to stone and back again without moralizing. He asked the world to recognize the peace that was riding Quirrell and to separate use from user. It obeyed because he asked correctly and because it was tired of being lied to. Heat rushed, then cold, then nothing that has a name. Quirrell's body, suddenly unrequested, collapsed onto the flagstones like laundry. The room filled with a taste like pennies and old grief. A thin, black suggestion peeled itself off the back of the skull. Not smoke, not soul, not anything that should exist in a school. The wrongness under the castle sang. Not loud, not happy, hungry. Harry felt the offer of the room slam into him. Not just this room, the whole school. Fear in corridors, awe in common rooms, relief like bells, dread like thunder. The word Voldemort moving between mouths like a storm front. The boy who lived again, the boy who killed. The boy, it happened the way a dam fails, not because it is weak, but because the river leaps at once. The power poured under his ribs with a rush that out, ran thought adulation, polished and too sweet terror, sharp and clean narrative, heavy as gold. His skin lit with thin violet shimmer, the flecks in his eyes argued themselves into brighter existence. The neutrality of the Caledonia magic did what it always promised. It did not judge, it fed. He had a breath to choose. He tried to say no and said not all instead, because he was 11 and human, and the rules he had made were not a shield against arithmetic this large. He braced. He opened just enough to keep the flood from shattering his bones. He drank the smallest possible river. Even that was too much. The black suggestion struck him. It meant to go through him and out. He refused passage without rage. He did not burn Quirrell to ash with love. He did not clutch morality like a rosary. He denied the idea of occupancy. The shard of a man who had named himself Lord recoiled with an attention that was almost admiration and then slipped. Thin. Cold. Through the cracks the school had not sealed it fled. Not destroyed. Dispersed. Harry stood in the center of the room breathing, as if he had come up from a long dive. The stone was in his pocket now, heavy, real, embarrassing. He ignored it. He looked down at Quirrell, whose body had become a thing with no verbs left. Cost, he said to the air, hoarse. It offered him more. The school at once wanted a king. He stepped back from the worship as if it were a cliff. He closed his hand around the red thread in his pocket and squeezed until the skin of his palm stung. He thought of Minerva's kitchen and the bruise a kettle leaves on your hand when you are careless. He thought of the Loch ignoring his hunger and teaching him to drink tea instead. He reduced, he diminished. He made himself less bright. The door opened on its own timetable. Dumbledore filled it like a man who has arrived late to a poem and will not ask for the beginning again. Minerva came behind him with her wand and her mouth set to useful. Snape slid along the wall as though becoming part of it. Flitwick popped in later, small and accurate. A few Aurors lingered in the hall, sensing a story and hoping to be furniture in it. Harry, Dumbledore said, and for once did not pretend he hadn't expected what he had expected. His eyes took in Quirrell, the mirror, the boy, the shimmer fading from skin, the way the air tasted like wrong having been named and not yet fixed. Are you hurt? No, Harry said, and in the truth was enough lie to be a problem later. Minerva's gaze clicked across the room like a survey body. Boy, mirror, stone she could not see but could smell like winter in his pocket. Explain, she said, not because she expected a real answer, but because the moment needed a word to organize itself around. Professor Quirrell wasn't alone, Harry said. He offered someone else his head. I said no. Snape's eyes cut to Dumbledore, like knives looking for something to be useful on. We placed an artifact of unlimited alchemical potential behind a series of obstacles designed to be solved by bright schoolchildren, and hoped the villain we anticipated would trip on logic, he said silkily. Dumbledore did not wince. I relied upon a mirror to measure intent, he said. It's an arrogant tool in an arrogant school. I apologize, Minerva. This isn't the place, she said softly, which meant it will be the place later. Flitwick had fetched his competence. Amidst a Potter, he squeaked in his elegant voice. Did you cast the stunning, bind the essence? The air is untidy. I asked the room to stop being a house for what wasn't part of it, Harry said. Snape looked more closely at Harry's face. Something like calculation sat down in his chair and opened a notebook. You didn't enjoy it, he said, surprised into honesty. No, Harry said. I enjoyed surviving. Minerva read more than the sentence permitted itself. Her mouth thinned. He needs the hospital wing, she said crisply. Not for glamour, the ordinary sort. She looked at Dumbledore, using his title like a scalpel. Albus. Of course, Dumbledore said. He moved toward Harry with a slowness that meant I am not the person you have to fear, and I am. But not today. He lifted a hand and then lowered it without touching. Walk with me, he said. Harry went. The stone sat in his pocket like a decision he had not finished making. The corridors outside the chamber hummed with narrative. He did not drink them. He pressed 2 fingers inside his robe against the red thread again and wished for Minerva's kitchen's small noises. They walked through halls that had already begun to rehearse the versions of the story. They would prefer the boy found the stone and gave it to Dumbledore. The boy defeated a Dark Lord with fire that tasted like love. The boy discovered himself. None were wrong. All were lies of selection. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey scolded in the tone that saves lives by pretending to be annoyed with them. She put Harry to bed with a cup that tasted like nettles and scold. She ran a wand along his ribs and frowned at the way the reading jittered. What did you eat? She demanded. Applause, he said before he could stop the accuracy. She narrowed her eyes. You're funnier than is good for your pulse. Sleep. If you get up, I'll assign you 3 days of bedpans. Yes, ma'am, Harry said, contrite as a fox. When she turned to argue with Dumbledore in a whisper, Minerva slid into the chair by his bed. She said nothing. Silence with her was never empty. Are you angry? He asked finally, because he preferred the shape of truth when he had to drink it. Yes, she said, and the word was a stone set carefully on a wall. At Albus. At myself. At a school that was never designed for neutral weather. And at me, he asked, small in the way one must be if one wants to hear the answer. At you, she said after a beat, because lying now would be cruel later. Because you didn't call for help. Because you nearly drowned and she stopped. Because you didn't drown at all. Harry swallowed. I tried to be small, he said. It didn't fit. I know, she said. Her eyes softened and did not let him take anything from them. I'm angrier at the world than I'm at you. He lay back. The cup on his table steamed like a sensible cloud. He closed his eyes and felt the thin, bright electric dancing still under his skin, the residue of what he had poured into himself. It made thinking dangerous and feeling expensive. It made the room feel like a blunt instrument he could wield. He did not like it. He liked that he did not like it less than he wanted. Cost. He whispered. Yes, she said. You owe the world for what you took, even if the world shoved it into your hands. He turned his head. How do I pay? Small, she said, again and again. You'll hate it. That's how you'll know you're on schedule. He laughed, one scrape of breath. Schedules. Sleep, she said. He slept. His dreams were shards and tides, and a woman laughing in a hollow room, a shadow that learned his outline by taste, a stone that wanted to be a promise and would become a problem. He woke to morning and porridge, and the news that the philosopher's stone would be removed from the world and melted into abstraction by its maker, because Dumbledore had convinced a man older than administrations to mistrust his own cleverness. Dumbledore came to his bed with a face like a church promising not to sermonize. Nicholas agrees, he said. The stone won't tempt anyone else. It will tempt everyone differently, Harry said. Just not with gold. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Possibly. Nevertheless. They looked at each other across the particular chasm that exists between a boy who has just discovered how heavy attention is and a man who has carried that weight so long he sometimes mistakes it for a spine, Dumbledore said, apologizing in 4 words that sounded like none. I'll try to be gracious, Harry said. And small, Dumbledore added, borrowing Minerva's word and paying for it with a look that meant please. Until it stops being safe, Harry said. Dumbledore inclined his head. I won't pretend that day won't come. Snape arrived after Dumbledore left, as if staging his entries for maximum contrast. He stood, arms folded, examining Harry like a potion at a simmer. You aren't insufferable, he said at last. You're merely intolerable. Is that better? Harry asked. It's different, Snape said. He angled his head. How did it feel? Harry could have lied. He did not, because Snape's question had not been a trap. Like the whole school was a bell, and someone put the sound under my tongue. Snape's eyes did the thing they did when he decided to revise a theory and keep it to himself. Don't ring it for yourself, he said very quietly. Harry nodded. I made rules. Snape sniffed. Children make rules the way birds make nests. They're impressed with their architecture. Keep them anyway. He turned, paused. Good work, he said to the doorway, and fled before either of them could survive the sentiment. Hermione and Ron came before lunch with contraband biscuits and gossip cut into sensible slices. "You killed a professor," Ron said, awed and dismayed, in love with the headline, unhappy about the content. "I denied a tenant his lease," Harry said. "The metaphor won't make the profit." Hermione looked at the cup, then at Harry, then at the air in an interestingly Minerva way. "You look different," she said, not quite approving. "I'm still me," he said. "You're still you," she corrected, pointed. "Me is a pronoun. You is a project. Don't make us manage it alone." He smiled. It was not performative. "Help me with the alone part," he said. "I'll try to keep the project part from eating the room." Ron produced his chess knight, set it on the table as if posting a guard. The knight swore at Madame Pomfrey's back in case anyone had forgotten who he was. Hermione shoved the biscuits into Harry's hands and told him to chew properly, because dignity can coexist with crumbs if trained. Minerva came again that evening and said nothing. Silence again, the good kind. He drank tea. She watched him not drink the room. The next morning, he was released with cautions about bedpans he would have respected regardless. He walked to breakfast through corridors that wanted to be theatre and let them be furniture. He sat. The hall looked at him. He let it. He did not collect the gaze. Dumbledore spoke briefly because he had learned. "Was safe," he said, and the room was relieved to be told it was allowed to be. "Bravery is messy. Clean up after yourselves." Gryffindor roared. Slytherin watched. Hufflepuff stacked plates for their friends as a tactic. Ravenclaw took notes on how to write the day cleanly. Harry ate toast and did not taste iron. Inside himself, the shimmer still ran, less now, but present, like a healed bone that aches when it rains. He could call the flood again if he wanted. He would not. He would be tempted. He would say no, and sometimes not all, and sometimes he would be tired enough to say just this once. He would pay. He looked up at the high table. Dumbledore met his gaze and did not try to live in it. Minerva did not look. Snape looked and then did not. Flitwick waved his fork conspiratorially. Sprout smiled from inside mud. Hagrid lifted a hand to his heart because it seemed sensible. Harry swallowed the last of the toast. He said cost without moving his mouth. He said small and then soon, because he knew small would not always be an option. That afternoon, alone in the library aisle that smelled of old iron, he found the Wisengamot proceedings again. He let them remain close to the less strange pages. Instead, he opened to an obscure case about the definition of harm, and read until the room forgot him. At the end of the column, in the margin, someone had written in a careful, old-fashioned hand power does not corrupt. Hunger does. He traced the words without touching them. That night, the cold corridor under the castle hummed less. The wrongness had fed and fled, and would return stronger. In a prison over the sea, a woman laughed in her sleep. In the Forbidden Forest, something that had watched a boy deny a king shifted its weight and decided to wait for better weather. Harry slept with the window cracked so he could hear the aisles. He dreamed of the valley and the lock and Minerva's kitchen, and a kettle you can burn your hand on if you are unwise. He dreamed of a city of applause lying just over a hill. He did not walk there. In the morning he rose. He went to Transfiguration. He turned a box into a bird and back into a box and apologized properly. He did not repeat the bird for the applause. He caught Draco's eye in the corridor. The boy tipped his head, curious and irritated and more honest than last week. Daphne watched him watch himself and took more notes. Hermione harried him about homework. Ron made him laugh. Snape ignored him and therefore saw him. Dumbledore sent no owls. Minerva gave him an assignment that involved sewing. The castle story adjusted to include a boy who had not burned a professor with love, not raised a wand to the sky, not delivered a monologue, a boy who had said no and then fallen asleep. It tried to decide whether that was enough drama. It would, in time, find ways to make it so. Inside himself, where the river had risen and left silt behind, Harry began to build banks. He would fail often. He would try anyway. He would walk past the third-floor corridor, still roped, and hear the stones remembering a small, good hush. He would nod to them like neighbors. The false king had been denied the body he had borrowed. The shadow he had shaken loose learned a new way to eat. The school sighed. The world tilted a degree. In the chair by the fire that night, Harry wrote to the valley. He came. I said no. The room tried to feed me. I took less than I wanted. I owe much. I am keeping track. The morning after the mirror, Hogwarts woke up generous and loud. Candles leaned in. Portraits rehearsed reactions. Owls dropped congratulations the way summer trees shed chaff. The castle's hum, that old organ note, had picked up a new overtone, something like applause laid over stone. Harry didn't feel triumphant. He felt organized. The flood he'd let in last night had burned off like fog under a too bright noon, leaving everything too defined. Food tasted like its ingredient lists. Laughter sounded as if it had been tuned by a fussy violinist. His skin fizzed occasionally, a thin electric underneath, as if his veins were still arguing about whether adoration counted as a nutrient. He put on his tie carefully and made it straight by hand, not magic. He opened his dormitory window, let the November air put its teeth in his face, and whispered the rules like floss, consent, causality, cost. Down in the common room, Ron was pacing in a circle like a lion who had been told to cue. They say the troll was one thing, but this Quirrell, blimey. He stopped and inhaled a sentence. You all right? I'm bored, Harry said, which was honest and worrying. We've Transfiguration at 9. Only you could defeat a Dark Lord and then worry about turning matchsticks into sewing. Seamus muttered, equal parts admiration and alarm. Hermione appeared with a stack of parchment and a look that could shush architecture. If you don't want to be devoured alive by gossip, you'll move now, she advised. The corridors are sticky. They moved. The corridors were sticky eyes, whispers, small flurries of look, Potter, did you hear? The air patted him as he passed. He did not drink it. He did not run away from it either. He smiled in the train. Human way Minerva had drilled polite, brief, unchanged by the room's temperature. At breakfast, Dumbledore stood before anyone could begin a speech on his behalf. The stone is gone, he said, voice cool and contained, like water in a proper jug. It will be unmade by its creator. Professor Quirrell is no longer with us. He didn't trouble the room with euphemisms. Hogwarts is safe. We'll take care not to confuse relief with recklessness. He sat. The hall, disappointed not to be invited into hysteria, settled for admiration. It poured toward Harry again, a tide he could walk on if he chose. He placed his hands flat on the table. He did not choose. Beside him, Hermione murmured, You're very calm. I'm very scheduled, he said. Panic can book a time. Across the room at the Slytherin table, Draco watched with a look that wasn't envy and wasn't contempt. It was calculation without malice. A boy counting the weight of a room to see what kind of fulcrum it required. Daphne Greengrass didn't watch Harry so much as the space around him. Where admiration pooled, where fear shadowed, where indifference hardened. She stored what she saw where careful girls keep knives, out of sight hond. Minerva came down the aisle with her tea like a marshal carrying colors. She didn't look at him. He felt seen anyway. By mid-morning, the owls began in earnest. Stacks of profit extras, glossy magazines that existed to be glossy, letters in handwriting that had never seen a day of real labor. He received one heavy vellum missive addressed in slanted, expensive green. Hermione caught his glance and made the tiniest shake of her head. Not here. Later. In Transfiguration, Minerva gave them teacups and turned them into turtles and back again. This isn't a parlor trick, she said mildly when a Hufflepuff squealed at her china becoming a shell with feet. It's a promise. Things that change must be allowed to remember what they were. When she passed Harry's desk, she didn't pause. She did say, without looking at him, "A promise is owed." Which might have been about cups and might not. He turned the turtle back into a cup. It felt the way correct does when you don't need to check it. After class, he lingered. She let the room empty and then spoke first, which wasn't her habit. "Tell me what you did in that chamber," Minerva said. "Told a parasite that the house was closed?" He said, truthful and insufficient. Her eyes flicked to his, and the flecks he'd earned yesterday glimmered back at her like pins in cloth. And then I said no to a room that wanted a king," he said, mostly, she repeated, letting the echo slice. "How much?" "The least," he said. "Enough not to break." "Who taught you to use necessity like a full stop?" she asked softly. "You did," he said, because she had and because she needed to hear how it sounded. A long breath. "You felt the hunger?" "Yes." "And you fed it," she said without scorn. "I kept it from flooding the corridor," he countered. "If the dam had gone, you would have fished first years out with nets." "That isn't false," Minerva allowed. "It's also not comforting." He looked at the grain in her desk, at the tiny nicks from decades of wands and adolescent insistence. "I can't unfeel it," he said. "It's quiet now, but it wants a reason." "And you," she said, "steel wrapped in linen, won't give it one." "I won't," he said, meaning to mean it. "When you're bored, I'll sue." Her mouth betrayed a twitch. It didn't save him from the next question. "Did you call for help?" "No," he said. "I didn't have time." "That's rarely true," she murmured. He didn't argue. He said instead, "There's something else." She waited. "Dumbledore kept a weapon in a school," he said. "Wrapped it in riddles. Hoped the right boy would arrive first." "That isn't how he would phrase it," Minerva said. "I know," Harry replied. "He would call it a test of intent. He would call it trust. And it worked. We're alive. I'm not interested in the hymn. I'm interested in the math." "The math is ugly," Minerva said, "and public math uglier." He nodded. "I'm going to write a letter." "To whom?" "To the families," he said, not to accuse him, to say we deserve better problems. He watched vexation and reluctant approval fight for space on her face. Approval lost, as it often did with her. "Choose your verbs carefully," she said. "You can either ask for better or demand it. One will be heard, the other will be defended against. And if I mean to demand, then be ready to pay," she said. "In friends, in teachers, in peace. He said, and was surprised to find he meant that too. "That's the first lie you've ever told me that frightened me," Minerva said, calm as winter. "Don't make a habit of it." He flinched more at habit than lie. "I won't," he said, and that one he made true. "Go to lunch," she said. "Don't let the school replace food with your name." He went. He chewed properly. It did not fix anything, it prevented errors. By afternoon, the prophet had switched from breathless to earnest. Sat above a column that asked, with the outrage of parents who purchased acceptable danger. Why was a lethal artifact in a school? Rita Skeeter's byline glistened. Hermione made a face like she'd swallowed a lemon zest whole. "She'll make up quotes and call it color." Hermione warned. "She doesn't need me today," Harry said. "She can cannibalize yesterday's adjectives." He didn't give her an interview. He wrote his letter instead and carried it up to the owlery himself. Hermione and Ron trudging with him, arguing over commas as if they were the merit of brooms. "What's your point, really?" Ron asked, scrubbing at a line as if ink stains counted as courage. "That Dumbledore's a fool. That we're lucky you're not." "Neither," Harry said. "That we shouldn't need to be lucky." Hermione took the parchment, read it 3 more times, and finally nodded. "It's sharp," she said, "and fair. He'll hate it, and so will the governors, and it will work a little." "Good," Harry said. He sent 3 copies, one to Barnabas Cuff at the Prophet, one to Madame Bones at the DML East. Hermione insisted on the courtesy titled, and one to the Board of Governors with no specific addressee, because Lucius Malfoy had eyes everywhere and would see it regardless. He could feel the consequences moving toward him already, not as dread but as attention, parents tuning in, governors sharpening knives, students choosing sides because picking colors is easier than reading the text. The river under his ribs stirred at the scent of a coming storm. He pressed his hand to the stone window frame and counted to 30, letting the castle's old, cold bleed the sweetness out of the hunger. "Tea," Hermione said, as if summoning a patroness. "We're having some." "Yes," Harry said, obedient and grateful. The letter ran the next morning in full uncut. Cuffy must have made an editorial decision to let it speak without Skeeter's sugar. The headline was refreshingly boring, a student's perspective on risk. Below, Harry's careful paragraphs, "We attend Hogwarts to learn, not to be brave as an extracurricular. I am grateful to be alive. I am not grateful that my life or anyone else's was redeemed by clever riddles. The Board of Governors and the Headmaster owe us audits, not adjectives. Please build safety like you build wards, deliberately, invisibly, uninterested in applause." It wasn't poetry. It didn't try to be. "The owl from Amelia Bones arrived by lunch. All bones of courtesy, Mr. Potter. Your letter was bracing. Please know that an inquiry has been opened. You have earned an adult's answer. When I have one, I will send it. Until then, survive your classes. They are more dangerous than politics." A. Bones Ron whistled low. "You've got the head of law on a string." "I've her attention," Harry said. "I'll pay for it later. Everything's debt with you." Ron grumbled, not disapproving. "Yes," Harry said. "That's the point." The Board of Governors moved faster than laws. By dinner, rumors threaded the hall like ivy. Emergency session. Governors in the antechamber. Malfoy livid. Marchbanks resigned. Someone saw Dumbledore's phoenix and it looked cross. Draco slid into the seat opposite Harry without asking. Eyes bright the way aristocratic boys' eyes get when a game is finally interesting. "Feather says you've a talent for finding levers." He drawled, delighted. "Your father sees levers even when the room is around." Harry said. "Don't flatter him," Draco replied, amused. "He prefers compliments to be paid in policy." "I prefer safety to be boring," Harry said, "and adult." Draco tilted his head, dangerously close to impressed. "You're not calling for Dumbledore's head." "No," Harry said. "I'm calling for his hands to be watched." Strategic, Draco allowed. Less blood. More power. Daphne joined them without ceremony, set down her goblet as if placing a seal on an agreement, and said, "If you want this to be useful and not merely theatrical, you'll avoid the word reckless and use negligent in any future comments. Reckless can be forgiven. Negligent implies duty breached. It opens purses and closes doors." Harry met her gaze. "Help me not waste this," he said simply. Her mouth curved minutely. "You're already very expensive," she said. "But all right." That night the board convened. Harry didn't try to watch. He wasn't invited. And barging in would feed the wrong appetite. He went to the library with Hermione and Ron and, instead of lurking near the law shelves, helped Neville not murder a plant in a book. When they came back up, Dumbledore was waiting outside the portrait hole, hands folded, expression not benign, attentive. Minerva stood 3 paces away in a line of shadow like a witness and, if necessary, a blade. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "walk." The corridor they chose had no portraits. It had one window and a strip of moon. "You wrote a good letter," Dumbledore began, tone so even you could measure flour on it. "It asked for the thing the school promises and fails to deliver, safety without performance." "I didn't write it to be good," Harry said. "I wrote it so you'd have to count." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Counting is my favorite sin." "You put a stone behind children," Harry said, his voice steady because he made it so. "You designed a test that could be sat by a clever first year." "I designed a test to be sat by a man I imagined," Dumbledore said. "That's the more damning sentence. Imagining the right boy is how we build altars," Harry replied. "And then we clap when the right boy doesn't die on them." He could feel how this conversation would play if he let it, how the school would turn it into a scene, how the air would thrum. Young hero Chastice's old general, and how the river inside him would rejoice. He stood deliberately in the most boring patch of moonlight he could find. "You're angry," Dumbledore said calmly. "I'm unwilling," Harry said. "It isn't the same thing." "I'll speak to the board," Dumbledore said. "We'll build audits. We'll build ugly safety. We'll lose money and sleep." "There will be another headline," Harry said. "It will say boy demands accountability, as if accountability were dessert." "Perhaps you should take the interview," Dumbledore suggested, and there it was, an invitation to a platform and a pedestal and a flood. "No," Harry said immediately. "I'll write and leave the stage to people who like stages." "You're very young to be so suspicious of story," Dumbledore murmured. "I'm very young to have to be," Harry said back. Silence spilled and settled. Dumbledore looked up at the moon, as if petitioning something that never writes back. "You'll make enemies," he said finally. "I'm collecting better ones," Harry said. Dumbledore huffed something like a laugh. "Minerva says you sue when you're restless." "Badly," Harry said. "Good," Dumbledore said. "You men who sue remember that holes are part of cloth." He left him there. Minerva stepped out of shadow the way mountains step into morning. "You didn't drink it," she said. "I wanted to," he said. "I know." They stood in the corridor like 2 people rehearsing for a play neither wanted to star in. Finally, Minerva said, "What will you do with all this attention if you begin to enjoy it?" "Pay for it," he said, "one receipt at a time. And when you discover there aren't enough receipts in the world to balance you." He swallowed. "Then I'll ask you to tell me no," he said, which was both courageous and a coward's gambit. "I already do," she said, "and you aren't listening as carefully as you think." He didn't argue. "I'm tired," he said. It was true in 3 separate ways. "Good," she said. "Sleep tired is honest. It doesn't let lies in through the door. The inquiry turned Hogwarts into a parliament. Letters from parents arrived in daily clouds. Some were grateful. Some were furious. Some were the dangerous kind, praising him as if praise were a wand. He kept those. He read them. He practiced saying no to how they made him feel. At meals, whispers got teeth. He's showing off. He's right. He thinks he's better than Dumbledore. He saved us. He's dangerous. He's useful. He's a child. He's a weapon. Daphne took to sitting near him at least once a day, their conversations crisp and productive. You must stop letting the twins use you as a banner, she advised when Gryffindor's irrepressibles threatened to turn the letter into a chant. It cheapens the currency. Harry peered at Fred and George standing on a bench, leading audit, audit, audit to the tune of a drinking song. They don't accept central bank policy, he said. They accept mischief policy. Daphne countered. Tell them to bottle it and sell it. 10% should go to the Hufflepuff bursary. That's shockingly humane, Harry said. Nothing survives if the bottom collapses. Daphne replied, Don't write it down, it'll ruin my reputation. Draco floated in, and out equal parts rival friend Mirror. Feather says Dumbledore is wobbling. He reported one afternoon, amused and a little odd. He also says to tell you not to overplay your hand. I don't have a hand, Harry said. I wrote a letter. Everyone has a hand, Draco said. Some people refuse to look at it until the game's half over. What does your father want? Harry asked. A headmaster who needs favors, Draco said. He'll get one. Or he'll pretend to and buy the rest at cost. Harry smiled without teeth. And what do you want? A school that doesn't make me a villain or a punchline? Draco said, for once too quick for his mask. He flushed, annoyed with himself. I want Quidditch back on schedule. That I can help with, Harry said dryly. Hermione watched all of it unfold, with the kind of worried love people use when they finally admit they're invested. This is making you quiet, she accused one evening in the library. It's making me precise. Harry corrected. There's less room for waste. You're 11, she said, and then, furious with herself, we're 11. He looked at her, grateful and loathing the gratitude. We won't be for long, he said. Don't practice losing it. She snapped. I'm practicing not losing you first, he said, and she pressed her lips together, because that was a cheat and the right answer both. 2 weeks into the inquiry, Hogwarts held a community forum in the Great Hall, the kind of performative listening institutions like to attempt when letters become statistics. Dumbledore sat at the high table with the governors. Professors ranged behind in their best robes. Students were invited to air concerns. Parchment with questions had been collected for a week and magically shuffled to appear random. Harry hadn't planned to speak. He decided not to feed the room. But the first 2 questions were about corridor patrol schedules and whether prefects should carry whistles, and he felt the tilt, the way big questions get suffocated under pillows. He stood up. He didn't mount a bench. He didn't spark the candles. He didn't use a sonorous charm. He simply raised his hand the way quiet kids do when they mean to be listened to anyway. Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick called, encouraging without turning it into an introduction. I've a question about design, Harry said. Not about patrols. About the idea that kept a lethal artifact in a school and asked us to trust that the right riddles would save us. He kept his tone conversational, almost bored. It kept the river from leaping. I'd like to stop trying to be lucky. A ripple, part approval, part irritation. Partha he goes moved through the hall. Dumbledore nodded once, not patronizing. We'll design differently, he said. He didn't apologize again, he didn't sermonize. We'll publish that design. We'll be unromantic. Harry could have pressed. He could have cut. He did not. He sat. The flood came anyway, relief, a little awe, a taste of there. He said it for us, and he let it slide along his skin as wind slides along a lake. He knew it was there. He did not open. Minerva didn't look at him. She looked at the governors. Lucius Malfoy held his cane like a well-contained smirk. Augusta Longbottom's hat made its own weather. Madame Marchbanks had indeed resigned. A new witch with a pastry's kindness, and a banker's eyes took notes remorselessly. After, in the corridor, parents collected their children with fussy affection and incidental interrogation. Harry kept walking. He didn't want to be a photograph. He didn't make it far. A Mr. Potter. The voice was clear as a bell rung in a snowstorm. Amelia Bones had a posture that made one stand to attention. She was not tall, she was not grand, she was orthodox about reality. "Thank you for your letter," she said, "and for your restraint." "I'm rationing," Harry said, half joke, half confession. "Keep it up," she said. "The country prefers leaders who don't tremble at their own reflection." "I'm 11, he said, a little desperate. "Good," she said. "Then you still know when you're tired. Tired men are dangerous when they forget." She looked past him toward Dumbledore. "He will correct. He's at his best when someone else makes him angry for the right reason. And if he doesn't?" Harry asked. "Then the law will put braces on the school's teeth," she said dry. "The law is ugly. It works." She left him with that, and with the odd sensation of being scolded correctly. That night, the Prophet ran a second editorial with the kind of headline editors think makes them brave. "Boy who lived calls for accountability. Ministry to audit Hogwarts safeguards." The article used too many adverbs. It hinted nastily that Dumbledore had a habit of trusting fate. It quoted anonymous governors with anonymous spines. It almost suggested that Harry was cleverer than the headmaster. Harry folded the paper and said nothing. Ron exploded. "You're cleverer than he's about some things. You've got fewer years of noble nonsense." Hermione kicked Ron's ankle under the table. "Shut up," she whispered. That's not a sentence that ends well." Harry stared at the sugar bowl until it looked away. He said, "I'm not interested in being cleverer than my headmaster. I'm interested in not being bait." "You're a headline," Hermione said. "They'll make you bait even if you don't leave your dormitory." "Then I'll make them bored," Harry said. For 3 days he went to class, answered correctly, refused to glow. He helped Neville repot a fussy mandrake adjacent, something with opinions about dirt pH. He lost at chess on purpose once and on accident once. He practiced the spellwork equivalent of sewing small, dull corrections that take as much skill as drama and draw less blood. The river sulked. It wanted a story. He drank tea. On the 4th night after the forum, Minerva asked him to the office, shut the door, sealed it tightly, and did not sit. "We're going to have an unpleasant conversation," she said. "I won't be gentle." "Understood," he said, which was brave and also the mistake he always made with her, thinking understanding was salve. "You lied to me," she said. "No preamble, no other bread around the meat. On the first morning, when I asked how much you took, I said, 'The least,'" he replied, choosing the words like marbles, heavy and round. "You said it as if least meant acceptable," Minerva said. "It doesn't. It means you found your size and liked it." He winced. She advanced. "You're taking from rooms without asking," she said. "Not all the time. Not even often. Enough." He opened his mouth. She lifted a hand. "Don't use necessity. Don't use flood. Don't use damn." He closed his mouth. He looked down at his hands, which were clean, human, empty. "It's hard to tell the difference between offered and available when I'm tired," he said finally. "Then don't be tired when you're in public," she said. "And if you'll get out." "I'm 11. He said, a plea and a protest and a joke that hated itself. "I know," she said. And the world doesn't care. This isn't fair, it's true. He stared at her. I'm trying. She said, and the mercy of it almost undid him. You're also getting good at being seen trying. I'm not interested in the theater of effort. I'm interested in whether you're building a taste for needing the room. He swallowed. It feels clean, he said, ashamed of the honesty. Like drinking cold water. It's a drug, she said, compassionless. Beautiful drugs exist. They also kill without being cruel. He flinched, small silence. He took a breath that made the room warmer. I'll do better, he said. You'll do differently, she corrected. You'll cancel 2 habits you've developed in the last week. You'll stop lingering in doorways, so people have time to see you come in. And you'll stop standing up in a room full of people if your point can be made sitting. His ears burned. He had not noticed he was doing those. He was. And you'll stop writing in the second person, she added, cutting him to the quick he deserved to bleed. Letters that say you owe us are useful once. After that, they're ammunition for everyone who wants to believe you think you're the only version of we that counts. He nodded, scorched and grateful. Last, she said. You'll tell me the next time you intend to make the room feel anything. He looked up, startled. I haven't. He stopped. He had planned a small, somber gathering after dinner, the following night, candles for the dead who weren't dead. A moment of silence. The kind of communal choreography that assures a school it is a community. He had told himself it was for them. It also would have fed him cleanly. Minerva saw it land on his face. She inclined her head a fraction. Don't, she said. He took the plan and broke it in half without flinching. He did not pretend it hadn't felt elegant. All right, he said. You may mourn privately, she said more gently. You may sue in public. He nearly laughed and then didn't. I hate suing. That's why it will save you, she said. Something uncoiled in his chest, not the river, not hunger, something older and more ordinary, disappointed and relieved at once. I'm angry, he said quietly, at you, for being right. Good, she said. Let it burn you where you can see. They were quiet a minute, the kind of quiet furniture likes. Then Minerva said, I'm going to ask you one more question. It won't be fair. He braced. When you denied the parasite, did you kill Quirrell or let him die? She asked, you voice flat and absolute. He flinched like a struck match. He remembered the feel of asking a body to keep its original contract. He remembered the slow remission of verbs. I told his blood to remember what it was for, he said. He couldn't. I didn't kill. I didn't save. The world will ask you that 1,000 times in 10,000 rooms. Minerva said, practice your answer until it doesn't shame you. It will always shame me, he said, and discovered that was less awful than he'd expected. Good, she said. You'll be busy then. He let out a ragged breath and, for once, asked for comfort like a boy who didn't need to have earned it. You tell me something I can do that isn't complicated, he said. Write to Hagrid, Minerva said promptly. He worries in large, edible shapes. Tell him you're still eating mushrooms. And mend the sleeve of your robe. You've been ignoring that tear for 3 days. He looked at his cuff and, absurdly, felt better. Yes, Professor. Minerva, she corrected just this once. Minerva, he said, because he needed the vowel. Go, she said, and be boring on purpose. The next week tried very hard to make him interesting again. The prophet pushed. Governors whispered. Someone, Lucius or a cousin or a house, elf with an agenda, leaked that the mirror had been Dumbledore's invention. Old man plays with toys, students pay tickets. One disreputable rag crowed. Harry didn't bite. He cancelled his candle plan and wrote Hagrid, who sent back a letter with 3 pressed leaves and a spelling error that made Hermione laugh until she hiccuped. He mended his sleeve. He taught Seamus a charm that softened just the edge of a flame. He helped Neville hide a smuggled hedgehog from Filch with a gentle misdirection that used no magic at all. He also failed. Twice he felt the wave rise and opened his mouth to drink. Once in the corridor, when a group of second years spotted him and began whispering about wands and courage as if stories were sugar. Once at lunch, when a toast started at Ravenclaw table and rolled like a brush fire. He took a sip before he closed the door. It was so clean. He wrote it down, nightly now. He wrote a ledger on a scrap of brown paper took. Didn't take, almost didn't want, and paid for each theft with something that matched its weight. Carrying someone's books, listening to someone's grandfather's story twice, helping a Slytherin first year reader a charm he'd botched so he didn't have to ask his mates. It didn't zero out. It made noise less like a temptation and more like weather. In defense, subbed by Professor Flitwick for a still, vacant post, they covered the ethics of the disarming charm. When is it insufficient? He asked the class. When is it elegant? It led to a real argument. Hermione's principled insistence that non-lethal force must be norm. Draco's cool, correct insistence that norms break when your opponent doesn't honor them. Harry's odd, neutral sentence. The goal isn't to keep your hands clean. It's to keep the room from getting worse. After, in the aisle of books about ancient conflicts, Daphne spoke without turning. You're designing yourself, she said, on purpose. It's impressive. It's necessary, he said. It will ruin your sleep, she said. It already has, he said. She nodded. Good, she said, and left before he could ask what exactly she meant by good. At the end of November, the board issued its report, a dense, humorless document that Hermione read like a bedtime story, and Ron used to prop up a wobbly table. It contained the things inquiries put in when there's serious audits, redundancies, authority realignments. Wards would be rebuilt by teams who didn't like Dumbledore and did like clocks. The school's habit of trust would be converted into policies. It was insufficient. It was as much as institutions can be from the outside. It would help. Harry read it, nodded, folded it, and wrote another letter, not to the paper and not to the board, to the parents again, privately, quietly. Thank you for insisting on ordinary safety. Please keep insisting. Do not let our survival be used as evidence that the system works. It worked this time because we were lucky and because someone else failed to be relentless. He did not sign it, the boy who lived. He didn't sign it, Harry Potter, either. Just H. He slept afterward. Really slept, for the first time since the mirror. And in the morning woke with the memory of Minerva's hand on his shoulder and Hagrid saying, "Good lad," and Hermione rolling her eyes with affection, and Ron asking if he could borrow 10 sickles until never. He put on his tie. He straightened it by hand. He went down to breakfast. The hall looked at him. He looked back at his eggs. He felt the river under his ribs like a dog that had remembered how to heel. Draco slid onto the bench as if he had paid for the right to sit with the enemy. "Feather says you've made yourself a nuisance," he announced, delighted. "Tell your father I'm working on being a habit," Harry said. "Habits are harder to remove than nuisances." Daphne observed, appearing as if a footnote had grown legs. "Exactly," Harry said, and for the first time since the chamber, he smiled in a way that wasn't an assignment. From the high table, Dumbledore watched him and did not twinkle. He ate porridge with the focused dignity of a man who had finally been reminded that breakfast is a sacrament. Minerva corrected a Ravenclaw's posture with a look, and then allowed herself half a sip of tea that tasted. To Harry across the room, like mercy granted in installments. Classes resumed their correct tyranny. Essays were due, ink-stained. The castle's hum quieted to its familiar key. The chill of victory didn't thaw. It settled. It taught. Harry made a list in his head as he walked to Charms. No altars, no stages, no doorways, no standing ovations. Yes sewing, yes tea, yes homework, yes friends. "Hey," Ron said, jogging to catch up. "You think we'll get snow for the match?" "Probably," Harry said. "Bring gloves." "Already mended mine," Ron said proudly, flexing a repaired cuff. Harry laughed, couldn't help it. He pressed the laugh down where it belonged, not up where rooms could eat it. He held the rules tight, then loose, like you do when you've learned that knots are only useful if they can be untied, and when the corridor's old cold breathed once in warning. The way stone does when a storm beyond the horizon changes its mind. He did not stop, and he did not hurry. He walked. He made himself ordinary on purpose. He allowed the castle to forget his name for the space between two classes. He didn't end the day with a speech or a headline or a vow. He ended it with parchment under his palm, a quill that needed sharpening, and the nuisance and the habit of being a boy in a school that was finally learning to be a school. November settled into Hogwarts the way old wool settles over shoulders. Warm, scratchy, familiar if you don't think about the months. The inquiry had turned from spectacle to paperwork. Patrols changed, locks tutted to themselves and stiffened their spines. The press found a new outrage. The hum under the stones returned to its long note, but Harry could still hear the quick, secret drum beneath it, the heartbeat of attention. He woke to it now, a faint fizz beneath the ribs, as if his blood had learned a song and resented silence. Minerva's rules sat where they always sat: consent, causality, cost. But the hunger had become curious and industrious. It wanted projects. He gave it homework. Don't let work become a euphemism for feeding. Minerva had said when he'd admitted as much. She said it the way one sharpens shears without romance, interested only in edges. "I'm making lists," he'd told her. "Lists become altars," she'd replied. "Watch yourself." He watched. He also moved. Rooms were safer when you did something in them. My Ginny adoration with borders. The owl was small and prickly, and seemed displeased to be delivering anything. It glared at him through the breakfast steam, as if daring him to roll the parchment closed again. The wax seal was a daisy drawn in clumsy green. Inside, dear Harry Potter. "My mum says I'm not to bother you, but she also says, write your heroes while they are still alive, because heroes go, and my brother, so you like letters that don't ask for anything. For anything except please win the match. Because Ron's Seeker. Ron says you are Seeker who will die if you don't, and I don't want him to die. And I don't want him to die because he is my brother. I am Ginny Weasley. P.S. I am not at Hogwarts yet, but I read ahead. P.P.S. I liked your letter to the paper. P.P.P.S. I drew a cat. The cat was a cat if you knew it wanted to be one." "Gryffindor's tiny storm," Hermione said fondly. Reading over his shoulder with the permission he'd learned to give her without making it a rule. "You should write back." "Because you like proper correspondence," Harry teased. "Because I like boundaries," she corrected. "And because she's a child who told the truth on purpose. That deserves a reply." He wrote carefully. He did not sign anything he wasn't prepared to keep. "You dear Ginny, thank you for not asking for anything. It makes it easier to write you a proper answer. If Ron says I'm Seeker, he is probably right. He is wrong about his own death. Do not permit him to dramatize you. I will fly as if people I like are watching. I will not fly as if I want to be famous. Those look similar to crowds and very different to brooms. Read ahead. Reading is a shortcut that doesn't break anything. Your cat is excellent. H. He folded the letter and tapped the parchment once to smear any sentiment into grammar. When the owl left, Hermione's mouth had gone soft. "That was kind," she said, "without being—" "Feeding," he supplied. "Yes," she said. "That. Later, under the beech by the lake." Ron flopped down with the graceless dignity of boys who have been told to sit and don't know how. "Mum says Ginny's writing everybody," he said, not disapproving, just resigned. "You shouldn't, encourage her," Harry finished. "Encourage anyone," Ron said, then apologized with his eyebrows. "You know what I mean." "I do," Harry said. "I'll send her the rules." "What rules?" Ron asked, suspicious of any set he hadn't inherited from a sibling. "That I'm not a poster. That she doesn't owe me applause. That if she wants to look at me, she has to look at who you two are at the same time," Harry said. Ron blinked. "That's not how posters work." "Exactly." He sent the rules as promised, written in the same plain ink as his earlier letter. Ginny replied with 3 sentences that made something between his ribs unclenched, all right. "I can like you without eating you. When I come to school, I will look at your friends until I see you properly." Hermione read that one too. She didn't wipe away the tear. She just made sure it didn't fall on the ink, too. Quidditch harnessing the raw Gryffindor versus Slytherin arrived with frost. The pitch wore white along the boundaries. The stands wore Gryffindor scarves like war paint and Slytherin silk like a legal argument. Madam Hooch checked brooms. Wood, the captain, chest like a barrel of intent, breathed tactics into Harry's ear as if oxygen was strategy. "You look pale," Hermione observed, pinning his scarf with a hand that made very small adjustments and therefore owned the word care. "I'm not afraid," Harry said. "I didn't say you were," she replied. "Drink the thing that tastes like nettles and be a person in the air, not a myth." "Yes, Mum," Ron sang, and then flinched when Hermione transfigured his laces tighter, with a flick that promised greatness and trousers without pleats. Minerva stood with Hooch in a coat that meant winter and a look that meant precision. She did not meet Harry's eye. He did not need her to. The corner of her mouth held the entire valley. When the whistle went, the world narrowed to a clean geometry, lines and arcs, momentum as etiquette. He rose into it like a sentence that has waited 3 drafts to be right. The roar hit him in the chest like surf. Adoration. Pride. The mild, delicious fear that accompanies watching someone you love do something not quite sane. He could have opened. The river begged. It promised clean power and no mess and a better reaction time by 3%. He did not drink. He changed his angle by a degree and arrived at the snitch's path by asking air to oblige rather than by telling it. The snitch flirted and fled. He let it. Slytherin's beaters played accurate, not cruel. Their chasers were elegant. Draco, in the stands, sat forward, as if he'd only just remembered that his back had bones. Then the problem a bludger took a bad deflection and went for the first terrace where second. Years sat too close together to dodge. Harry saw it before anyone else did. He had time to choose. He could shout, and a dozen wands would act. He could dive and make a story. He could arrange the wind. He did the third, small, precise. A 2-hand gesture that pulled a palm's breadth of air into the bludger's path. It hit the cushion and swerved into the post, splintering with a sound only beaters enjoy. The terrace shrieked and then laughed. The wave of fear and relief bloomed, clean as snowmelt. He drank a mouthful before he could stop himself. It was so pure. It slid along his veins like mountain water. It didn't feel like theft. It felt like distribution. Consent, he said through his teeth too late, and the snitch chose that moment to be foolish. He took it anyway, because the game existed and people were watching and would die of heartbreak if he didn't. The roar went from wave to weather. He pointed at the beaters as if they had made it happen. He pointed at Wood, because captains deserve currency. He bowed to the stands without giving them his throat. When he landed, Minerva was already striding toward Madame Hooch, with the particular grace of a woman planning to argue about the placement of hoops. She stopped one pace from him, eyes cooler than the frost. "Well, Fell," she began, then registered the tightness along his jaw. "Cost," she murmured without moving her lips. "A mouthful," he admitted. "Spit it out," she said. He spent the rest of the afternoon letting first. Years tell him the story of the match as if he hadn't been there. He laughed in all the right places and remembered their names when they got to the part with the bludger. The river sulked, unfazed. He chewed a sandwich he didn't want. That helped. After lights out, he wrote it down on his brown paper ledger took small, paid 3 stories, 1 apology under breath to air. Daphne contracts, not confessions. He found Daphne Greengrass exactly where she wanted to be found in the library's geography section, index finger on Wales. She didn't look up. "Congratulations," she said to the map. "You managed to be celebrated and boring at once. Gryffindors will take it hard." "I'm a public service," he said, leaning against the shelf the way furniture leans, not boys. She snorted. "Don't preen. It's unbecoming on anyone with cheekbones." She closed the atlas. "Walk." They took a circuit of the west corridor, where the windows let the sea air in on days it remembered there was a sea. They did not speak for a full minute. Then she said, "You wrote the letter because you want systems to exist so you don't have to be one." "Yes," he said, "and because I don't want to die for dramatists." "Save the poetry for someone who needs flattery to be reasonable," she said dryly. "I'm here because I mislike waste. You're leaking." He stiffened. "Define." "Aura," she said, indifferent as a judge. "You're careful, but you aren't contained. It shines off you like shop smell. The ambitious will treat you like income. The stupid will treat you like weather. The lonely will treat you like consolation." She glanced up at him. "And what will you treat them like?" He made himself honest because lying to her was like lying to a ledger. "Thermal currents," he said. "Updrafts. The kind of air you don't make but use when it arrives." She nodded once, approving the engineering. "Right. Then you need an accountant." "You're offering." "I'm reminding you to act like a sovereign fund, not a thief," she said. "There's a difference between a tax and a raid. Learn it before you forget you ever did." "What do you want in return?" he asked, because Slytherin etiquette is a kind of hygiene. "A warding favor," she said promptly. "Greengrass grounds are old and the stones sulk. The ministry's charm rites are earnest and heavy-handed. When the time comes, sign one sigil on our lintel and tell the weather to leave my sister alone." The mention of a sister rearranged her face by 1/2 a degree. He stored that careful. "I'll do it," he said without theater. "If you'll take tea with Hufflepuffs twice a week." "Explain," she said, suspicious of charity. "They're underestimated," he said. "I need a house that under-promises to feel seen. You need a house that remembers you're human. They're good at both." She made a face and then, to her credit, considered it. "Once a week," she bargained. "Don't," he said, "and I want you to tell me when I'm being elegant instead of useful." "That will be daily," she warned. "Good," he said. She stopped walking. "Don't make me a confessor," she said quietly. "I do counsel." I don't do absolution. Deal, he said. I don't want forgiveness. I want to avoid paperwork. Now you sound like my father, she said, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Try not to. He laughed and did not drink the art. He focused attention that followed. He felt it anyway. Draco, curiosity without worship, Draco intercepted him outside potions with the air of a boy, pretending he was somewhere else when the bell rang. A word, he said. Droll dialed down to merely amused. Two, Harry countered. Draco said, You flew well. Thank you, Harry said. Your chasers were excellent. Draco took the compliment correctly. I'd like to know how you moved the air without Hooch noticing. I asked it politely, Harry said. Useful, Draco murmured. Could you, hypothetically, teach that? Not in a corridor, Harry said. Not without rules I'd make you sign in blood and boredom. I can do boredom, Draco said. Blood is messy. Then bring me curiosity and leave the knives, Harry said, and walked and let Draco choose whether to follow. He did. They became, for the space between two classes, the kind of boys who could have become enemies and chose to be interesting instead. In the afternoon, Draco sent a note by way of a third year who traded favors like sweets lunch. Rules. No knives. D. Harry wrote back. Bring one friend who can keep his mouth shut and a quill that won't leak. H. Blaze came. Reputation like a well-posed portrait. Expensive restraint and the sense of a man who would watch a building burn before deciding whether to invest in water. Harry set a saucer on the table and spoke to air. Not boys. You move by asking, he said very quietly. You don't move by yanking. You make a fingertip of wind and you wedge it where the world is about to choose. And if the world chooses wrong. Blaze asked, not judgmental, diagnostic. You live with it, Harry said. Draco nodded, eyes bright. I think I'll like this class. It's not a class, Harry said. It's a favor. And the cost, Blaze pressed. You don't use it to embarrass people who can't afford a fall, Harry said. Also, you'll carry biscuits to Hufflepuff twice this term without being seen. You and Greengrass are collaborating, Draco said dryly. Greengrass is correct, Harry replied. The bottom collapses when we ignore it. Blaze considered, then inclined his head. Doan. They practiced, palms barely cupped, in the lee of an empty stairwell where drafts had learned to be cautious. It felt, Harry thought, like a course he hadn't known he was built to teach, not power, not tricks, pressure, timing, permission. Draco did well. Blaze did better. Neither looked at him as if he were a myth. It was restful. V. Bellatrix. The door in the dark that night. The scar went cold. He knew the castle's wrongness too well to confuse it with this. This was a draught from a very old, very locked corridor. A taste of iron and brine and madness measured into a cup by something that believed in careful portions. Azkaban had found his name. He lay awake and let the cold settle instead of reaching for a blanket of heat. He was tired. He did not get out of bed. He slipped inward instead. The way Minerva had taught him to move when the weather was inside your bones. The first thing in the dark was the sound of thin, high thread, as if someone were making a present of their laughter to keep from remembering what it had used to be. He followed it without hurrying. He found a corridor without walls. Little King, said a voice the world would recognize even if it had never heard it before. I wondered when your shadow would step correctly. He should have left. He did not. Bellatrix Lestrange, he said, tasting the tea like a pin. Do your guards know you host guests? They've no jurisdiction, she said, and he could hear the grin like a knife wrapped in velvet. You their small men who catalogue absence. Child, you smell like the storm before a good murder. I smell like locked water and nettles, he said mildly. You smell like a room that has sentenced itself. Precious, she cooed. Minerva's whelp. Her student, he corrected. Her problem. Silence clicked, delighted. Say that again. I'm her problem, he said. And the country's, and yours. Oh, mine, she laughed. A small break, a small repair. I'll have that and more. Tell me, what did it feel like to deny him his throat? To pull a house down on a ghost and call it architecture? Harry did not answer the way the question wanted. He said, cold, and nothing else. She purred. You don't lie easily. How practical will fix that? I don't require your repairs. You require a worshipper, she said. A priestess who will bring you adoration on a plate and tell you it's bread. You require someone who will say yes where Minerva says no. He considered leaving again. He didn't. He asked instead, and what do you require? Purpose, she said instantly, and he almost pitied her, the way he sometimes pitied knives. Voldemort was a mirror that lied with compliments. He fed me like a god feeds a dog, scraps, kicks, praise for the accidents that pleased him. You won't do that. No, Harry said, surprised into truth. I won't. You'll give me wars with verbs, not adjectives, she said fiercely. You'll hand me a clean cruelty and say use this sparingly. You'll look at me and see, not like a boy with a book of sins, but like a maker who knows what iron is for. You talk like an altar, he said. I'm not looking for worship. I'm looking for utility. Oh, little king, she breathed, and the sentence shivered as if the sea had remembered it could be knives. Then we're going to be astonishing. I've 3 rules, he said, because if you are going to build a door, you should nail conditions into the frame. Consent, causality, cost. You intend to ethic me, she said almost tenderly. How, dear? Put your collar away, child. I don't kneel. I access. If I ask a room to be afraid, I pay. He said more to himself than to the madwoman in the dark. If a room is already afraid, and I can use it to save someone, I ask it to feed me and name the debt. Priest, she hissed, not with contempt, hungry. Say the word feed again. No, he said, and that was the first time he let her hear the steel. The dark brightened, which is to say he noticed how much of it was hers. You're going to need me, she said matter-of-factly. The thing that crawled out of your boy, King's first victory, has found the corner of the world where misery is a temp job and made itself a god. It won't duel you. It will eat you. I know gods. They don't negotiate. You're speaking of a shadow that understands crowds, Harry said. Ah, she hissed. You've named it enough to taste it. Good. You can't starve it, but you can set a trap. Give it a feast it thinks it prepared and change the bill. I'm 11, he said, equal parts protest and warning. You're old, she said, and you're mine if you've the courage to be. Bring me out of here, little king, and I'll teach your rooms to pray to you properly. Not yet, he said, and not to me, to the work. She laughed and laughed until the sound broke and became a sound no one should ever have to hear alone. He left before pity ate his rules. When he came back to his body, the dormitory breathed its lovely nonsense, boys snoring, someone whispering a poem to a plant on the windowsill, old stone remembering summer. He lay there and counted Minerva's rhythms, small, small, small. In the morning he had a new sentence written behind his eyes, and he hated it. There will be a day when I use her. He cleaned his teeth until his gums bled and went to breakfast anyway. Vi, Hermione, the honest shape of affection. Hermione cornered him between charms and ancient runes. She didn't preface, she didn't soften. Who did you talk to last night? He swallowed, the honesty of being known catching at his throat. A woman who would like to give me permission to be the worst version of useful, he said. Hermione went very still. How far? I didn't promise, he said. I put a door in the dark and walked away. Harry, she said, and it was not a scold. It was the sound people make when they discover their own shoulders are not enough to carry what they've chosen. You can't do that alone. I'm not asking you to hold the other end, he said. I'm asking you to tell me when I'm pretending I'm not holding any. Don't, she said, fierce, and I'll be irritating about it. I expect nothing less. She looked at him, really looked, and what she gave him just then, in that corridor smelling of dust and winter, was not adoration. It was not worship. It was not the loyalty of people who want to be near light. It was friendship with teeth. It was love the way brick loves a load, bearing wall by not moving. He took none of it into the river. He set it on the shelf where tea goes. Thank you, he said. She punched his shoulder in the rough, careful way she'd learned boys accept kindness when they're afraid they don't deserve it. Don't make me tell Minerva. I won't, he said, then added, honest, I might, if I'm stupid. You're stupid about exactly one thing, she said. You being allowed to be 11. Noted, he said. Give me homework. She did. Ve. Minervae warnings with teeth, he told her that evening. Of course he did. Lying to Minerva was a sin that bred more sins. He didn't tell her who at first. He said Azkaban as if it were a weather vane, and she let him have that dignity for 3 sentences and then removed it cleanly. Bellatrix, she said, a bad taste handled without flinching. How did she get you? I got myself, he said. The cold opened, and I walked like a fool in a museum at night. You aren't a fool, Minerva said. You're a boy who has not yet learned that doors cost more to open than to close. I didn't promise, he said. I didn't feed. You fed her. Minerva said, not unkind and not wrong. Attention is meat. He closed his eyes. What do I do now? Nothing, she said. Don't go back. Don't think of her when you're trying to be brave. It gives her shape. If she speaks, don't answer. If she begs, don't pray. If she laughs, don't try to outlaugh her. Understood, he said, and then quieter. She's so useful. You may not be allowed to have useful things, Minerva said. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. He wanted to argue. He drank the want. Will you tell Dumbledore? He asked. I'll tell him there's a draft and I've put a towel under the door, she said. He will make a speech to himself and decide not to deliver it. He laughed despite himself. You're cruel. I'm efficient, she said. And I'm frightened. And when I'm frightened, I make sentences shorter. He reached across her desk and touched the red thread she kept there. He didn't pick it up. He let it sit under his fingers like a cleaner kind of leash. I'm still yours, he said. Yes, she said, as if agreeing with the weather, until you choose not to be. That's an option, he said, half light, half lead. It always is, she said. That's how loyalty stays alive. He looked up. The flecks in his eyes, the ones the binding had given him, caught the firelight like a warning that thought it was decorative. Lesson 2, she said. You'll eat with Hufflepuffs tomorrow, and you'll take a day of silence. A day, she repeated. No speeches, no corridors, no lingering in doorways, no being useful. You'll be a boy who writes a letter to a girl who drew a cat. He swallowed. I can do that. You'll hate it, she said. I already do, he confessed. Good, she said, with the kind of gentleness that makes grown men wish to be better. Then it will work. A The small romance of ordinary silence day was awful and perfect. He went to class and did not orient rooms. He did not solve problems with his arms. He stood in queues and let people cut in, because boys with dragons on their scars should practice the wound of ordinary. He took tea in the Hufflepuff corner of the hall and let a third year explain the culture of the pastry table. He wrote to Ginny. "Dear Ginny, we won the match. Ron did not die. If he tells you that he did, correct him. I learned again that sometimes being small is the bravest posture. If you are small today, on purpose or by accident, count the cost and then send it to me, and I will hold the other end of it for a while. Your cat is now a tiger. Ate at dinner." Daphne passed behind his bench and flicked her fingers once. An accountant's approval. Draco lifted his goblet in a toast that could be friendship or chess. Blaze nodded without wasting a word. Hermione leaned her shoulder into his and said nothing. Ron told a joke about a broom and a troll that made no sense and made everything better. He slept without visiting corridors that weren't there. A corridor, a choice. A depth a week ended with weather. The sky came down the way it does when the North Sea remembers it has grievances. The draft in the old stairwell between second and third floors learned a sound. The cold in his scar went thin as wire. He knew better. He went anyway. Not to Azkaban. Not to the bruise of Bellatrix's voice. To the cellar of the castle's wrongness. He went to the edge and put his hand on the stone and did nothing else. The wrong hummed, amused, and did not come forward. It had learned him. He had learned it. They were not friends. They were not enemies. They were weather. "I won't feed you today," he said, out loud, because sometimes you have to make your rules audible. "You don't get to be the reason rooms of feelings when I walk in." "I do." The stone, ancient and uninterested, held his hand as if to say good. "Pay your own bills." He went back up the stairs into a school that was loudly a school again, a prefect scolding, Peeves somewhere making decisions, Snape dragging a second year to his office by the ear for crimes against Beetroot. He breathed. The river under his ribs settled. His ledger, mental now. The brown paper was full, added a line, did not choose. Paid quiet. He found Hermione in the library and sat opposite without speaking. She glanced up, took his silence as a sentence, and let it be the last line of her paragraph. He wasn't alone. He didn't need applause. He didn't want worship. He wanted the long, boring work of being dangerous without becoming a monster. He sharpened his quill. He opened his book. He wrote a sentence that had nothing to do with altars. Transfiguration is a contract between what something was and what it is willing to be next. He underlined willing. He set down the quill. He rubbed his thumb over the red thread tied beneath his cuff like a pulse you can name. Somewhere miles away, a woman in a prison laughed, and then stilled as if she had heard someone set a clock. Harry looked at the page, at the ink, at the ordinary joy of getting a comma right on the first try, and chose again, deliberately, boringly, not to drink the room. He chose the next line. He chose the human thing. Snow came early. It stitched the grounds with quiet, pushed owls off their usual rotes, and made even the third-floor drafts taste clean. Harry liked that kind of cold. It asked nothing from him except breath. "Bring your cloak." Minerva said after dinner, the tone that meant not professor, not guardian, but something with more years under it. "We're walking." He did as told. Hermione began to stand, saw Minerva's face, and sat again. Ron mouthed good luck with the wrong sort of cheer. Daphne, passing behind them with a book under her arm, arched a brow that said report later. Draco pretended not to notice and noticed anyway. They didn't speak until they were out past the greenhouses, where the smell of loam surrendered to snow. The world was a monochrome score paths, hedges, castle sky. Minerva's boots made precise music in it. "Do you remember the valley in summer?" she asked. "Eyes on the tree line?" Yes. He kept his hands in his pockets, fingers worrying the red thread tied under his cuff. The loch, the stones, the way the wind sounded like letters you hadn't written yet. Her mouth twitched. "You were a good student. You're about to dislike the lesson." "I assumed," he said lightly, because he always said something light when he was afraid. They reached the copse beyond the Quidditch pitch, where the snow lay unbothered, and the trees held themselves like quiet witnesses. Minerva drew a circle with the toe of her boot, then another around it, concentric, neat. "Stand there," she said, indicating the inner ring. "No wand, no performance, just your listening." He stepped in. The air changed, how the valley would sometimes tilt when she stepped into the Queen. He didn't see the shadow pelted animagus, not yet. He felt the older thing, the claim. "My mother named me Minerva to make me polite," she said, hands loose at her sides. "The line named me Rhiannon to make me effective. The world refused to decide which it preferred. I didn't choose either. I left." The name made the grove colder. He knew that name had said it in jokes, in respect, on paper. He had never heard her wear it. "Queen Rhiannon," he said, not mockery, not obeisance, a mouth trying a truth on for size. "Don't," she said softly. "It will go to my head." She drew breath, and the snow listened. "We're old, Harry. I don't mean respectable. I mean preface." The Caledonia line learned to ask the world for verbs before anyone thought to name them spells. We changed shape before we described it. We were useful to kings because weather is useful to kings. We were dangerous because appetite is dangerous to everyone. He said nothing. He could have filled the air with admiration or skepticism. He chose space. "My mother tried to stop the story," Minerva went on. "She married a muggle who had never heard his breath described like a spell. She wore skirts that didn't carry the weight of courts. She gave me a middle name that tasted like books instead of war. She asked me to be small for love." Minerva looked past the trees and past the snow to a kitchen Harry didn't know. "I tried. And then?" Harry asked. "I failed," she said simply. "Because the line doesn't like being set aside. And because someone always knocks. The ministry called me when stones fell. Hogwarts called when children were louder than policy. Dumbledore called when I was the right size for duty." Harry kept very still, and Rhiannon came when needed, Minerva said. "Kicked doors when I asked politely and the world didn't listen. Terrified people who deserved it. Terrified me when I enjoyed it." The admission landed between them. Harry found it almost comforting. She let him see what other adults hid. "UA Queen before me discovered aura," Minerva said, changing key. "We didn't call it that. We had uglier words. She learned that people make weather when they gather. She discovered she could warm herself on it. At first, she used it the way farmers use hay in winter, carefully taking from her stores only when she must. Then she grew clever. She learned to cause the weather she liked. She learned the taste of fear and made fear. She learned the taste of worship and made worship. The proto-farming." Harry said, the phrase they'd invented in summer, now with teeth. "Yes, she believed hunger made her sharp," Minerva said. She was right. It also made her cruel. The line broke itself on her appetite. The corner of her mouth tried to smile and refused. "We're very good at survival. We're very bad at apologies." "Is this the part where you tell me I'm her again?" Harry asked, a careful edge in his voice. "This is the part where I tell you what I refuse to become," she said, "and what I won't let you practice, even if you think you're better at it than she was. He looked at the circles in the snow. The rules, he said. Consent, causality, cost. You wrote them with small hands. Minerva said. You've been very proud of them. I've been saved by them. He corrected. And bored by them. Minerva returned. And tempted to make exceptions with clever footnotes. And told yourself that one drink sipped slowly isn't drinking. He flinched. He hadn't expected a knife. He should have. She didn't apologize. She never apologized for clean cuts. You met her. Minerva said, soft, dangerous. Azkaban opened a draft and you went strolling. You told me a truth. I'll tell you one. Harry said, matching the tone, because he refused to be the only person holding vulnerability. She laughed like a blade. She offered worship disguised as purpose. She named the problem correctly. And I left. Minerva bowed her head once. You left, she repeated. And I'll use her. He said, too quick, too honest. The breath she drew had winter in it. No, if that thing, feeds on panic and death and despair. He pressed. I need tools that aren't school essays. I need someone who will walk into a bad room and pull on purpose. So I don't have to hurt children to get the power to stop it. You aren't a general, she said. I am now. You're a boy. You won't mechanize people's feelings as rations. I already do, when the room explodes by itself. He shot back. I track it and pay it. This would be scaled. Honest, contained. You taught me to move wind with 2 fingers in a doorway to keep a bludger from cracking a skull. This is the same thing, just more. Her eyes flashed with a heat he'd only seen in storms. No, she said, because the wind doesn't remember you. People will. And it will like you, Harry. It will make you clever. It will make you efficient. You'll tell yourself that children are safer because the numbers add up, and you'll stop noticing what it's costing you to win. He wanted to laugh. It came out something smaller. You think I don't notice cost? I think you count receipts, she said. I think you keep a ledger like a penitent and tell yourself the math makes you moral. I think you're so good at saying no in public that you've started saying yes in private, and you hope no one hears you. He opened his mouth, closed it. That's not fair, he managed. It isn't, Minerva agreed. It's true. I'll make it fair, it's what I did. When I was clever and the Valley applauded, and the ministry sent owls with bows on them, and children looked at me like a story that would keep them from drowning. I told myself I could drink just enough to be useful. That just enough becomes a measurement your hunger invents 2 minutes before you reach for it. Silence. Snow. The circles. He felt 11 and ageless and caught. Why tell me now? He asked at last low. Because you killed a thing without killing a man, she said. Because the castle wanted to crown you and you stepped back. Because your letter made governors behave like adults. And Harry, that's very nearly magic. Because if I waited, the next time we spoke about this would be after you made a speech in the great hall that frightened people on purpose. He had planned exactly that, then broken the plan in her office. He didn't say so. She saw it anyway. Ask your questions, Minerva said into the clean white air. Ask all of them. I'll answer until you're either comforted or angry enough to be honest. He took her at her word. Why did you bind me to the line? He asked first, easy pitch, heavy ball. Honestly, not safety, not legacy. Why me? Because I loved you and was afraid, she said immediately. Because I thought if the line lived in you, I could see it coming before it ate you. Because I wanted to keep what I hated to waste. Because Albus placed the most complicated child I've ever seen into my arms and walked away, and I refused to be small and call that humility. He blinked. The truth was a door opening in his chest. Something inside him wanted to absolve her and laughed at itself for wanting to. He did neither. "Do you trust me?" he asked. "To want to do the right thing?" she said. "To count. To refuse applause when it's obviously poison. To make your own poison taste like tea." He smiled without humor. "That's a no." "That's a not yet," she corrected. He changed the vector. "Tell me about Rhiannon, the earlier one. The one who broke it." Minerva looked at the snow as if letters were written there. She was brilliant at making rooms calm. She did it for the first good reason: fear makes children stupid. She thought, if I can drink the fear, they'll be clever, and will win without toddlers cowering under tables. She was right for a year and wrong for a generation. She learned to cause the fear and then heroically remove it. She built a nation's gratitude into a throne. She died of adoration, which is a very pretty word for corrosion. Harry shivered. "And you?" "I learned to refuse the stage," she said. "I wore black to be furniture. I said no so often it became a posture. I left rooms that turned into arenas. I sat at kitchen tables and made tea until the desire to be a god went quiet. I was very pleased with myself." She glanced at him. "It's possible I'm still very pleased with myself." "You hate altars," he said, half accusation, half praise. "I hate altars," she repeated. "I like work." He swallowed the grin that tried to escape. "What would you have me do?" he asked, and heard the weight of it himself. "Tell me how to live." "Be small where you can be," she said. "Be accurate when you must be large. Learn to win quietly. Learn to lose so well the room doesn't eat your losses for sport. Build redundancies so your absence doesn't change the weather. Teach 3 people to do a thing you can do by instinct. And," she exhaled, "don't speak to Bellatrix again." He nodded once. "I can promise the first 5. "I'll take 4, she said. "I'm tired of being lied to by beautiful boys I love." That cracked something. He didn't let it spill. "Do you still love me?" he asked, shocking himself with his own pettiness, his own need. Minerva's eyes softened until the snow warmed at their edges. "I loved you. When I saw you bleeding under a lightning scar and decided to be arrogant enough to think I could keep you from becoming a weapon. I love you when you're a weapon. I'll love you if you become a king. I'll love you if you become a clerk who sharpens quills and refuses to be drafted. You love isn't a lever I pull to make you behave." He looked away, because that much truth makes the world bright, and he was not wearing his polite face. "Then here is my truth," he said when he could. "I'll never be as small as you want." "I know," she said. "I won't accept you'll never speak to her. I won't promise. I'll promise to tell you if I do." "That's a bad bargain," Minerva said. "It's the one I can make without lying," he said. "You'll be my problem," she said dryly. "I thought I already was," he managed, and they both breathed again. "Last thing," she said, and now her voice carried a different weight, the ritual one, the kitchen-turned courtroom. "There's an unbinding." He felt his stomach turn, a slow, deliberate roll. "A what?" "A word older than my teachers and younger than sense," Minerva said. "A making that unthreads what I tied in you. It would take the hunger. It would take the quick in your breath when a room loves you. It would take your ability to ask the air with your bones and leave you with your wand and your book and your hands." She looked at him and did not look away. "It would protect you from the most beautiful danger I know, and it would ruin you for the work you're already writing for yourself." He stood very still in the circle of snow. "Coast?" he asked, the only question he knew to ask. "Mine," she said simply. "I've enough of the line left in me to pull the knot. It would burn. It would likely take my transfiguration with it. It might take more. I'm old enough to survive without being beautiful. No, he said, and it came out too fast. He swallowed. He tried again, gentler. No, that's you cutting yourself to make me less complicated. That isn't work. That's theater with blood. Her eyes flashed. Not anger, relief. Good, she said. I needed to hear you say it. You offered it to make me tell you who I'm. He realized, half admiring, half aggrieved. I offered it because I meant it, she corrected. And because I would rather you be angry at my restraint than grateful for my sacrifice. Gratitude makes kings. Anger makes adults. He laughed once, helpless. I hate you, he said, the way boys do when they are feeling too much and don't have the right box for it. I know, she said serenely. Walk me back. They broke the circle. The snow forgot it almost immediately. The air remembered longer. Halfway to the castle, he said. Dumbledore knew. About you. Of course, Minerva said. He knows because I told him, and because he's an old thief and can smell inheritance. Then he left me. Harry said, not a question, testing the sentence until it broke or held. He placed you, Minerva said. He will tell himself he chose the lesser harm. He will call it trust and strategy and, if he's honest, terror. He has been afraid of our line since he met me. He isn't wrong to be. The line doesn't love his kind of weather. He gambled that my stubbornness and my decency were enough to teach you yours. Will you forgive him? Harry asked. I'm not a court, Minerva said. I'm a woman who drinks tea in men's sleeves. Forgiveness is a verb for churches. I'll work with him. I'll tell him no when he uses boys as chess pieces and calls that wisdom. I'll throw bricks through his windows if I must. Harry wanted to see that. Tell me when you do. You'll hear the glass, she said. They walked the last stretch in companionable silence. Near the doors, she caught his sleeve. Fingers light, grip absolute. Harry. He turned. You aren't the queen who broke us, she said very even. Don't prove me wrong because you enjoy the sentence. I won't, he said. It came out like a vow he had no right to make and made anyway. Good, she said, and let him go. He didn't go to the common room. He found Hermione in the library, hands buried in 3 books, and a conversation with herself about arithmancy syntax. Walk, he asked. She closed 2 books and stacked them carefully, leaving the runes open because she trusted him not to sneeze truth off a page. Do you want me to listen or tell you you're being an idiot? Yes, he said. They did a slow circuit of the long aisle. He told her everything in the shape it had arrived, not the shape he wanted it to have. He watched her process, which was a joy even when it stabbed brows doing math. Mouth filing, shoulders carrying what they could and handing back what they couldn't. Don't use her, Hermione said when he got to Bellatrix. You're good at making bad things ethical. Some bad things are supposed to stay ugly so you don't invite them to dinner. I won't promise, he said. Then let me make a promise. She snapped. If you start designing her into your plans, I'll tell Minerva. I'll tell Dumbledore. I'll tell Hagrid. I'll tell your owl if I've to. I'll take your ledger and set it on fire in public. He stopped walking. Fair, he said quietly. Thank you. She blinked, off balance. That worked, she muttered. I was prepared to argue for weeks. I'm tired, he said. And you're usually right first. She sighed. Don't make me say something nice about you. It will ruin my brand. He laughed. She allowed herself to like the sound and did not drink it. On their way out, they passed Daphne arriving with a quill and the air of someone who had been invited to be a hinge. She flicked her eyes at Harry. He tilted his head a degree. Later. She nodded and didn't press. Snape caught him at the base of the stairs to Gryffindor, which was either an accident of timing or a mastery of shadows. "Potter," he said. "Professor," Harry said. Snape regarded him as if checking for cracks. "You look," he said slowly, "like a boy who has been told stories he didn't ask for." "Yes," Harry said. "Don't let Minerva turn your hunger into piety," Snape said, so softly it could have been charity. "She distrusts altar boys. She doesn't know what to do with wolves." Harry blinked. "And you do." "I've been both," Snape said. "They'd both bite. Good night." Harry watched him go, baffled and somehow steadied. He slept poorly, which was at least honest. He dreamed of a queen who drank worship, and of Minerva burning her hands, unbinding a knot, and of Bellatrix licking the bars of her cell like sugar. He woke with a headache and a line to write. He found parchment. He wrote to Hagrid because Minerva had told him to, and because the world is carried by men who love badly behaved mushrooms. He wrote to Ginny because she deserved the update on the tiger. He wrote to no one else because the theatre was closed today. At breakfast, Ron asked if he wanted the last sausage and shoved it over without waiting for an answer. Harry took half. Daphne slid into the seat opposite with the look of someone who can smell when a plan has been abandoned. "How badly did she skin you?" she asked, unkind only by habit. "Accurately," he said. "I needed it." "Good," Daphne said. "And you're still mine for tea tomorrow." "I promised Minerva I would suffer the Hufflepuffs," he said. "Bring them," Daphne said. "I intend to be outnumbered by kindness twice a week now. It's part of an ongoing experiment." "What's the hypothesis?" Hermione asked, interested. "That I'm not made entirely of ice," Daphne said. "Results pending." Draco drifted by like a boat that hadn't decided what dock it wanted to embarrass. "You look like you've discovered moderation," he said. "How ghastly for the tabloids." "Go to class," Harry told him fondly. Draco grinned. "Curse, breakers came to my house last night," he murmured just for Harry. "Feather says the board's report is already costing him money. He admires you the way foxes admire fences." "That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said about my letters," Harry said. "Don't get used to it." Draco advised and sailed on. Minerva stood at the high table, refilling her tea, not looking toward Gryffindor at all. Harry saw the smallest, most treacherous thing. Her shoulders were lower by half an inch. He did not drink it. He let it make him careful. In transfiguration, she set a beetle on every desk and asked for a thimble. "Not because I want to shrink you," she said, voice dry as the snow had been. "Because small things remember what they were with more dignity than large things do. Be precise." Harry cupped the beetle in both hands before he moved a finger's width of the world. "We'll be small," he whispered, and meant it for more than the beetle. The thimble gleamed on his palm, ordinary and alive. It did not clap. It did not ask for a stage. It was a tool built by patience for fingers that had work to do. Acceptable, Minerva said, which, coming from her, was a kiss on the crown. He didn't end the day with a speech or a vow. He ended it sitting on the low wall outside Greenhouse 3, trading notes with Hermione, listening to Ron make a terrible pun about mandrakes and letting the snow decide whether it would stick. The valley in him, the queen in her, the shadow under the castle, they could have the rest of the night. For an hour, he chose to be a boy who had been told the truth and had not broken. When the wind went through the trees in that particular way, that means pay attention, he did, and then, deliberately, stubbornly, went back to his sentence. The morning the whisper came, the snow had crusted over with a thin skin of ice. It made the grounds crackle underfoot, like paper in a fireplace that refuses to catch. Harry heard it in his scar first, a thread of cold, tight as wire. Not pain, not warning. An absence that wanted to be a sound. He set his spoon down. Hermione felt the silence as if it had brushed her sleeve and looked at him. "What is it?" "Something's hungry," he said. "Not me." Ron made himself swallow before speaking because Hermione had trained him. "Hogwarts hungry or outside hungry?" "City," Harry said, and stood before he'd planned to. Minerva was already moving along the high table, face set to logistics. Dumbledore's hand hovered above his goblet, stilled by old arithmetic. An owl landed like a warning cut into feathers. It bore the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Minerva broke it without ceremony, read in one breath, and said, "Mr. Potter, with me." To the hall she gave the reassuring lie. "Carry on." Hermione and Ron reached him by instinct. "While going," Hermione said as if this had been the assignment all term. Minerva didn't argue. 5 minutes, she said. Wands, cloaks, no speeches. Snape rose at the same time as Flitwick, the odd symmetry of men who'd chosen different lengths for their hair and their mercy. "Hospital wing," Minerva told Pomfrey as they passed. "Bag for soul, cold and necrosis." "Oh, splendid." Pomfrey muttered, already sorting vials by temperature and offense. "What's happened?" Hermione asked, trotting to keep up, hair like a weather map. "St. Mungo's," Minerva said. "Upper floors are reporting decay. Not physical, magical. Healers are failing to hold enchantments. Babies' cots went cold." Ron blanched. Even boys with 6 siblings do not joke about babies. "Dark magic. Something older than a curriculum," Minerva said. They landed in the atrium of St. Mungo's by way of a corridor, and a ward flipped Minerva, executed like exhaling. The hospital was wrong. Not loud wrong. Quiet the way empty churches can be when they've forgiven too much. Amelia Bones met them with ink on her fingers, and a wand that was practical rather than pretty. "Deputy," she said to Minerva, to Harry, "you wrote a letter. Here's the receipt." Her mouth tilted. "We need you." "I dislike that sentence," Minerva said crisply. "But you've us report." "The spellcraft ward lost power," Bones said. "Not electricity," she added for Hermione's benefit, who managed not to look offended. "The grid. Warming charms failed. Containment runes unraveled. Elders in deep care started babbling about the veil smiling. Healers tried to rebind. Half of them vomited mid-incantation. Symptom of soul sickness." Pomfrey said, "Shouldering in and taking pulses with 2 fingers and an insult. It hits the gut because the body still knows when something touches what it shouldn't." "What did it feel like?" Harry asked. Bones looked at him as if reassessing not a child, not a tool, a witness. "Cold," she said. "Not winter, the cold of emptied rooms. The kind after a fight, when the chairs haven't been set back." "Umbra," Harry said, quietly enough to make Minerva's knuckles go white and Hermione's breath catch. "You've a proper noun for this." Bones said, not really asking. "It's the part that got away when we broke Quirrell." Harry said, "The piece that didn't die, because it wasn't alive in a way that respects verbs." Dumbledore arrived without peacocks or phoenixes, just the exact number of steps men take when they stop pretending to be old. "Lid," he said to Bones, and she did, because she understood power that declines ceremony. They took the stairs because lifts breed panic. The 3rd floor smelled like unnursed tears. Enchantments hummed low, as if embarrassed at not doing their job. Healer Torquil Stroud, unfairly handsome and exhausted, met them with a ledger in one hand and a blankness around the eyes that meant he'd done arithmetic he didn't like. "It's not breaking things," he said. It's sawing them, blessings curdle. Mending spells turn stitches to gaps. Wraithfire. Snape asked, already untwisting a vial with the other hand. Patience, Stroud said. Watch. He took them into Spellcraft B. The wall of a containment ward was spidered with frost on the inside. The runes along its rim looked wrong, not because of cracks, but because meaning had been pushed out. In the bed, a woman slept with her mouth open, breathing like a stubborn candle. Beside her, a child lay perfectly still, the stillness of healthy children when the story says pretend. The floor bowed minutely. Harry felt the tide of attention creeping. Pomfrey grunted something unrepeatable and pressed a warm stone into the child's palm, the little fingers closed by reflex. Enough, she told the room. How far? Dumbledore asked, which in his mouth meant how big do I make my decisions today? Half a floor, Stroud said. It flares and withdraws. He glanced at the ceiling. It's learning us. Or us it. Flitwick murmured. Harry stood between the beds, closed his eyes, and listened the way the valley had taught him to the old groan in stone, to the tiny defiance in linen, to the way air sticks to fear. He found it. Not a presence, a pressure, negative space insisting, a quiet with teeth. Hello, he said under his breath, and the cold flexed around the word. I advise you not to invite it. Minerva said without looking at him. Consent, he said. I'm asking in a room it already took. He slid a hand out, palm down. He did not pull magic. He pressed Hush into the floorboards, the same old, giant Hush he'd used to stagger Quirrell. The room tried to float. The beds held it to its job. The frost receded 1 finger, width. The runes on the frame brightened, ashamed and grateful. The cold recoiled, then flowed elsewhere. Screams echoed down the corridor as something unseen took the pediatrics ward in both fists and wrung. Harry ran. Ron and Hermione flanked him without asking. Minerva moved ahead like a promise that never breaks except on purpose. Bones followed, wand out, jaw aline. The pediatrics ward was a bright room with painted dragons and curtains that did not match. Children clung to beds that abruptly felt like docks. A boy with a bandage around his head stared at his hands as his fingers decided whether to remember warm. A healer in green braced herself against a trolley, vomited neatly into a bin and kept casting. The cold had shape here. Not a body, a bruise spreading across plaster and people. Harry felt it examine him the way a storm tastes a hill. Little King, it breathed. The voice was 2 steps behind his ears, a chorus made from shivers. We recognize your edge. Harry, Hermione said, and the rule in her voice was don't answer. He didn't. He lifted both hands and made them still. He asked the world to remember kindness in a small radius and watched the air obey. 3 children unclenched simultaneously and burst into tears at the same time, which is the truest sign of a ward working. The healer's hands stopped shaking long enough to finish a binding. The cold shifted tactics. It licked at the lights, not fire. The little non-spelled candles in faces, joy, mischief. The fine deranged courage of kids who bite nurses and then apologize with drawings. It didn't take breath, it took willingness. Harry's stomach dropped. It's not killing, he said, horror making him precise. It's teaching them to choose nothing. Get out, Minerva snapped at the cold. Then, to Harry, anchor them. How? He asked, already moving. Stories, she said. Names, anything that refuses to be cleaned. He started at the nearest bed. What's your name? He asked the boy in the dragon pajamas. Lyo, the boy said, and the syllable dragged like a rope hauled hand over hand. Lyo, Harry repeated, tying the name to the bed frame and the boy's wrist with his mind. Tell me something true. I bit my dad because they tried to cut my hair. Leo confessed at once, scandalized at himself and delighted. Excellent, Harry said, the cold shivering at the mess. Permission granted to bite everyone who touches your hair. Medical exceptions apply. Potter, Pomfrey warned, and he amended. Nurses get a note first. Minerva moved down the line, gathering facts like firewood. Hermione took a little girl's fingers and made a game of squeezing. Left, left, right. Who's your best friend? Say it. Say it loudly. Good. Ron told a terrible joke about a broom and a sneeze and took the sharp, essential sting of making someone else laugh. Flitwick hopped onto a stool and began a story in a squeaky voice about dueling a troll in a corridor with a teaspoon. Bones knelt by a cot and polished a brass nameplate with her sleeve, as if this were down payment. The cold hated it. It had wanted a crowd to become a number. They were making it become a choir. It didn't leave. It bit. Wraithfire blossomed out of nowhere, blue-black, licking at the corners where paintings of dragons met ceiling. It burned with regret. Real flame cooks. Wraithfire undoes. Snape moved like a word spoken under a door. He threw a vial that broke into steam, dampening the Wraithfire's appetite. Flitwick snapped a stabilization charm, so tight the air pinged. Minerva lifted her arm, and the fire froze in place, as if a teacher had raised eyebrows at it. Dumbledore arrived in that exact moment with both hands, full of nothing, and pushed meaning back into the walls. This is a hospital. It heals, it does not unmake. Harry turned toward the center of the ward, where the cold thickened around an empty chair. He tasted the familiarity like sucking on a coin. You denied me, the whisper said from inside everyone's teeth. You make rooms choose. You make rooms small. We prefer cities. It smelled, suddenly, like the corridor behind the mirror. The peace that had struck him and slipped away was here, fatter with fed fear and rumors and headlines. Harry. Hermione said low warning. He set his feet. No. He said to the whisper, to himself, to the river, choosing the smallest spell he knew that mattered. He pressed hush again, but refined, personal, not room-wide, the hush you use at a bedside, not the hush you use at a siege. The cold flinched not from power, from manners. It tried to swell. He did not push back, he outlined it. He gave its edges back to it like a tailor chalking a suit. You aren't a storm. He told it. You're a leak. The temperature dropped. The window panes sang with stress. It shifted position fast enough to make his breath frost. It tried to go through him as it had in the mirror room. The first time, it had been able. Now it hit something and slid. From the thread Minerva kept tied around his wrist to the ledger he wrote in his head to the 3 rules he had made a religion consent. Causality, cost. Hungry. It breathed. We could feed you forever. There is no cost. Harry almost laughed. He heard Bellatrix laugh over the top of that thought and did not reach for her. You're lying, he said simply, and for the first time the cold hesitated. Dumbledore moved to Harry's shoulder, not in front. Mr. Potter, he said in the voice that treats you as if you are a colleague, not a child. Shall we be boring? Yes, Harry said, relief making him reckless. Let's be practical. Together, they began to bind the ward not with fireworks, but with definitions. A bed is for sleeping and healing. A chair is for sitting and weeping. A window is for light, not exit. A hospital is for knitting people back into themselves. Minerva's voice braided into theirs like steel cable. Children are not currency. The Wraithfire went out as if embarrassed. The cold thinned and fled, not destroyed, not even wounded, just inconvenienced. Harry felt it slide into the walls and up and away. He did not chase. He thought of rivers. He thought of Minerva saying, be small where you can be. Bone. Deep quiet followed, the kind that admits to having been mistaken. The healer who'd vomited sank onto a stool and held her head, crying without hands. Pomfrey patted her with the briskness of women who cure first and sympathize after. Bones straightened, not triumphant, satisfied. "Report," she demanded. Stroud stammered something grateful and inadequate. Snape wiped his hands like a man who has temporarily won an argument with the sea. Dumbledore exhaled as if taking his own advice. "It isn't Voldemort," he said, "for the room. It's worse in one way. It doesn't care what it's called." "Can you cage it?" Bones asked, pen back in hand, already writing the question mark. "No," Harry said before anyone else lied. "Not in a way that would hold." "Explain," she said, sharp. "It doesn't take things," Harry said. "It takes willingness. It feeds on crowds, on headlines, on the quick, dirty relief of saying a name together and being afraid. It's efficient." Hermione nodded once, hand pressed white around the rail of a cot. "It doesn't want bodies. It wants stories. Then we'll starve it." Bones said, savage and practical. "We'll turn its stories into reports." "That will help," Dumbledore said. "It won't solve." Minerva's eyes were on the window, on the frost beginning to sweat, on Harry's hands. "We've a little time," she said, and Harry heard in that little ledger larger than his. They worked the rest of the day. Not glorious work. Inventory of wards, rebinding grudging walls. Pomfrey, with Stroud and another healer Harry recognized vaguely from the corridors. Developed a mild tonic for salt chill, and a stronger one for the sudden urge to stop attempting. Snape supplied ingredients and unasked for improvements, surly as a man who does charity under protest. Flitwick trained 3 healers in the boring, essential version of his stabilization spells, until the floor began to like its job again. Harry paid where he could. Laughed with kids not because the room wanted to love him, but because a girl in a paper had told him a joke about a toad and a toothbrush that deserved applause. Wrote names on the underside of bed frames in ink he wiped away after, because names out in the open made good prey. Refused the rush of relief when the ward settled. Took instead a headache, and the knowledge that headaches are not evidence of virtue, but sometimes are the receipt for not taking the wrong thing. Near dusk, they regrouped in a room that had once been for staff naps, and now had detailed maps of the hospital on the wall, layered with fresh chalk swirls. "It will go somewhere big next," Hermione said. "Bone, tired and correct. It will want an audience. The atrium of the ministry, Ron guessed, practical and horrified. Or Diagon Alley. Or the football at the Cannons Stadium if it's feeling particularly mean. God help us if it learns Quidditch schedules." Bones muttered, already drafting memos in her head. "We'll move to staggered visiting hours and limit crowd compression. St. Mungo's will feel unfriendly for a week. Let them complain. Alive people write letters." Dumbledore pinched the short bridge of his nose. "The Department of Mysteries must seal its doors." "Already done," Bones said. "I won't have unspeakables playing with a mirror when a shadow wants an excuse." Minerva had been quiet long enough to make Dumbledore look. "Rhiannon," he said, which was a risk and a courtesy. She didn't wince. "It isn't a man," she said. "It's a habit with teeth. We used to call that white hunger, the craving that follows battlefields around, the way ravens know to. It usually needs a body as a wick." Her eyes found Harry's. "This one doesn't." "Why?" Hermione asked. "Why can it not need?" "Because the piece of Tom that slid free in the mirror learned a new habit in the air," Minerva said. "He fed on fear as a man. As this, he learned to feed on quantity. He likes panic. He adores audiences." Harry felt sick and energized in a way he despised. "So we make small rooms," he said. "We make people boring. We refuse to clap. That will starve the periphery, Minerva said. At the center, nothing but gift will hold it. Define. Bones said, pen halted. Minerva spoke to the wall so she wouldn't have to be accused of tenderness to anyone's face. It will leave for a time if you give it a life with no debt attached, she said. It's ancient arithmetic. Selfless gift creates a space it can't stand because there's nothing to leverage. The room went very still. Dumbledore's eyes closed, as if he were listening for something no longer in his head. Hermione made the small sound she makes when she realizes the cost of a theorem she loves. Snape narrowed his eyes, then looked away. Harry said, because he could not. Minerva did not look at him. We'll research, she said politely. Which meant we will pretend we are researching while I wrestle with the fact I already know the price. The restricted section will be useful for once. Mr. Potter, you'll go back to school. He wanted to argue. He also wanted tea and a chair and the absence of rooms that reached toward you like vines. Yes, Professor, he said, and watched her shoulders move half an inch, as if a kettle had been lifted. Bones touched Minerva's sleeve like a comrade who dislikes hugging. Thank you, she said, and because she was that sort of person, she added to Harry, and you. Don't thank children for surviving your buildings, Harry said, too tired to varnish. Bones didn't flinch. I'll put it in the report. They returned to Hogwarts when the sky had turned the color of old tin. The great hall was lit for comfort, not display. The castle hummed louder, protective, fretful. Harry felt the whisper pass once through the rafters, noticed that it would not be entertained here, and slip away. Hermione walked him as far as the common room door, and then past it, down 2 steps, into a small stone triangle that had learned to be a private bench. She sat him down and put a cup in his hands that had not been there a second before. Where did you? Minerva, she said. She said the word kitchen, and somebody sensible obeyed. He breathed the steam like instructions. It wanted me, he said. Everything wants you, she said, exquisitely dry. Only some of it gets a vote. He laughed, then didn't. It offered to feed me forever. Hermione's face grew sharp. That's not an offer, she said. That's colonization. He thought of Bellatrix, and the word put iron in his mouth. I didn't answer, he said. I know, she said, certain. I counted the way you didn't glow in front of little children. He closed his eyes. Thank you for the ledger, he said. Don't get sentimental, she warned. It'll ruin my reputation. Ron clattered up with less grace and more snacks, dropped 3 packets of biscuits on Harry's knees and said, Bones is terrifying. In a good way. She's exactly my type of adult. Hermione said, She's your type of everything. Ron shot back, then added, to Harry softer, You did good, mate. Minerva did good. Harry said, Snape did good. The beds did good. I outlined a leak. Non-glorious heroes are the best kind, Hermione said. They eat biscuits without speeches. He did. It kept his hands from shaking. After, when the biscuits were gone and Ron had been dispatched to remind Neville that plants don't like hospital gossip, Harry went to Minerva's office and knocked. She said, Enter, in a voice that crossed 3 decades. She had 3 books open and a 4th under her hand, as if it might bolt. The air around her smelled like snowmelt and old wood and the tiniest edge of panic, which she was suffocating with work. Do you know it will require that? He asked, because he could not but push. Yes, she said. She did not smile. I also know there are untried geometries. We won't go directly to the altar. You almost did, he said. I almost offered, she corrected. Offering is cheap. Choice is expensive. He stood there and hated loving her. He loved hating the thing that would ask for her. He chose not to speak in either vocabulary. "Tea?" she asked. "Yes," he said. They drank it like combatants share water after the battle has stopped out of politeness. "You can't stop it, can you?" he said. It wasn't defeat. It wasn't drama. It was the cost. "No," she said, "but we can make it choose its meals. Small rooms," he said. "Oogly safety," she said. 1,000 receipts, he said. Her mouth twitched. "And sewing. I'm learning blanket stitch," he confessed, exhausted. "Finally, a use for your hands," she said. When he left, she stood and watched the door close and permitted herself, just for a breath in private, to put her palm flat on the desk and feel the old, familiar throb of the Queen she had put away, the part that said, "I will go into the dark, and the dark will break." She took her hand away. She picked up a quill instead. In the days that followed, Hogwarts practiced being boring as a strategy. Meals were staggered. Quidditch practices were divided into smaller flights. The librarian, with the relish of the righteous, limited reading circles to 5. Peeves attempted to organize a sing-along and was banished from the second floor for 40. 8 hours under a new clause Snape drafted that had more legalese than vinegar. Letters came. Thank yous that Minerva forwarded to St. Mungo's. Accusations from people who disliked learning that do nothing flashy as a plan. One, in cheap angry ink, called Harry a coward for not finishing the job with Quirrell. He put it in the fire. Hermione made a face. "You're getting better at that," she said. "I prefer good enemies," he said. "Anonymous cowards don't count." Daphne joined him for tea with Hufflepuffs as agreed, and surprised herself by enjoying a story about a badger that solved a bank robbery. Kindness is interesting, she admitted, as if confessing to a minor theft. "It's also profitable," Harry said. "You just have to measure differently." Draco showed up one afternoon with Blaise and a first. Yes, Slytherin, whose hands shook when he spoke. He felt it in the common room. Draco said, casual as one can be while delivering evidence. "He thinks it said his name." His tone was pointedly not dramatic. Harry knelt so he was shorter than the first year, used the bedside hush again and said, "We can make your name heavy. It makes it harder to carry out of a room." He gave the boy 3 rules. Write it 3 times under a stone no one else touches. Tell it to 2 people who won't lie to you. Say it in the morning before you say anyone else's name. Consent. Causality. Cost dressed as ritual. The boy nodded like a soldier. Snape, in an unguarded moment, said to Harry over a cauldron, "There are potions for courage. They're crude, they work. They're also a way to outsource yourself. Don't take them." "I wasn't going to," Harry said. "I've tea." Snape grunted with the satisfaction of being agreed with in a useful way. "Good." Bones sent 3 memos full of actual numbers. The Ministry sealed 3 doors and fired 1 man who liked audiences. Dumbledore made speeches to staff and stayed off the front page. Minerva slept less, drank more, and wrote in a left-handed scrawl on a scrap she slid into a drawer he wasn't supposed to know about. "When the day comes, spend the right life." Harry read in restricted with her, cautiously, stopping when books began to give advice. Advice in old books is always a trap. Hermione found a footnote in a 17th century manual that said white, "Hunger disperses when presented with a gift it cannot account for." Ron said, "Like what?" And Hermione said, "Like daring to love people in public," and then went bright red. Harry walked the castle and practiced not being interesting. It was harder than it sounded. He found the small stone triangle with Hermione again and again, and they sat with cups and no speeches. and the kind of friendship that does not make rooms clap. He wrote to Ginny about tigers and about small rooms and about how crowds can be wrong when they are right together too loudly. She wrote back a story about telling off a teacher who called her Ginevra like an insult, and how she had not bitten him because she was practicing. He sent her a line. Practice is the art of refusing to improvise for applause. She sent back show off. He laughed. One night, alone in the library aisle that now smelled like old iron and disinfectant, the whisper slid along his scar and through a crack in the stone. Soon, it said. Not threat, thirst. He leaned his head back against the shelf and said out loud, to the empty room and to the part inside him that still wanted a stage, not here. It went elsewhere. He went back to his book. He underlined willing in a chapter on transfiguration contracts and wrote in the margin, "Rooms do not consent, people do." When he left, he turned down the corridor to Minerva's office and considered, for a long minute, knocking and telling her about the scrap in her drawer he had not read but somehow knew. He did not. He would pay for the knowledge later with obedience now. On the landing, the castle's stones sighed with an old memory and a new resolve. Out over the grounds, the snow had softened and taken footprints again. Somewhere in London, an atrium stood too bright in the night, and an empty chair waited to be notable. The whisper would try again. The adults would make ugly safety. The children would keep their names. Harry would be boring on purpose until it was time to be exact. He went to bed. He dreamed of a hospital where blankets remembered people, and names sank hooks into beds, and boys in dragon pajamas learned to laugh at nurses with permission. He woke and wrote, took none, paid tea on the ledger in his head, and then, without drama, went to breakfast. Outside. The snow made a statement that would be corrected by noon. Inside, the school practiced the quiet math that keeps rooms from learning to eat you. And when the drafts along the third floor corridor breathed once, testing the edges, Harry breathed back and let the weather pass. The week learned to hold its breath. Hogwarts had been practicing boredom like a defensive art, staggered meals, smaller study groups, no spontaneous sing-alongs. Even Peeves sulked, cheated of applause. Harry kept his ledger like a star chart, only he needed to read took none, paid tea, listening, 3 letters that asked for nothing back. On Wednesday, the air thinned. He felt it in the corridor outside Ancient Runes. The light went a shade flatter. The stone forgot to hum, and his scar threaded cold like wire drawing through bone. He turned before he decided to. Hermione looked up from a page of glyphs. Yes. Hospital. Ron guessed, already standing. No, Harry said, which frightened him because he could hear himself guessing right. Here. The first scream came from the stairwell above, not panic pain. The second came from a wall. You can tell when stone screams it's a dry, tired sound. Minerva's voice followed, crisp and level, the tone that makes chairs remember their manners. Inside, doors sealed. Prefects count, then count again. Harry ran toward the sound. Hermione and Ron ran with him without being told, which is how covenants are supposed to work. On the 3rd floor landing, the banners had gone dull. When magic is healthy, color makes a noise. Now red sulked, green hid its gold, blue forgot its vowels, yellow looked like apology. The corridor tasted of old ashes and wintered over roses. At the far end, Dumbledore stood with his wand at his side, face made of patience. A half-circle of teachers flanked him, Flitwick, Pomfrey, Sprout, Snape, with Minerva paced forward like a hinge. 6th. Years in a ragged line had their wands out in the brave, useless way boys stand between doorways and dragons. Peeves bobbed near the ceiling, furious, then looked ashamed of his fury. What is it? Hermione's voice came small and exact. The answer came from the shadow between two tapestries, a sound of absence, pronounced like a word you don't admit you know. Little rooms it breathed, little names, little king. Harry's mouth tasted like old copper. Umbra. Snape's head snapped. You won't call it? He said, soft and lethal. You won't make a shape with your tongue. I'm not inviting, Harry said. I'm labeling. The air changed the way it does before a storm, but thunder didn't follow. Wraithfire blossomed along the ceiling, blue, black and cold, burning meanings a plaque that once said Honor cracked, a portrait of a headmistress long dead breathed out and dimmed to an unframed chunk of paint. Containment, Minerva said. Wands moved like oars in the hands of practiced rowers. Flitwick threw a netted charm that glittered and refused drama. It pinned the worst of the fire, forcing it to sulk in corners. Sprout snapped her fingers and roots, shouldered up through the flagstones, fletching either side of the corridor. It turns out even ancient castles like being hugged if the arms are green. Pomfrey pressed a warm stone into the wall as if taking a pulse. The shadow pooled and, without warning, chose a throat. Harry had imagined a mask, a monster, a ruin. Umbra preferred irony. It stepped into Dumbledore's pupils and wore his voice without stealing his posture. The headmaster blinked once, the way a man blinks when someone else tugs a curtain in the room he owns. He did not move. The shadow spoke through him like a child, using a violin case to make a speech. We recognize you, it said, mouth polite, eyes wrong. You make rooms small, we like cities. Minerva did not look at Dumbledore. She looked at Umbra as if it were a stubborn stain on a good table. Leave. Your rooms are loud, the voice said, admiring. You first taught him to drink. She flinched. Only Harry saw it. The shadow noticed that too. It smiled Dumbledore's patient smile and tilted Dumbledore's head, and all at once the corridor around them forgot a piece of itself, the crack in the third stone from the end, the scuff by the window where a boy tumbled last term. The unmaking spread like tiredness. Unca, Minerva ordered. Stories. Harry said aloud, because when you're drowning you recite your own rules. Names. Small, Minerva agreed. Small, Hermione echoed and began. Third stone from the end. Neville fell there trying to see if mandrakes complain about cold feet. They do. He apologized to the floor. Ron pointed. Window latch squeaks only if it's hungry. Seamus fed it a sausage, nearly started a war. Sprout laughed, which made the corridor bite its own lip and stop erasing itself. These aren't the runes you're looking for. She told a sputtering patch of wraithfire and stomped it with a shoe that had killed angrier plants. Umbra did not grow frustrated. It is difficult to insult a habit. It changed tactic. The air thickened, the light thinned, and the shadow pulled at willingness the way a nurse pulls a blanket, gentle, firm, impersonal. Harry felt half a dozen small hearts on the other side of a door waver. No, he said, quiet, bedside, hush. He laid both palms on the wall and outlined the cold with a steadying curve. The way you draw a boy's attention back to the book he can read, not the one the room is pretending is more interesting. The pull slipped. A first-year hiccuped, then wept in clean relief, the kind Pomfrey approves of. Harry, Minerva said, not warning thread. He took hold of his own ribbon under the cuff and counted. The river inside him surged at the sound of fear and didn't find a channel. He denied it the moment the way you deny a cat the muggle butter. It prowled and sulked. Umbra flexed in Dumbledore's eyes like a fish beneath ice. You denied us once, it said. We learned your door. We grew where you wrote your ledger. Harry swallowed, then read it correctly, he said. Consent. Causality. Cost. Words are taxes for people who fear appetite. Umbra said, and pushed. The wraithfire spiked not only along the ceiling, through the floorboards into the framework of the school. Somewhere down the corridor, a portrait shrieked, and then fell silent as paint remembered it wasn't breath. A prefect swayed. Peeves took in a lungful of wrong, and for the first time in Harry's life went still. Minerva lifted her hand. The world felt its hair part. He had seen her be professor and guardian, and the polite violence of deputy. He had not seen, here, with the children behind doors and the hum of a castle she would have bled for, the Queen stepped forward with her temper unholstered. "Enough," she said, and the word carried the weight of a title she refused to wear. It was not a shout. It was the weight you put on a door you do not intend to let open. The wraithfire froze. Frost traced delicate, disapproving embroidery along its edge, runes Minerva never taught them lit beneath her boots, the primary grammar of don't. Umbra drew Dumbledore's mouth into a smile that had once charmed ministries. "Rhiannon," it said, delighted. "We've met." "Not in this castle," she said. "Always in this castle," it said. Dumbledore, behind his eyes, resisted. Harry could feel it. The old man's were like a sturdy, well-used chair bracing its legs. The shadow used him anyway. Minerva didn't give Umbra the courtesy of looking into his face. She addressed the hallway. "Poppy," she said. "Ready." Pomfrey snapped, her hands already rolling vials that steamed like breath in winter. "Phileas." "Here." Flitwick answered, one tip steadying like a surgeon's hand. "Severus." Snape inclined his head, cauldron in the air, the unlovely smell of something useful biting the back of the throat. "Albus." Minerva added, and her voice held knife and kindness. "Hold the line." Dumbledore's jaw set. Umbra smiled through it, and then, without so much as a flourish, it bit Minerva's shoulder with absence. "It wasn't a spell you can block. It was a taking." Minerva gasped, not from pain, from lack. The edge of her coat grayed, then her skin at the seam of her collarbone. Then the red thread at her cuff went white as if bleached by a hand that did not believe in color. Harry moved before thinking. "Eno," he said, and threw both hands out. Not fire, not wind, not drama. Hush magnified until it became structure. The corridor groaned as meaning knit. The taking slowed, then stuttered. He reached for her with his other hand. She didn't let him. Her eyes cut sideways, "Stay where you are," and he obeyed, shaking. Umbra felt it. It pulled again, wanting, not vengeance. The headmaster's pupils widened to coins. The fire roared, then stopped as if it had decided to be a good guest. Minerva smiled, not for Umbra, for Harry. She smiled like a woman who has decided to carry something that will break her and is relieved to discover she can. "Albus," she said. "Whatever your... Listen to me now." Dumbledore's body stilled. For a heartbeat, the shadow let him hear her. "You're the man who taught me not to bow to words," she said. "You're also the man who puts little boys in doorways and calls them necessary. Fight, both of you." "Minerva," Dumbledore said, voice frayed by a hand that wasn't his. She did not let him apologize. "Phileas," she said. "Net the seam." Flitwick pointed his wand and spoke 3 unpretty syllables. A web of patient light slipped down the air and sat itself between Umbra and the floor. "Poppy," Minerva said. "Stone." Pomfrey pressed the warm stone into Minerva's palm, the way you press a coin into a child's hand before the market, a talisman that knows the grocery lists you are too tired to remember. Minerva squeezed. The grey edge repented by a shade and stopped moving. "Severus." Minerva said, gentleness now, which must have confused everyone who thought her incapable of it with this man. "Break its appetite." Snape had already uncorked the vial. He flung the contents at the ceiling. The mist rose, not green, not red, sour. Wraithfire crackled like fat in a pan and died with an offended hiss. Umbra laughed with Dumbledore's mouth. "You're very clever," it said. "Cleverness is a salt lick." Minerva did not reply. She turned to Harry and, out of everyone's capacity for shock or sense, took his wrist where the red thread lived and pressed her thumb to it. "Harry James," she said. "Consent." He froze. She had never said those two words together in that order with that shape. He understood anyway. He whispered, "Where's causality?" she asked. "I'm letting you," he said, wanting to vomit at the grammar. "Cost?" she asked softly. "I'll carry you," he said, which was not what the rules usually meant, and was the only thing he could afford. Her mouth tightened in approval, in apology, in laughter at their arrogance. Then she moved. She had a dozen names for the ritual she never taught him. She chose the smallest one because it fits in a mouth of someone you're saving sharing. The grove on the edge of the pitch, the circles in summer, the valley's spill of old sound, they came through her hands. Her left palm stayed on his red thread. Her right reached up and pressed flat against Dumbledore's chest, as if to insist he belonged to a body with rules. The air told the truth to itself, and the truth hurt. Harry felt it first as heat, then as the white ache you get when a numb limb wakes up angry, but inside his ribs. Minerva poured a lifetime of disciplined weather into the part of him the line had claimed in summer and the school had tried to crown at Halloween. It entered him like breath and burned like exercise. Everything that had been lazy became required. It did not stop there. He saw, at the edge of seeing, her. The girl who learned to hold a kitchen kettle like an oath. The student who refused a duel and won a school. The woman who left a throne and learned to be a teacher because she distrusted soaring. He felt her edge make a cup, and then the cup tipped. "Minerva," Pomfrey said, and the syllables were not a warning and not a question, but a friend, calling a friend back from a cliff, because that's where the path goes and you hate it. "Look at me," Minerva told Harry, and he did. "Pay me back by hating me later," she said, "simple as bread. But don't ever let this feel good." His mouth opened. He doesn't remember answering. He remembers obeying. The transfer surged. Umbra saw it and, for the first time since it learned to use people, flinched. The space between Dumbledore's bones became briefly inhospitable to parasites. The shadow sprang back into the air, leaving the headmaster gasping. Harry could have been relieved. Instead, the wave hit. Every door on the corridor shivered. Every heart behind it thudded hard and loud. Fear and love and 100 versions of respect, and a dozen flavors of don't die, Hogwarts poured itself toward him. He had always thought he could choose the door. He had always believed he could stand there, one palm braced, and let it pass. He could not. Grief hit first, clean and salt. It was not a beautiful grief. It had snot and panic and promises it couldn't possibly keep. Behind it came shock, the thin, bright kind that moves people without asking. Then adoration, which is always the most efficient drug. The river under his ribs, a trickle, a trained dog, became a spring forced by Minerva's hand. It lifted him by the throat. He was not a boy in a corridor. He was a story with fingers and a spine. He wanted to be small. He could not be. Harry saw the world in edges. Every bit of air was a fulcrum, every sound a lever, every eye a lens he could drink through if he let himself. It terrified him, and he loved it, and he hated loving it, and none of that mattered because Umbra, fat now and unafraid again, lunged. A movie. Minerva barked, not at him, at the world, and the world did. She stepped between Umbra and the children's doors, and Umbra, frustrated, changed aim. It went for her. Not the body, the weather. Harry felt the bite. It was not teeth. It was vacuum. The cold wrapped her like a hand around a candle it wanted to snuff. She did not step back. She did not step forward. She removed her shields. Hermione, Ron, Pomfrey, Flitwick, Snape, Dumbledore, Harry. The ritual changed shape. You can transfer skill, you can move power. You cannot move life unless someone who owns it says, take this. Minerva put her palm under Harry's ribs, not in body, in grammar, and gave him the rest. The protective magic that had been her posture. The thing she'd spent decades being instead of a queen, that folded into him. It hurt the way dying feels when it is purposeful. He did not scream because the school did, and that was still small enough to manage. Umbra tore, and met a force it had never learned to eat. Two parts of one line met, the hungry river he'd tried to dam and the quiet, stubborn lake that had made Minerva possible. For a second, the corridor was a lodge in winter. Harry, Minerva said again, urgent now, human. Anchor me. He reached for her with everything, not power. Name. Minerva. Minerva. Rianne, Minerva. He said it like a prayer and like a ledger and like a boy. She found his wrist, skin now, not ritual, and squeezed. Good boy, she said, which cracked him so thoroughly he could finally move. The world bent. The Queen's last breath shoved him forward. He turned. Umbra hit him with nothing and too much. He did not throw fire. He did not throw light. He set his palm against space and denied it the right to be less than it had been a second ago. The corridor held. Umbra recoiled, then lashed sideways. Pushing through a portrait, soaring it, Harry met it again, careful as stitching. Not that wall. Not that frame. Not that door. Harry! Hermione cried. He ignored everything that was not the seam, where nothing was trying to be something else. He did not need a wand. He needed permission. The air liked him now, not because he had charmed it. Never that. But because someone it loved had asked it to take him in. He drove Umbra toward the window with the steady pressure of a man moving furniture. It tore at Dumbledore again as it fled. The headmaster grunted. You then did something Umbra did not care for. He sat down. Dumbledore, free enough for a moment, refused the stage. He lowered himself to the floor against the wall. Legs crossed, wand at rest, eyes closed, and began to breathe in the slow, unmistakable pattern of someone praying without believing in gods. Magic is quick to obey posture. The habit couldn't get purchase on a man who had, briefly, no audience inside himself. Umbra screamed. No air. No crowd. No gift. No door. Harry would have laughed if he hadn't been holding a building together with the last, kindest fraction of a woman's life. Take it to the window. Minerva whispered, so soft no one could have heard, and he did. Not because it mattered in any strategic way. Umbra can't be thrown like a dog. But because the outside is bigger, and he needed space that wouldn't remember the shape if he failed. Umbra lunged once more. It was tired. No, that's wrong. Hollow. Habit eats until there is nothing left to be, and then it looks for a hill to stand on. It found only Harry. We can give you cities, it breathed, almost a lover's tone. We can carry you on the river forever. We can keep you from the ledger. We can make grief. He did not let it finish. He shoved the hush down its throat. Not silence, the sweet, strict quiet of rooms that have just been cleaned and are not yet ready for the guests. Umbra folded, slid, flitted, fled. It left through the window with a noise like a word half bitten. The glass did not break. It went cold to a precise degree, and then warmed as if ashamed. The corridor breathed. The school wept. Not one noise, 100 rooms gathering themselves. Harry turned to Minerva, and the river remembered cost too late. She was on her knees. Pomfrey was already moving, a spell around her like a low, angry song. Flitwick was there, his hand on her shoulder, brilliant, small, exact. Snape knelt on the other side, fingers on her pulse, face. unexpectedly, opened, as if someone had taken away the mask and found a man too tired to hate this correctly. Dumbledore crawled on his knees like penance and reached for her hand. "Don't," she told him, with the last dry humor she had issued boys and ministers for decades. "You'll make it about you." He stopped. The way he obeyed her was one of the few things that had ever made Harry trust him. Harry fell to the stone and gathered her, not like a dramatic boy, like a son being given an assignment. She was light in a way that terrified him. Queen and professor and woman, she had always been weight. Now she was leaving the parts he could hold. "Don't," he said, because he was 11 and because grown men's words don't work at cliffs. She looked up, patient with his stupidity. "You didn't take," she murmured. "You carried. It doesn't matter," he said, "because it didn't, and because it did. I want you to stay." "I'm staying," she said. She lifted their joined hands, the red thread under his cuff, white where the taking had touched it and red again where her thumb held. "Here." He shook his head. "Here isn't a kitchen," he said, because he needed her laugh. She obliged him with a breath that could have been a laugh in summer. "Listen to me," she said, and he did the thing he was best at. "You aren't a king," she said. He flinched like she had struck him. "Not because you're small, because kings demand applause. You're a—" She stopped, searching for a word that would both wound him into better and keep him from dying of it. "Keeper. Of rooms, of names, of people. That's uglier." "It's better. I can be ugly," he said, his voice cracked on Can in the mean, honest way of boys. "I know," she said, and smiled, and the smile looked once like the field by the lock and once like a report turned in on time. "What do I do?" He asked helplessly. "Work," she said. "Small. Exact. Pay your receipts. Hate anything that tries to make this feel clean." He nodded frantic. "And Harry," she said, eyes sharpening in a way that should have warned gods. "When he comes back, Umbra, Tom. Whoever wears the habit next, don't let him make you theatrical. You unmade a story today, do it again. It will kill you more slowly. It will save them." Snape made a sound half curse, half blessing, but he did not interrupt. Pomfrey's mouth trembled, her hands did not. "Minerva," she said. "Useless holy. Stop making speeches. Breathe." Minerva said. "I'm giving him my last homework." Hermione stood behind Harry now, hands on his shoulders, anchoring his spine to his skin. Ron had gone to his knees too, and was holding Minerva's neat, sensible shoe in his big, careful palm, as if that could negotiate a different ending. Dumbledore sat back and let it be. That too was work. "Tell me," Harry began, and didn't know what to ask for. A map. A riddle. A permission slip. He was a boy who could move air by thinking at it. He had nothing that would trade for this. Minerva closed her fingers around his, found within his palm a small callus from sewing he hadn't noticed. "I'm proud of your stitches," she said. "They're straight when no one is watching." He folded around the sentence. He hadn't cried when Umbra left. He cried now, quietly, because with her he didn't have to pretend to be a room. She breathed once more, not as a drama, as a task. He felt her attach final knots where she had poured protections into his ribs. He felt her press the smallest portion of the queen into a drawer and slam it shut. "Look after Hagrid," she said, "a last ruthless assignment. He forgets to eat when he's sad." Harry said. "Listen to Hermione when you want to be elegant." Minerva said. "She will be uglier and correct." Hermione hiccuped a laugh sob that did the job of yes. "Let Ron make the joke," Minerva added, eyes already elsewhere. "It's the only way he will survive your accuracy." Ron ducked his head as if someone had handed him a hat. Daphne will ask for more than she needs, Minerva said, which would have offended Daphne if she'd been present, and if she didn't know it was true. You give her exactly enough to make her dangerous to the right people. Harry nodded because he'd learned not to say "I promise" unless he could. Severus, Minerva said, turning her head with effort and sticking him to the wall with only his name. Stop pretending you don't care about children. It's tedious. A sound of betrayal escaped him. Who told you? And then he bowed his head the small, exact distance a man of his spine can afford. Albus, she said. He didn't speak. He didn't try to absolve himself. He bent until their foreheads were close, but not touching, because consent matters even now. Trust him, she said, meaning Harry. Not with your stories, with your silence. A sound like the collapse of an old house leaving the foundations steadier moved through the headmaster's chest. And Poppy, she whispered, a smile that had scolded him into bed for years. I won't apologize for the patience I stole from you. I was right. You were, Pomfrey said raggedly, which is the highest medicine knows how to praise. And now, Minerva said as if closing a ledger, I'll go. No, Harry said again, because he had to. She tilted her head true and irrelevant, and then she, for lack of any even slightly adequate verb left, it felt like a room taking down a portrait and putting it away carefully. Nothing crashed. Nothing burned. The cold that had been biting her went nowhere. There was nowhere for it to go. It went out like a candlestick pinched between careful fingers. The absence turned into memory, and then into the quiet grief that teaches you how to carry a kettle without scalding yourself when your hands shake. Harry didn't let go of her hand. He could feel the heat leaving, and he wanted to be rude about it. Hermione pressed their shoulders together until he remembered to breathe. Ron pushed a biscuit-mad, holy boy into his free hand. He didn't eat it. He held it like a relic. Snape stood up before anyone else, as if anger were all that kept him from disintegrating. We aren't done, he snapped, thankfully at the ceiling. Children need to be counted. Go, Pomfrey commanded, her voice in the register that moves men. Count all of you. I'll see to her. Harry lifted Minerva to give Pomfrey room. He did it without thinking, a last indignity he could refuse her. He did not let anyone else carry his teacher. Dumbledore moved to help. Harry said without looking, no. The old man stepped back. That was his apology. They laid Minerva on a conjured bench that looked like wood and felt like stubbornness. Pomfrey arranged her with the speed of women who know how death makes people fuss. She smoothed Minerva's hair. She straightened her sleeve. She tied the red thread into a small, perfect knot. Go, she said again. I'll keep this room human. They went because obedience is also grief. The rest of the evening moved like a bad drill they had practiced in their heads without admitting it. Doors opened. Children counted. Prefects discovered that training is simply work when you don't want it to be. The Slytherins were less frightened than rumors pretend. Fear, when you live with it, is an old neighbor. A Gryffindor first year wouldn't stop shaking until Hermione made him recite the names of his 6 favorite sandwiches, he included. Chip, twice. It did the trick. A Ravenclaw demanded to know if essays were still due. Flitwick said yes, with a straight face and mercy behind it. A Hufflepuff gave Harry a cup of tea that tasted like hands that wash dishes without being asked. Draco appeared at Harry's elbow, as if summoned by arithmetic. He didn't say, I'm sorry. He didn't say, are you all right? He said, is it gone? Tone level, eyes careful. For now, Harry said. Then we should plan for soon. Draco replied. If you cry, I didn't see it. Harry didn't laugh. He nodded once and breathed. And for a second the river inside him tried to mistake this for permission to drink. He refused it, and it sulked. And that was a familiar fight he wished was someone else's problem and knew was his. Daphne came without spectacle, handed him a handkerchief that looked expensive and had clear, clean stitches. "Return that," she said, "or keep it." Either choice is an economy. He took it. "Tea tomorrow," he said, "because keeping appointments is how you remind the world it's still a world." "Obviously," she said, as if anything else would be nonsense. Bones arrived later with no entourage and a face like law. She took in the corridor and the bench, and the fact that Pomfrey had washed Minerva's hands before anyone thought to cry properly. "We'll need measures," she said to Dumbledore, voice iron, mercy after. "After we sit." They sat on the floor, the lot of them, headmaster, professors, the head of the DMLE, and Harry, who had run out of energy for titles, pressed the heel of his hand into his eye until he saw shapes. Hermione leaned into him without asking. He leaned back without needing to. When the counting was done, and the small rooms were small again, and the doors had remembered how to be polite, Pomfrey came to Harry with the gentleness she saves for boys who burned their hands on kettles they had no business lifting. "She's ready," she said. He went to her. Minerva lay as if posing for a painting she would have mocked. Pomfrey had set her mouth the way we like to imagine teachers rest, forgiving and orderly. It did not suit Minerva. He loved her for that too. He touched the back of her hand. It was cool but not cold. He put the biscuit Ron had given him on the bench beside her, absurd and correct. "Tell her," Hermione whispered, knowing he needed something to do. He bent to the ear that had heard his first lies and his first truths. "I'll hate you later," he said. "And I'll pay, and I won't let it feel good." He didn't add "I love you" because the words were too small and too easy, and Minerva had never spent a day that deserved easy words. He put them in the ledger instead, where they would cost him. On his way out, Dumbledore stood to meet him. They looked at one another. The old man's eyes were empty in a way that wasn't helpless. It was the space you make when the room is too full of your own voice. Dumbledore began, then stopped. "I'll be quiet," he said. "Good," Harry said, too tired to soften. "And useful. I can try." Dumbledore said it was a promise of behavior, not feeling. Minerva would have approved. Snape pressed something into Harry's hand as he passed, a small vial, too clear to be dangerous. "Sleep," he said, "not a potion. Lavender and the lies we tell children. It may fool you long enough to keep you from making a speech." "Thank you," Harry said, not bothering to disguise the gratitude. Snape sniffed as if appalled at himself and stalked off to yell at a cupboard. They made it back to the common room by habit. The portrait tried to offer sympathy. Hermione told it to hush. Inside, the fire was lit. The chairs had arranged themselves as if they knew new business required old furniture. Ron sat heavily, face blotched with grief he'd inherited from every Weasley before him. "I don't know what to do with my hands," he said. "Hold mine." Hermione said without ceremony, and he did, and that saved 3 inches of drowning that night. Harry leaned against the mantelpiece until the heat taught him not to break. He felt the wave come again, the school thinking his name, the country's current adjusting, and the river leapt. He resisted until his knuckles went white. He failed. He took 1 breath's worth, the smallest theft he could manage, and he hated it. And he wrote it down inside his skull, took a breath. "Paid, I will hate this every time I see a boy look at a teacher like a miracle that might be mortal." He didn't sleep. He lay down and didn't close his eyes. The vial sat on the table and smelled like evening in the valley. He opened it and held it under his nose and pretended, for 30 seconds, to be a child someone could fool. Just before dawn, the whisper came back, quick as an apology, far away and already eating somewhere else, testing, tasting. He stood. He went to the window. The grounds were bruised blue. The bench in the corridor beyond the third. Floor landing would still be there, Pomfrey standing guard like a saint forbidding candles. Soon, he said to the glass. Not today. Tomorrow. Any day you want. I'll be small as long as you let me. I'll be exact when you make me. He set the vial back on the table. He straightened his sleeve. He retied the red thread where Pomfrey had knotted it, doubling the loop because Minerva hated a single point of failure. He went downstairs when the first footfalls began to make morning. He stood in the doorway long enough not to be seen. Then he walked in like a boy who had homework due and a seat he liked and friends who needed tea. The school looked at him. He looked at his eggs. Hermione touched his shoulder and left her hand there until he remembered to touch hers back. Ron slid a plate to him without asking what he wanted, because sometimes kindness is authority. Draco stared, then pretended he hadn't. Daphne nodded once. Ledger, work done for the morning. Flitwick blew his nose delicately and muttered something about chairs. Snape drank coffee with the moral posture of a man who intended to punish the mug for being hot. Dumbledore did not make a speech. Somewhere in the corridor outside, a tiny warmth lingered, where a red thread had been tied by a hand that was never going to tolerate shoddy work. Harry didn't reach for it. He let it sit where it belonged. He took a breath that did not belong to the river. He opened his book. It lay there under a grey morning and refused the language of rest. Portraits stayed in their frames, eyes open, mouths closed. The clocks ticked like people eating dry bread. When Harry woke, he knew without touching the red thread that Pomfrey had cut Minerva's hair to a clean line and folded her robe once, just once, with the precision of women who will not let sloppiness win the argument. Hermione was already in the common room, blanket around her shoulders and a quill in her fist, as if she'd forgotten it was for writing and not anchoring. Ron hovered, a Weasley hurricane with its wind gone. Eat, Hermione said, because rituals keep humans from unraveling. He chewed without tasting. It helped the room sit down. He had slept less than a quarter hour. He had not dreamed. He didn't want to be congratulated for that. Dawn broke, pearly and tired. A school learns how to hold grief. Hogwarts had been practicing for centuries. Still, Minerva's name made the corridors lean. Harry stood. I'm going to see Hagrid, he said. Saying it made it become a task, not a collapse. Hermione rose with him. Ron did too. He'll have cried himself into a corner and forgotten breakfast. Ron muttered, mad at the right target. The grounds were brittle with frost that had melted and lied about it. Fang threw himself at them with love as crude as it was medicinal. Hagrid opened the door as if the hinges were promises he intended to keep. Here, Hagrid said, and then did the only thing that made sense. Put a jug of tea on the table and set out cups so large they could double as basins. He made no speech. He produced biscuits the size of fists and softer than usual, which told Harry Hagrid had stayed up and made a second batch after he cried. Harry told him. He didn't dress it. He let the sentences be ugly. Hagrid listened like a doorframe. She'd have been cross if you'd let it make your head shiny. He rumbled at last, eyes red but not watery. She'd have said Harry James, used the middle name like a poke, and told ye sweep before ye saved the world. Harry laughed. It hurt. It helped. She did. Good, Hagrid said with finality. We're doing a memorial that's sensible, not foolish. He looked sideways, careful as a giant can be. Ye're going T-Planet. Yes, Harry said, instinctively then deliberately. A plan was not a stage. It could be a tool. Here and there. He meant Hogwarts and London, and as far as a voice could go. He did not say, "And I will use it." That would have been too honest for this minute. "Right," Hagrid said. "We'll do it right." On the way back up, Hermione said, "Please don't decorate this." "I won't," Harry said, which was true if you defined decorate narrowly. They met Daphne and Draco in the first corridor that hadn't forgiven itself yet. Draco inclined his head. Not a bow, not sympathy. "My father is already maneuvering," he said. "The board will want ownership." "Let them bring chairs," Harry said. "We'll bring the floor." Daphne's gaze went to his hands. "You're going to use the crowd," she said, not accusing, not approving. Counting. "Yes," he said, because lying to Greengrass was like lying to a mirror that charged you interest. "Then we draft rules," Daphne replied. 3 levels of access. Inner circle the school. Outer alumni and the parents who won't make speeches. Extreme outer ministry and press. Barriers between the circles that aren't obviously barriers. Herbs that blunt panic. Wards that muffle applause. Acoustics that favor low voices. "Snape," Harry said. "Snape," Daphne agreed. "Bones," Draco added. "She'll bring order and absorb blame." "Dumbledore," Hermione asked. "Quiet," Harry said. He promised. Hermione's glance said you heard what you wanted, and she wasn't entirely wrong. They went to Snape. He looked like a man who had lost a tooth and refused to admit the change to his tongue. "A memorial," he said, and managed to make the word sound like both a complaint and a recipe. 3 rings, Harry said. "You know herbs that make crowds quiet." "I know drugs that make men honest," Snape said. "We'll use the first." Daphne laid out the plan with an economy that would have pleased Minerva. Snape added strokes without asking permission, because that is what a good draughtsman does. "I'll lace the outer wards with valerian and the faintest whisper of asphodel," he said. "Not enough to dull, enough to discourage crescendo and the inner ring," Hermione asked. "Nothing chemical," Snape said. "It would be a violation." He looked at Harry. "And you would make it a sin with a pretty word." Harry took the rebuke without spending it. "I want a channel," he said. "Not to the dead. To the living. Their grief will be." He stopped. "Because what do you call the energy of a country at attention that doesn't make you a thief merely for knowing the word? Dangerous," Snape supplied, thankfully cruel. "If you intend to drink, do it like a surgeon, not a man at a barrel." "I intend to control the surface," Harry said. "I intend to catch what spills." Snape's mouth thinned. "That's the smartest sort of lie," he said, with the grudging respect of men who know they, too, have chosen smart lies instead of fool's truths. "Poppy will stand with me. We'll prevent fainting, and if fainting is a kind of prayer, we'll permit it once and deny the encore." Bones came by way of a door that didn't exist yesterday. She took in the chalked plan on the board, read it as if it were a confession she might accept, and nodded. "Security," she said. "I'm placing auras where dignity demands they be invisible and everywhere else loud. And if anyone attempts theatrics, you, Mr. Potter, won't answer with fireworks." "Understood," Harry said. Bones didn't smile. That wasn't her job. Hagrid took charge of wood and earth. He spoke to trees that remembered Minerva and borrowed benches that had sat through other names. Pomfrey organized volunteers with the briskness of a midwife. Flitwick tuned the great hall as if it were an instrument and told the rafters to mind their harmonics. Dumbledore came to Harry's shoulder around noon and didn't try to be Silver. "You'll ask me to speak," he said without question. Don't. I won't, Harry said. You may ask me to stand, Dumbledore continued. I can do that without forgetting who I'm performing for. You'll take the second row, Harry said, between Snape and Pomfrey. Dumbledore blinked. Punishment. Geometry, Harry said. A laugh that wasn't twinkle escaped him, thin and real. So it's, Ginny wrote, 3 lines of urgency and discipline, and a cat drawn with improved whiskers. Harry sent back, there will be a ceremony. Listen on the wireless with your mother. Eat first, cry after. He added, impulsively, you can write me angry too. She did not reply. He imagined a girl with her hands clenched and was grateful on her behalf. When the first owls arrived with wreaths too large and letters too ornate, Daphne sent half of them back with a note that said, donations to the saint. Mungo's Searle Chill Ward accepted in lieu of theatre. 5 galleons clinked onto the desk in a little pile that looked more honest than flowers. By evening, the plan had become a map, and the map had become a floor. Great halls stripped of house banners, long tables transfigured into low platforms that didn't demand speeches. Minerva's chair at the high table brought down to eye level, draped in green so deep it refused to shine. Outside, a circle cut into the frost for overflow that was not surplus. A circle for children, a circle for the ones who can't stand still and must move grief through their feet. Program, Bones said, which in her mouth meant spine, not agenda. No clergy, Hermione said, anticipating the pressure. Stories, music that isn't trying to be holy. Names, Harry repeated, and felt the river under his ribs wake in recognition, the way animals lift their heads when they hear the word food. He placed both palms on the edge of the map and let the urge to design something beautiful pass through him. Like wind through a shutter. We'll do a reading, he said quietly. Everyone says her name once. No amplification, no chorus, just the proofreading of love. Hagrid sniffed and said something about dust in the air. Ron scowled in agreement. Draco looked perilously close to a feeling and saved himself with a scoff. Daphne made a note and didn't look at him for 10 seconds. Snape said, "Don't let them turn it into chant." And Harry wrote that down where it couldn't be stolen. They buried her before the memorial. Not in the earth. Not yet. They did the old small rite in a room where no one was allowed to send condolences. Pomfrey and Hagrid and Flitwick and Snape and Dumbledore and Bones and Treehouse. Elves who had known the exact way Minerva liked her teacup placed, not centered, not crooked, stood in an uneven circle. Harry stood with them because anything else would have been unnatural. Pomfrey set the wand she had confiscated from Minerva's desk atop the robe. She would have said she wasn't sentimental. Pomfrey murmured, "I'm allowed to call her a liar now." Snape's hands were steady and human as he tied the knot on the red thread and pressed it into Harry's palm. "Don't wear it like a crown," he said in a voice that made it clear he was asking for himself as well. "I'll wear it like a bill," Harry said. "Good," Snape said raw and stepped back. They covered Minerva's face with the cloth that witches have used when they're too proud to do this loudly. No spell, no smoke. Bones wrote her name in a ledger with ink that wasn't fancy and was therefore right. Dumbledore did not speak. It was the kindest thing he could have done. Harry didn't cry. He had cried already. He would again. He held the task like a tray full of unsteady cups and walked it to the next hour, because that is how boys become something reliable. The ministry wanted to host the service. Harry said no. The board wanted to call it a celebration of life. Harry said no. Hagrid held him back from saying worse. They set the time for early afternoon so people could arrive without rushing and leave before the dark frightened them. Hogwarts stood without banners, honest and clean. Before the first flu flared, Harry went to Azkaban without moving his feet. Bellatrix's laugh slid along the seam of his skull like silk with grit in it. "Ah," she breathed, "a coronation disguised as grief. Delicious. You'll keep quiet," he said, not as plea, not as order, as grammar. She sighed, delighted and annoyed. "You are becoming what I prayed for in all the wrong churches." "Be patient," he said. "I don't do patient." She purred. "But I'll do you." He cut the connection before her hunger could teach his to speak in the future tense. People came. They arrived by hearth and by boot, and by the sheer arithmetic of wanting to be near a woman who had made them sit up straighter for 40 years, the outer ring filled with cloaks and hats and the dull glitter of deep grief. The middle ring, the students, filed in lines that weren't there and never had to be instructed. Children understand ceremony when adults keep it simple. The inner circle shifted as if it had a pulse. Minerva's chair waited at eye level. It did not want flowers. It had already decided how many people it could tolerate kissing its back. Hermione stood with Harry at the center of the inner ring. She looked ready to hit him with a book if he performed. He loved her for that. Ron stood with them, jaw set, fists unable to find their pockets, and therefore hooking into a belt loop like dignity disguised as slouch. Bones took the perimeter. Snape hovered where impatience becomes service. Flitwick tuned the hush to a pitch that made people feel taller. Hagrid stood near the chair, looking like a left hand in a story that had forgotten to write his title and hadn't needed to. Dumbledore sat in the second row between Snape and Pomfrey as instructed. He stared at his hands. Harry allowed himself 1 second of petty satisfaction, and then put it away in a box named later. He stepped forward, not to a podium, not to a stage, to a simple piece of floor someone had scrubbed with love. Heads turned. The river in him rose, and he said, "Wait to it as if it were a dog and not an addiction." "Minerva Mcgonagall," he said. "Professor. Deputy headmistress. Nuisance." The smallest laugh rolled and stopped like a ball that knew when to behave. "She told us to bring our brains to class and leave our self-pity at the door. She's the reason I can look at this many people and not think we're a crowd." He looked at the chair. He let silence do half the work. "This isn't a celebration," he said. He heard in the far ring 3 angry adults relax because someone had said the unpretty word. "What's a receipt for work she did for work we owe?" He raised his hand, and the 3 rings tightened by an inch without panic. "We'll say her name one by one. We won't chant. We won't clap. We won't pretend to be brave. We'll tell the truth in the smallest voice we can manage, and then we'll go home and feed each other." He stepped back. He wanted the room to feed him. He let it feed him. He told himself he was skimming the foam, not drinking the cream, and hated how easily the lie went down. Bones began. "Minerva." She said it like a signature. Then Flitwick, Minerva, bright, a bell for small rooms. Sprout, voice like soil, Minerva. Snape, almost inaudible, Minerva. Pomfrey, unashamed, Minerva. It passed through the inner ring and rolled slow as tide into the children. "Minerva," whispered a muggle, born first year, who had never called a teacher by her first name in her life. You could hear the apology, and the permission, and the promise not to misuse it. "Professor McGonagall," said a 7th year who had had fights with her, and lost the expensive ones and paid, and been better for it. Out to the alumni, to the parents, to the old heads of old bureaucrats. "Minerva," sighed Augusta Longbottom, had daring anyone to call her ridiculous. "Minerva," sneered Lucius Malfoy, because he loved being scolded by the competent and had no other way to say so today. The name washed and came back. It did what names do when they are said correctly. It made the room a grammar book, not a poem. Someone sobbed. No one hushed them. A child laughed at the memory of a transfigured pincushion. Pomfrey nodded. It was medicine. Harry stepped forward again. The river leapt. He didn't pet it. He braced. She knew the thing we keep forgetting when we turn grief into a pattern, he said. That safety is small and boring and costs work. And when we failed, she failed with us and then made us fix it. He lifted his hands and, breaking his own rule, put a spell in the floor. It wasn't large. It wasn't visible. He created a weir, a catch. The crowd's energy tried to spill and found a gentle lip. It settled. It gathered. He let it come to him slowly. He felt their sorrow like a tide at the ankles. He let it rise to the knees, not the throat. He did not let it drown them. He drew off the excess with the care of a man bleeding a barrel so it doesn't burst. He wasn't noble. He was hungry and clever enough to choose how. Hermione's fingers found his wrist and squeezed. You promised not to make it feel good, the squeeze said. It doesn't, he lied to himself and maybe to her. He kept the intake cold and clinical and immediate. He didn't savor, he siphoned. Somewhere in the outer ring, a pair of wands flashed. Instinct, not magic, moved first, Bones's bark down. Auras like chess pieces snapping to their squares. Then power, raw enough to leave a taste. Sprang in the hands of 3 robed figures who had mistaken a funeral for a stage. The spells were ugly in the precise way of men who practice at mirrors. Harry didn't think. He stepped into Minerva's empty space and did the thing that had arrived with her last gift. He reached for threads. Not wands, not wrists, not laws. Silk threads, thin filaments of intention that connect cruel hands to greedy plans. He caught the first and cut it. The man screamed without sound and dropped his wand, cradling his forearm where the dark mark went grey, then blazed, then turned to ash. He didn't fall. He knelt. He wasn't redeemed. He was interrupted. The second turned on Harry, wide-eyed, and threw a curse like a brick. Harry caught it and returned it without magic, just by putting the world back the way it had been before the man tried to break it. The curse died in his palm with a sound like a lie giving up. The third tried to run. Consent, Harry said, and took it, took the man's ability to start fights today, just this hour, and handed it to Bones without moving his hands. She cuffed him, she said. Thank you. Like she was acknowledging a door being held, not a miracle. The crowd did not panic. Snape's Valerian and Asphodel did their quiet job. Flitwick's harmonics told people how to stand. Hagrid stood taller, which is the same thing as a wall. Harry's river rode. He did not let it break banks. He introduced it to his new discipline, transference. He took what he had drawn, grief, fear, adoration already slick on the surface, and pushed a portion of it into 3 places. Pomfrey's hands, which steadied and grew impossible in that particular way nurses' hands do when the village arrives all at once. Flitwick's voice, which reached the back without shouting and carried the exact shape of "We are not helpless." And Hagrid's spines, which asked the kids just to stop shaking, because the world was big and he would keep it from falling on them. It felt like moving water in a series of basins. It felt right. It felt so easy he tasted the edge of a precipice. Hermione's fingernails were in his skin. Good. Anchor me, he thought at her, unfair. She did anyway, and didn't call him names for asking. The would-be saboteurs disappeared into custody. Bones did not make an announcement. The ceremony resumed, off balance but upright. After the names, Harry said the line he had rehearsed, and not allowed to get pretty. If you loved her, prove it with behavior. The children laughed because it sounded like her. The adults winced because it applied to them. They sang nothing. Flitwick gave them a humming note and told them it would be enough. It was. At the end, Harry took his hand off the weir. The gathered energy spilled, a small amount, a tasteful spill, into the ground. The castle drank it. He allowed himself the tiniest final sip to keep from shaking. It slid through him like frost and cracked something open. For a heartbeat, the entire hall became a lens and he the wick. Power slid into him, clean grief, disciplined silence, stubborn love, and changed the quality of his breath. He felt parts of magic humans don't name turn on, one after another, like lamps in a building where someone has paid the overdue bill at last. He could see soul, threads now without reaching. He could hear intent. He could move pain like liquid, decant it into jars labeled later never mine. And something else, something colder. A thought rose clean as ice, beautifully wrong. Love is weakness, power is truth. He did not say it, he did not dismiss it. He marked it with a pin, the way you mark a strange moth, dangerous, gorgeous, to be studied with gloves. Hermione's breath hitched. She didn't know the words in his head. She knew the shift in his grip. Harry. "I'm here," he said, and believed it. He finished the memorial without more interruptions. People filed away, not soothed, not whipped, required. It was the closest he had ever seen Britain come to being adult in public. When it was done, when the last child had been shooed toward a bowl of broth, and the last parent had taken home a folded program with no embossed anything. When Bones had given the press a sentence that would make fewer headlines than it deserved. When Dumbledore had stood and left without leaving a smell of story. Harry went into an empty classroom and locked the door. Hermione followed. She didn't knock. Ron came too, because stubbornness digests grief by carrying boxes. Harry leaned both hands on the teacher's desk and let the weir go to silt. The rush, the second private one, hit. He had been very good in public. In private, he yanked a breath of power like a drowning man pulls air. He hated it, he loved it. He hated loving it. "You used them," Hermione said. Not accusation, description. That hurt more. "I kept them from drowning," he said. "You siphoned," she said, tired and surgical. "I didn't feast. Yet." Silence that wasn't exactly comfortable but didn't require anyone to leave. "You pulled a mark off a man," Ron said, voice hushed, not with awe, with the proper dread of operations done without knives. "Yes," Harry said. His hands shook now. He let them. "I cut the thread. Can you do it again?" "Yes." "No, not like that. Maybe." He laughed empty. "I don't know, Ron. Today I built a gate I didn't know I owned." Hermione stepped closer. "This is where you decide," she said softly. "Not the speeches, not the plan. Here, you either become useful at any cost, or you pay the cost you choose." What if the cost is them? He meant the country. He meant kids. He meant the way one wrong choice could turn him into a thing that drank whole towns and called it accounting. "Then you ask for help," she said, "from people who don't like altars." He wanted to argue with her logic until it cried. He didn't. "I want to be the right shape of monster," he said, and hated that the sentence had needed to exist in a mouth at all. "Then start by not lying to me," Hermione said. "Or to yourself." He nodded. The room exhaled. He was still holding the desk with both hands, as if letting go would send him through the floor. "Harry," Hermione added, and there was something in her voice he hadn't heard before. A careful tenderness with edges. "Don't make yourself unlovable on purpose so you won't owe anyone anything." He closed his eyes. "I'll fail at that," he said. "I'll try anyway." Ron cleared his throat like a man volunteering to stand on the wrong square. "I can punch you, if it helps," he offered. "Bring you down a peg. Brothers do that." Harry laughed, genuine, and part of the rush softened. "Not now." Later then, Ron said gamely. Any time. Hermione rolled her eyes. Tss. Harry released the desk. He felt taller. He felt wrong. He didn't apologize. He didn't preen. He picked up the thread Snape had given him and retied it around his wrist. It bit into skin that had learned different rules now and held. Night brought work. Bones arrived with parchment that smelled like ink and necessity. "We've Orestes," she said. They weren't alone. One has a tattoo so new it's still angry. The one you cut looks like it remembers being a hole. Interrogate without audience. Harry said automatically. This thing feeds on people watching. Don't give it a quorum. I'm not new. Bones said, but she wrote it down and that was the compliment. Daphne joined them, and with a little grimace that said she, too, had discovered a new notch in Harry's spine, began to assign allies. I'm building a list, she said. People who can be taught to lend you on purpose. Not children. Not saints. Ambitious, cold, reliable. Why? Because you can't keep doing this with strangers. She snapped, for once letting irritation show. You'll seep. It's inefficient. And because if you're going to be a keeper, as Minerva put it, you need a choir that can hold a note without turning it into a hymn. He exhaled. Thank you. Don't thank me, Daphne said. I'm making an investment. Draco lounged in the doorway without lounging. Feather says the memorial made you look tiresome in all the best ways. He drawled. He's furious. He's proud. Harry didn't have room to be flattered. We've to talk to the board tomorrow, he said. You and I. Handsome, Draco said. Snape appeared like punctuation. You'll also speak to the staff, he said. They're a less forgiving board and a more important one. Not a speech, Harry said automatically. Good, Snape said. Because I can't bear another boy who thinks rhetorical questions are currency. He stalked away. Bones breathed out hard enough to move a feather and said, I never liked him. It sounded like praise. Hagrid showed up at the door, hat crushed between hands. Posen, need lights for the grounds tonight, he said. Voice low, quieted by a kind of grief only giants know, something ancient and domestic. Not Weasley fireworks, Hermione said reflexively. Nah, Hagrid huffed. Lanterns. Dull as a good potato. Perfect, Harry said. Azkaban again, uninvited on a breath before sleep. He didn't go. He didn't have to, she came. You were beautiful, Bellatrix whispered. There was an odd reverence in the sibilance, as if she had glimpsed a cathedral and decided she could live there. The cut. The return. The crowd. The refusal to be applauded, and the taste you took when no one was looking. You were almost ready. For what? He asked, knowing the word, and hating the echo rule. To stop playing at being small, she said. To admit that rooms are instruments, and you are a conductor and everyone else is percussion. I don't want everyone else to be percussion, he said. She laughed like hearing a boy sulk for the first time. Then choose your quartet. The rest will carry boxes. He ended the contact with the clear, brutal slice Minerva had taught him. He wanted to scrub. He didn't. He had decided not to be dramatic about hygiene. The day after the memorial, the board gathered, as expected. Augusta Longbottom wore hat armor. Lucius Malfoy wore satisfaction disguised as dismay. Madame Marchbanks had returned, and looked as if she'd like to set Lucius on fire and call it philanthropy. Dumbledore stood to open the meeting and sat back down without saying anything. That was the best kind of leadership. Harry didn't sit at the table. He stood at the edge of the room where the light wasn't theatrical. We've two problems, he said. Before anyone could applaud the way he hadn't, a habit with teeth that eats crowds. And old men who like crowds. Lucius smiled slow, Augusta snorted. Bones, there as observer and not as officer, leaned back with satisfaction. "We'll make small rooms," Harry continued. "We'll stagger public events. We'll shut down the atrium at the ministry when anything happens, because it wants an audience. We'll stop selling heroism by the ounce. And when the public insists upon grief together," Marchbanks asked, voice like a quill sharpened with a knife, "then we'll build weirs, and we'll drain politely, and we'll hate ourselves for being efficient." Harry said, dry even to his own ears. Lucius steepled his fingers. "You and who shall be the drain, Mr. Potter?" "I'll," Harry said. "And when I can't, I'll appoint someone who understands consent and cost." He glanced at Bones. She did not nod, which was how she said yes. Daphne spoke then, in her precise way that made expensive men want to listen. "We aren't crowning a boy," she said. "We're mechanizing hygiene. Don't politicize it or we'll charge double." Augusta laughed outright. "Girls are terror," she said, admiring. "They voted on boring measures that would save lives. They resisted adding flourishes. Even Lucius behaved." It was the strangest thing Harry had seen that week. Night again. He stood alone on the astronomy tower. He had avoided it for months. It was engineered for story. Tonight he needed height without audience. The grounds glowed where Hagrid had set lanterns among the paths. Not pretty. Useful. The lake held the last of the light with a stubbornness he recognized. He thought the treacherous thought power is truth again, and this time he did not flinch. He interrogated it. Whose truth? Paid by whom? Spent on what? Minerva's last instruction, hate anything that tries to make this feel clean, sat under his tongue like a bitter sweet. He tasted it. He held it there. Behind him, the door opened and shut. He didn't turn. He knew Hermione's footsteps. He knew the slight scuff of Ron's trainers. He knew the way their silence asked for nothing, and therefore gave him back his outline. "Don't jump," Ron said, solemn and foolish. "I'll never give you that drama," Harry said, not unkind. They stood together, backs to the stone. The wind combed their hair and found it unremarkable. "Is this who you're now?" Hermione asked at last. He could have lied. He didn't. "Partly," he said. "I'm not done drawing the lines." "Good," she said. "Leave room for erasing." Ron, after a long pause, said, "I reckon she'd tell us to do our homework." Harry smiled. "She'd tell you to sleep first." "Bossy," Ron muttered, affection hiding inside all that freckles and noise. Hermione reached over and took Harry's hand. Just that. Warm and domestic and not a ceremony. He didn't siphon it. He didn't need to. Down below, a lantern guttered and steadied. In the distance, somewhere he would have to go soon, Umbra tested the edge of a stadium laugh. It found nothing to eat and went looking for a worse snack. For tonight, that would have to be enough. Harry squeezed his friend's hands. "Tomorrow," he said, and meant the kind of day that doesn't make headlines. He let go first, because addiction hates you for leaving early, and he wanted to practice being rude to it. He went downstairs, not careful, just ordinary, and left the tower to the stars. Hogwarts adjusted its weight and learned to walk without Minerva. The hallways were tidy in a way that had nothing to do with polish. Class schedules shuffled to keep crowds from becoming invitations. Hagrid's lantern still dotted the paths at night, not pretty, present. The castle was doing what it had watched her do for decades: refuse spectacle, choose work. Harry did the same, until he chose the thing that wasn't work at all. It was strategy. He stood in Dumbledore's office with the headmaster, Bones, Snape, and Hermione. No silver instruments clicked. Fawkes wasn't on the perch. The room had been told to behave. "Say it," Bones said, arms folded, quill in hand like a short sword. "I want Bellatrix Lestrange out of Azkaban." Harry answered. His voice didn't carry drama. It carried invoices. Snape's mouth flattened. "The boy has decided to discover efficiency," he murmured. "We're ruined." Dumbledore didn't perform disappointment or wisdom. He simply asked, "Under what terms, Mr. Potter?" "Not freedom," Harry said. "Transfer. DMLE custody, full restraint. A warded room where no one can clap." He met Bones's eye. "You put the locks on. You set the watches. You decide when she eats. And why?" Bones asked, though she already knew. "Umbra learned to feed on crowds." Harry said, "She served a man who fed on devotion. She understands the plumbing. I need her maps." And he let the truth be ugly. "I need a blade that wants to be pointed at something worse than me." Dumbledore tapped a finger twice, a tick that meant thought, not judgment. "She's a danger," he said. "So am I," Harry replied, because lying was a luxury he couldn't afford with these three. Bones looked down at her notebook, then up. "Conditions," she said briskly. 1 DMLE facility, 2 no speeches, 3 an oath that means something to you that also binds her. No tricks, no theatrics. "I'll write it in the only grammar I can't wriggle out of," Harry said. "Consent. Causality. Cost." Snape snorted softly. "Try not to make a religion of your ledger." Then, uncharacteristically, he added, "If you must do this, do it with supervision." He looked very pointedly. "I'm already making lists," Hermione said. Her quill scratched. "And contingencies." Bones nodded once. "You'll have 1 hour in her presence in Azkaban," she said. "With me, 2 Aurors and a healer. If she breathes wrong, she will breathe wrong on purpose." Snape said dryly, "Then we measure." Bones returned. Dumbledore's eyes were tired in a way that wasn't old. "I won't forbid this," he said, each word heavy. "I won't bless it either." He looked at Harry. "If you go, stand on small rules." Harry touched the red thread under his cuff. "Well," he said, and meant it. Azkaban was less a place than a failure-made stone. The skiff's hull skimmed ice-studded water. Bones stood at the prow, coat unflinching, patronous like a bright hound trotting along the wake, not for show, for work. The 2 Aurors were chosen for silence, not swagger. A healer sat with her bag open, tonics nested like sensible secrets. Hermione had argued to come. Bones had declined without apology. "If the building eats us," she'd said, "someone still needs to write the report and make it actionable." On approach, the cold did not bite. It withdrew. The Dementors kept a long, watchful distance. Bones's order. The shadow in Harry's scar tugged the way an old bruise aches in wet weather. "Remember," Bones said as the dock rose like a sentence. "No speeches." "Promise," Harry said, and wished Minerva were here to make fun of how sincere he sounded. The corridors smelled of salt and stasis. Wards hummed, a low, constant choke. Bones's pass crackled across the first gate. The Aurors moved like useful furniture. No one said Bellatrix's name. Her cell was halfway down a corridor that had learned how not to be interesting. Iron, stone, a window stingy with light. She was standing when they stopped. Hair cropped to prison logic, eyes not mad at all, bright, clinical, amused, little king. Her voice slid under the door and curled up on the mat like a cat. Harry didn't go closer. The river under his ribs tried to stand. He told it to sit. "Bellatrix Lestrange," he said. "We're going to talk. The rules are clear. Amelia Bones is in charge. If you reach for a chorus, we leave." Bellatrix's smile nicked the air. "You brought the right chaperone," she purred. "Hello, Amelia. Do you remember when I was young enough to be sorry? I remember when you were a citizen." Bones said, flat as a gavel, "Don't ask for nostalgia. It doesn't fit in this room." Bellatrix's gaze returned to Harry. Say your rules. Consent, he said. The word warmed his throat and made his teeth ache. You agree to an oath that binds you to utility, not worship. You agree to DMLE custody. Causality, I'll use what you know to stop something that eats cities. I won't let you become the story. Cost, if you violate the terms, you lose what you value most. And what do I value, little keeper? She asked, savoring the title as if tasting it for salt. Purpose, he said. Agency. The right to call your violence a job. A small, involuntary breath left her. Not laughter, recognition. Bring me out, she said. I won't kneel. I won't kiss your ring. I'll make your work possible. Door, Bones said. The aura keyed the locks. The enchantments on the iron recited their clauses before unlatching. The air changed when the door swung. Bellatrix stepped across the threshold with the care of a dancer moving between roles. She was thinner than Rumour. The strength she carried was not muscle, it was decision. Her wrists were bound in a neutralizer that ate spells without tasting them. She curled her fingers, testing the range, and smiled because she loved the problem. Wand. She asked Harry not as a request, as a thesis. No, he said. Good. She murmured as if pleased to be understood. Bones gestured. The auras flanked Bella. The healer watched for mischief that looks like fainting. In the transfer room, a square with nothing to impress, Bones had chalk lines on the floor already. 4 points. A circle. No flourishes. Stand there, she told Bellatrix. You there, she pointed to Harry. When I tell you to speak, speak. Bellatrix tipped her head. You kept it ugly, she said, delight curling. Rhiannon's boy. Harry didn't rise to it. Begin, he told Bones. Bones's oath took 7 lines, no Latin, no blood. You, Bellatrix Lestrange, agree to lend your knowledge and action to the neutralization of the entity designated Umbra. You accept DMLE custody. You won't harm children. You won't seek to increase panic for personal gain. You'll obey the direct orders of Amelia Susan Bones in matters of public hazard. Bellatrix's eyes slid to Harry. And yours. He met her gaze. You'll obey my orders in combat, he said. I won't use you for politics. I won't use you for penance. If I command you to do something that breaks the first 2 rules, the oath fails and you're free to bite me. Bones's eyebrow moved 0.5 millimeter. Charming, she said. Consent. Bellatrix breathed once, slow. Yes, the chalk warmed. Bones nodded. Causality. I understand cause and effect, Bellatrix said. I accept responsibility for my choices. I don't have the stomach for excuses. Cost. Bones finished. If I break it, Bellatrix said, turning her hands outward, offering, take my hand, the right one. The one that writes, the one that casts, the one I preferred for cruelty. You make me as dangerous as a story with bad punctuation. The healer made a small sound. Bones did not. Don't, she said. Seal it. Harry drew on the only magic that had never lied to him. Minerva's strict, patient grammar. He didn't make a blaze. He made a knot, thread the color of violet lightning. Thin as a pulse, ran from the chalk through his palm, around Bella's right wrist and back. It did not bind. It linked. Bellatrix shivered. Not fear, relief. There you're, she whispered. At last. The room exhaled. The oath sat between them, ugly and exact. Move, Bones said. We aren't staying. Amelia, Bellatrix crooned as they walked. You're deliciously stern. We'll get along. I'm not your audience. Bones said, don't rehearse at me. They reached the dock. The sky had the heavy look of afternoon losing its patience. The sea wore winter's mouth. The dementors kept their distance, but the absence that had learned to imitate them did not. The cold arrived without warning. A blade pushed between ribs. Umbra did not care for the DMLE's paperwork. It liked the idea of a crowd on a dock that could become a headline. Positions. Bones snapped. The auras moved. The healer braced. Bellatrix laughed, eager and hungry in the way that makes armies nervous. The cold hit the skiff and tried to turn water into a crowd. Waves stopped acting like themselves. They became people who wanted to agree. Harry lifted both hands and pressed Hush down into the sea. No chorus, he told the waves. Work. Wraithfire hissed along the lip of the dock, blue-black and smug. Snape's voice was in his head, useful as a slap. Do it like a surgeon. He sculpted the Hush, small, precise, held the line. Bellatrix tilted her head, watching the air obey him. You're indecently beautiful when you deny an audience, she said, as if commenting on the weather. Stay in the ring, Bones ordered. Bellatrix didn't step out. She did, however, lean. Her attention went out into the cold like bait. Come then, she whispered. Try me. The shadow reached. Harry caught it, drew it to his hand, forced it to go through him and into the weir he'd built in his ribs. He had practiced for this at a funeral. He siphoned the spill. He refused to enjoy it. He lied to himself about refusing to enjoy it. He worked. The skiff steadied. The water remembered it was water. The cold sulked. Umbra. Denied a sea that could clap, slid away to find a hallway somewhere easier. Bellatrix's grin flashed. You're going to be the death of gods, she said softly. How lucky for me to have lived long enough to pick the right one. Bones's mouth thinned. Transport, she said. No. They put Bellatrix in a carriage designed to humiliate theatrics. It had walls that swallowed prophecy and seats that did not invite lounging. The auras sat opposite, wands low, eyes up. The healer watched Bellatrix's pulse without touching her. Harry took the seat by the window, Hermione's absence like a hand at his back. Where? Bellatrix asked, cool and bright. A holding suite at St. Mungo's, Bones said. Then a DMLE cell with soft floors and ugly walls. Delicious, Bellatrix murmured. Harry spoke without looking at her. There's a ritual, he said. A pact you'll take with me. It isn't romantic. It isn't clean. It's the shape of a tool. Bellatrix's eyes warmed, amusement deepening into something like respect. Say it, she said. Not here, he answered. Not with witnesses. He looked at Bones. With your permission. Bones's gaze went from Bellatrix to Harry and back. In a room with 4 locks, she said. I'll be outside the 5th. The DMLE suit had the aesthetics of a cupboard and the security of a vault. Bones set Bellatrix on a chair bolted to the floor and stood by the door with her arms crossed, pretending she wasn't guarding 2 children and a decision. Harry drew a small circle with a piece of chalk he had in his pocket, because Minerva had made him carry it. He placed 3 objects in the circle: iron nail, mirror shard, pinch of salt, he said softly. Yes, Bellatrix answered, without flourish. Causality, he said. Bellatrix's chin lifted. I'll be your blade when you point me at Umbra or those who feed it. I won't be the reason you need a crowd. Cost, he said. Bellatrix took a breath. If I betray this, take from me the part that tastes victory. Leave me competence. Leave me breath. Remove my joy until I become a clerk of violence rather than a choir girl. Harry stared. He had expected something bloodier. Not this precise cruelty. That's ugly, he said. That's the point, she replied, voice steady. He put a fingertip on the mirror shard. The reflection in it was not kind. He'd never asked it to be. Violet flecks lit at the edge of his iris like flint. I bind you to use, he said. Not to me, to work. I bind myself to command you only when the bill matters. I won't spend you to feel large. The circle warmed. The chalk line smoldered and went dark again. Bellatrix's eyes, clever, predatory, unrepentant, softened at the edges. "She'll," she said, and held out her bound right hand. Harry hesitated. Bones did not clear her throat. She didn't need to. He took Bellatrix's hand, pressed his mouth once to the inside of her wrist, clinical as a doctor checking a pulse. "Doan," he said. Bellatrix watched him as if cataloging a new species. "You'll be the end of me," she murmured. "Both," he said, and stood. Bones opened the door. "Enough," she said, voice making the corridor behave. "We've work." The press tried to make a story of it. Bones gave them a sentence. "A prisoner is being used as a tool under DMLE oversight to help neutralize a public hazard." No adjectives. No nouns for Harry to learn to like. Ulysses wrote a letter to the board that read horror but meant opportunity. Augusta sent Harry biscuits and a note that said, "If she misbehaves, give me 5 minutes in a room with her hatpins." Madame Marchbank sent a list of questions that were harder than anyone else had the courage to ask. Harry answered exactly what needed answering. Hermione edited his punctuation. Daphne told him when he'd sounded elegant. He rewrote those lines until they were plain. At night, he took Bellatrix from the DMLE to a room no one but Bones, Snape, and 2 goblins had keys to. He did not do it alone. Bones walked at his shoulder. Snape walked at his back. The healer carried an antidote for everything they could name. In that room he fought her, not to win, to measure. "Come," Bellatrix said. Wrists bound, smile unkind only to despair. "Let me see your angles." She moved like memory. Azkaban had starved her body but hadn't touched her timing. She kicked the table and used the rebound to change height. She feinted high and struck low. She laughed when he outlined her motion with hush instead of blocking. He didn't throw power. He trimmed. He turned her steps into smaller versions of themselves, until her body learned the new grammar. He made the air disobey her by asking it not to cooperate. She adapted, grinning. They circled until Snape said, "Enough." Without looking up from the antidote he was decanting. Bones hadn't moved. She had not blinked. Bellatrix leaned forward, breath thin and hungry. "You didn't drink," she observed. "You could have. You could have made me an altar." "I'm not in the business of worship," Harry said, "just outcomes." She licked her lower lip, amused. "There's more than one outcome I like. Keep liking survival." Bones cut in. Bellatrix's grin widened. "I adore women who don't waste verbs." He taught his inner circle to lend without turning themselves into furniture. They met in a room the castle had made boring on purpose. Daphne, Draco Blaze. Later, 2 7th years with quiet eyes and fast hands. Not saints, not zealots, accountants of danger. "This isn't adoration," Harry told them. "Don't love me. Don't hate me. Think of me as a reservoir in a draught. You open a sluice when I say now. You close it when I say stop." "How do we open?" Blaze asked, intrigued, skeptical. "Attention with a posture that isn't applause," Harry said. "A kind of willing steadiness, like spotting a mate while they lift. No cheering, no flattery. Precision." Daphne folded her arms. "We're going to look like we're ignoring you." "Yes," Harry said. "Delicious," she replied. "I've been practicing my whole life." Draco smirked. "If Father ever learns I spend my afternoons denying the boy. Hoot lived. He'll take me off the Christmas list." "I'll buy you a mince pie," Harry said. They practiced. He could feel it when they got it right, a structurally sound hum, not a wave. He tested output, returned what he took in small, measured pushes a breath into Draco's reflexes, a steadier hand for Daphne, a tempered mind for Blaze. He never touched the part of anyone that made them a person. He wrote that rule on paper and on his skin and in Hermione's voice, just in case. "Stop," he said when the room tried to please him. "That, no gratitude. We're not a club. Are we soldiers?" Blaise asked. "We're a choir," Harry said, "but no hymns. Ministry will hate this." Daphne observed. "Then we're doing it right," Bones said from the door, because of course she had arrived without knocking. 5 minutes, Potter, then you eat like a mammal." He ate. He slept a little. He woke before dawn with Bellatrix laughing in his head, and Umbra tasting a football pitch in Manchester and deciding to try later when it could get more names in one place. He wrote it down in the ledger. Only he could see took you spill at dock, practice hum, a breath after the ceremony, paid locks, chalk, rules out loud, ugly oath. He saw her without Bones once. Not by choice. The DMLA corridor had a blind spot, a short stretch, where the torches sputtered and the walls pretended to be indifferent. Bellatrix was being moved between rooms. The Auras had paused to argue about a piece of paper. Harry turned a corner and found himself eye to eye with a woman who could unravel governments and wanted to. She tilted her head. "Kiss me," she said, outrageous and clean. "Shill it properly." The river under his ribs surged, not lust, not even hunger, velocity. He breathed. He found the center Minerva had pressed into him with her last work. He stepped in, closed the distance, and pressed his mouth to hers once, brief. Clinical as a signature under a contract, no heat, no romance, a seal in flesh. Bellatrix's eyelids flickered. She smiled, sharp, satisfied. "You're going to be the kindest cruelty," she murmured. "What a gift." The Auras coughed, appalled and taking notes with their eyebrows. Bones appeared like retribution and menace, eyes narrowed, jaw tight. "Don't do that in my corridors again," she said softly. "Which is the register you use to move mountains?" "I won't," Harry said. "You'd better not." Bellatrix chimed, bright as a blade. He should save his signatures for war. Bones looked like she was calculating how many locks existed in Britain, and whether that would be enough. The letter arrived 2 days later, paper heavy, ink neat. Minerva's hand. He didn't open it alone. Hermione sat beside him. Ron sat opposite, hands on his knees, ready to hold them down if they decided to climb his face. He broke the seal. He read. "Harry, if this letter finds you, I have failed to outlive my arrogance. I am not sorry for loving you. I am sorry for the work my love leaves you. You will be tempted to make alliances that feel like shortcuts. You will be right to make some of them. If you do, stand on 3 feet rules spoken aloud, oversight by people who find you uncharming, and the knowledge that every tool we borrow comes with a bill to be paid by someone. Pay it before it comes due. I do not bless you. Blessings are soft. I do not forbid you. Prohibitions are pretty and you are clever. I assign you what I assigned you when you were 8 and annoyed me small, exact work done in bad weather. If you choose her, Bellatrix, you will not save her. That is not your job. Make her useful. Keep her from killing children. Enjoy nothing about it. Drink water. Eat bread. Let Hermione be ugly in public for you. Let Ron make you laugh even when you insist you do not have time. Write letters to the girl who draws cats. Count receipts. Bring me flowers when all this is over. I will not be where you put them. I will be where you learn to leave them. M. He folded it slow. He pressed it to his sternum, and the red thread bit his skin in a way that felt like a hand. Hermione breathed like someone who had been handed a weight she could actually carry. "So," she said, eyes wet and ferocious, "we'll be the people who find you uncharming. That part seems easy." Ron sniffed. "And I'll keep you from being tragic," he said. "Also easy. You're bad at tragic." Harry laughed and something unclenched. He wrote in the ledger, took a kiss, paid a rule about corridors, a letter, 3 witnesses to my worst instincts. Umbra tested the wards at St. Mungo's 2 nights running and got bored. It pressed at the ministry atrium. Bones starved it. It nosed at a match in Chudley. Ron sent an owl to the team captain with a suggestion about practice schedules and staggered exits that somehow turned into policy. The country learned an unglamorous skill: not being an audience. Bellatrix taught Harry the one thing she knew that he didn't: how to aim panic away from where it wants to go. If the room must be afraid. She said, teaching as if we're a dance. Choose its object. Fear that's diffused is edible by anything. Fear with a point can be spent. He hated the lesson. He learned it anyway. He wrote it down in small letters and underlined only in battle until the paper tore. Daffin's list of lenders grew by 6 names. Ublaze found ways to hide them in plain sight. Draco told 3 lies in public that made 5 men reveal themselves as fools. Hermione invented a signal that meant stop drinking and used it without mercy. Snape brewed 2 vials of something that made Harry's hands steady and his heart honest for an hour. He labeled them penance and receipt and told Harry to choose wisely. Hugh Bones installed a chair outside the d'Emily suite and sat in it at odd hours like a gargoyle who prefers paperwork. Harry slept some. He wrote to Ginny often, but not because she needed him, but because it made him keep sentences small. The last night of the week, he stood with Bellatrix in the ugly room with 5 locks, Bones just beyond the door. He gave Bellatrix a knife. She balanced it on her finger and smiled like a girl in a storybook that had been censored and was better for it. "Where do I stand?" she asked. "Behind me," he said. "And to the left." "Queen's Place," she purred. He didn't agree. He didn't disagree. He adjusted his cuff, retied the thread, and set his attention on a workday that would not care what title he gave it. He didn't end the night with a vow. He ended it by checking locks, returning Chalk to his pocket, and walking out into a corridor that was only a corridor. No chorus, no stage, just stone and air, holding up a roof. He left it that way. The staggered schedule stayed. Lanterns still sat along the paths like patient constellations. The portraits had agreed, collectively, to save gossip for later. Even Peeves knocked once before exploding a cupboard, which was how the castle knew something was about to try it. It did not have to wait long. The opening gambit. It started as a taste in the stone old coins and wet iron. Harry put his palm to the lintel above the great hall and felt the politics of a siege, the way a building arranges itself to be attacked without consenting to be conquered. Hermione read his face like a timetable. "We're 3 places," he said. "Boathouse. Viaduct. North battlements. It wants entry so it can call them stories." Ron swore softly. "We're still doing small teams." Harry said, "Ugly." Fast, he touched the red thread and felt at the bottom of his ribs the cup Minerva had poured into him in the corridor. He hated that it answered like a tool well, oiled. Snape arrived at a pace that suggested he'd been moving for an hour already. "Stimulant," he said, pressing a vial into Harry's hand before he could refuse. "Not courage. Wakefulness. You won't pretend to be brave. You'll be awake while other people are allowed to be afraid." "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it. Daphne slid in beside Hermione, a chalk streak on one cheek like war paint with an education. "Signals are up," she reported. "Green hold. Yellow let drop to the floor and play dead because the windows are having a tantrum." Draco lifted a sheaf of parchment. "Paths," he said, brisk. "We run this like a fire drill. Less screaming, more doors." Blaze adjusted his cuffs and said nothing, which was how everyone knew he had already taken 3 jobs no one had assigned. Bones strode into the hall with 4 auras who looked like furniture you could stand on. "We don't make an atrium," she said. "Why make choke points? If anyone monologues, I'll find them." Bellatrix stepped out of the DMLE's shadow like a rumor given permission. Bound cuffs that drank spells. Hair cropped to prison honesty. Mouth amused. She moved to her place behind, left of Harry as if a compass had demanded it. "Children first," Harry said. "Obviously." Bellatrix purred. "I'm wicked, not stupid." Minerva's chair sat at eye level, empty and infuriating. Harry nodded once to it for luck or for temper. Then the castle rang, not a bell. A rib cage. "Positions!" he called, and the room obeyed. The viaduct edges and exits. The cold hit the viaduct in a sheet, slick as fresh lies. Wraithfire bloomed along the railings, eating meaning, turning bridge into stage. Flitwick was there, wand like a surgeon's scalpel. "You're late by a polite second." He squeaked, delighted to be right. "I've held the right hand seam. The left is throwing a tantrum." Bones planted herself at the mouth, 2 auras wide of her shoulders, not blocking editing. Nothing gets through we don't bill for. On the far side, dark silhouettes emerged in the fogmen and women with their eyes wrong and their mouths still. Not Death Eater's empties. Umbra's habit wore bodies like borrowed coats. Behind them came something that had learned to imitate wolves without believing in animals. "Bell," Harry said. Bellatrix laughed like bells dropped down a well and stepped forward until a boot kissed the chalk line Flitwick had marked. "Who taught you to be polite?" she murmured. "I intend to be rude." "Do it without audience," Bones warned. "Oh, Amelia," Bellatrix said, and then moved. She did not duel. She spent fear like currency, pointed as a spear. A hiss of sound, nothing pretty, cut through the first rank. They faltered, not from pain, orientation. She had aimed panic away from the children and into the empty space between the invaders and the drop. And men who had never learned to be afraid of edges remembered. Harry did the other thing. He pressed hush into the stones beneath their feet, steady, stern, not kindness, turning the viaduct back into a bridge instead of a story. Wraithfire sputtered as definition returned. "Left seam," Flitwick cried. Harry lifted his hand and gave the cold its outline. Not there. The sheet tried to pull people toward the rail. He redirected it into the sky, like a bad smell invited politely outside. An empty lunged. Bellatrix took him by the throat with her bound hands and turned him, as if he were a door. He went to his knees, choking on a reality that wasn't a speech. An aura dropped a net whose runes looked like accounting and dragged him clear. No triumph. Work. Hermione appeared at Harry's shoulder long enough to say, "Stop trying to be elegant," and then went to the left flank to run a ladder of shields that refused drama. Ron shouted, "Yellow," and 5 students, Daphne's lenders, shifted posture exactly as trained eyes up, spines braced, attention steady. Harry felt the hum. He took one mouthful, cold and measured, and pushed it into Flitwick's arm. The little professor's neck's net snapped shut with the precision of a book slamming on a mouse. Behind, Draco yelled, the wolves that won't hit the line like a rumor catching fire. Hagrid arrived first from the side gate, voice a gale, club in his hands. "OFF," he told a creature, and it, confused by a command without fear attached, hesitated exactly long enough for an aura to give it a bed on the ground. Harry felt the cold recoil, then slip away to the next entry. "Boathouse," he said and ran. Bellatrix fell into stride without trying to be dramatic. "You could have used the crowd," she murmured. "You didn't." "I used the work," he said. "That's the only crowd I want." "You're going to make me religious," she said wickedly. Horrifying. The boathouse water and grammar fog lay on the water like a bad decision. The boats rocked without wind. First years huddled too, by 2. You prefects herding them with the right kind of panic. Pomfrey had her sleeves rolled, trige already built from benches and temper. I won't let children be made into oxygen. She snapped at the river and set a warm stone on the planks like a signature. The cold had learned something new. It wasn't using wraith fire here. It was soaring the reflections, turning faces in the lake into audiences. Harry watched a boy look down and forget to be a person for a heartbeat. No mirrors, he said, and threw a veil of matte over the water, breaking the eyes in it into language depth, current weight. The boy blinked and remembered he was hungry and scared and 11, which is the correct order in a crisis. A cluster of empties came down the steps, polite as ushers, hands folded. Their teeth were wrong, too clean. Bellatrix's smile sharpened. Permission. Spend, Harry said. She took 3 steps forward and pulled purpose from the air like wire. Face me, she told them low. Not them. Face me. They did, because predators make better anchors than crowds. She knocked the first 2 flat with their own momentum, cuffed wrists kissing foreheads. The third drew a wand and found his arm cut from the inside, thread severed where intent becomes act. He screamed voicelessly and collapsed. Harry hated the ease and wrote it down. Cooked one, paid none yet. Yellow. Ron from the dock. Harry took numb and exact and sent the power into Pomfrey's hands. She stitched a girl's breath to her ribs with a spell that had no Latin and all the right nouns. Better, she said. Again. 2 empties tried to leap past them toward the boats. Hermione stepped in, book under her arm, one barely lifted. She spoke a definition that had no business being a hex. Boats are for carrying, not for killing. They hit the invisible ethic and stopped dead. The cold shivered. It didn't like nouns. It went hunting for adjectives. Harry felt it turn toward the north battlements, where wind liked to make a choir. Go. Pomfrey told him, not kindly and calmly. I'll keep, he ran. Bellatrix ran with him. Behind left, the universe adjusting around her like chairs making space for a necessary nuisance. Ivy, the north choir and knife, the battlements, are where Hogwarts practices being a castle when no one is looking. Umbra hammered at that history now, trying to loosen stones with agreement. Hold. Bones barked as they arrived, not at the auras, at the wind, which thought about misbehaving and decided it preferred law. Dumbledore stood at the crinal eyes, shut, breathing in the 4, square pattern of prayer without gods. He did not glow. He did not grandstand. He was an anchor done correctly for once, and Harry felt an unhelpful lump of gratitude that he hid under scorn for later use. The empties here had faces. Not blank, wrongly composed. They were wearing people Harry knew, a clerk from the ministry who always tied his tie too tight, a witch from Hogsmeade who baked bread with a jealous crust. Wraithfire crawled at their heels and burned banners, clean of colour. Umbra spoke out of the wind. Little King, big room, choose. Bellatrix's laugh went thin. It wants a duel, she said. How adorable. No duel, Harry said, an audit. He lifted both hands and outlined the cold. He gave the battlements their edges back. Stone is load-bearing. Flags are identities that refuse to become trends. The sky is not a balcony. The wraithfire stuttered as if told to use its indoor voice. The empties came on anyway. Daphne's lenders, already on the wall, shifted to yellow. Blaze reached into the hum and gave Harry steady pressure without praise. Draco called ranges like a boy who'd discovered he liked math more than dueling. Ron shouted left and down and duck at exactly the right seconds, because Weasleys sense flying objects in their bones. Harry cut 3 threads in 5 heartbeats. The dangerous ones, the hands about to cast curses out of habit rather than malice. He knocked the rest to their knees with a wade hush that turned the air into wool. Bellatrix moved like a blade used properly, short arcs, mean precision, no theatre. Twice she glanced at a child and turned her trajectory mid-strike, taking a stupid risk to keep a small person's memory clean. Bones saw it. Bones wrote it down. Umbra pressed, frustrated, and did something Harry had prayed it wouldn't learn. It went for names. He felt it hook Hermione. Not her body. The thread of her name, which she had been using like a spine since she learned letters. It tugged. She gasped, a sound Harry had never heard out of her, not pain, wrongness. H-U-I, Harry shouted, all grammar abandoned. It worked like swearing at a kettle. It made the universe remember kitchen logic. She looked at him, eyes sharp and furious. "I'm not a crowd," she snarled, and took her name back like a ledger reclaimed from a thief. Umbra tried Ron next and got laughter thrown in its mouth like hot bread. Bellatrix, Harry said, because the thing would learn her next. Shield. She bared her teeth, delighted. With pleasure. He wrapped a thread from his cup to her wrist, not leash, line. He pushed a slice of power along it, cold and clean. She absorbed without gasping, greedy and disciplined. When Umbra bit, it found the Queen's last gift between Bella's bones and backed off, as if confronted by a foreign geometry. Bellatrix laughed, breathless. "You're giving me love," she said, scandalized. "How obscene." "It's Minerva," he said. "Try not to enjoy it." "I'll fail," she sang, and then cut an empty down with a twist that stole its balance instead of its life. The wall held. Umbra shifted again, down, through drains and forgotten flues, into the great hall, where it had once failed to make a cathedral of fear. It wanted a second try. Harry turned to Bones. "You'll hold." "We're paid to," she said. "Go." Dumbledore opened his eyes. They were not wise. They were tired and useful. "Mr. Potter," he said, and that was the whole sentence. Harry ran. The hall war without speeches. The great hall had been stripped for grief and then rebuilt for work. Banners gone. Tables low. Minerva's chair still at eye level, obstinately present. Umbra seeped in like a rumor and tried to stand there. "Don't," Harry said out loud, and the chair refused to be an altar. Empties poured through side doors that had been locked and asked politely not to open. The habit had persuaded them. Children cried where they were allowed to. Pomfrey's tried spread like a discipline. Peeves hovered furiously over the rafters. Because there were rules here, and he was terrible at them, and hated the cold worse than he hated Snape. "Yellow." Hermione snapped, and lenders across the hall shifted posture. Harry drank a mouthful, just one, and shoved it into the bones of the room. The flagstones remembered weight. The benches remembered civility. The ceiling remembered it didn't fall just because people shouted. Bellatrix slid into her place, behind left, both hands raised because cuffs make a person inventive. "Let me be pointed," she murmured, "only there." He tilted his chin toward the door where the empties pooled. She went like an arrow, hunger with a set of rules. She made fear into a funnel, pulled it tight, and spent it on the invaders, not into the room. Screams bit their own tails and went quiet. On the dais, the cold tried a new trick. It climbed the wall and reached for the names carved into the stone, the list of headmasters and mistresses. It wanted credentials. It wanted to be tradition. Harry threw a net of definitions over the wall and pinned Umbra with Latin that wasn't a spell. Just grammar said with authority. Index non est persona. He smirked because making a habit obey a footnote felt like theft in the right direction. From the side, 5 shapes burst in fast and wrong, not empties augmented. Umbra's new pets, fed on panic elsewhere, their veins shone under the skin with blue. Black threads, their eyes bled agreement. "Blaise!" Harry barked. On it, Blaze said, and 3 lenders turned their steady hum into 3 precise pushes that Harry caught and sliced into tools. A weight dropped into the left, most attackers' knees, a gust that turned the second's lunge into a stumble, a hush that robbed the third of his cue to cast. Bellatrix took the 4th, laughing as she darted inside his reach and made his elbow forget what it was for. The 5th leapt for Harry, mouth open to take his name. Harry didn't raise a wand. He put his palm against the man's sternum and denied the space. "No vacancy," he said, and the habit slid out the man's back like a cat told it is not allowed on the counter. He slumped. And Ara cuffed him, muttering a thank. "You like a receipt." The habit reformed by the days, angry in the way weather gets offended, no feelings, just momentum. It spoke into everyone's teeth at once. Twigos, no O-N-E. No bailos, webi willelo meki yell you a CR duty. Harry laughed hard and mean. "You brought a slogan to a school," he said. "We brought homework." He raised his hands and built, in midair, the largest where he had ever dared a curved, transparent wall of permission that caught the room's energy, fear, grief, stubbornness, awe, the terrible H of children watching adults choose, and held it. No spill, no roar, a waiting reservoir. He drank. Not for himself. This was the lie and the truth together. He drank to transmit. "Now," he said, and pushed. Flitwick straightened like a man 20 years younger, and split a sheet of wraith fire, with a charm so clean it should be taught to surgeons. Pomfrey's hands hardened, and her voice deepened, and children stopped shaking, because aunties are invincible if you give them tools. Hagrid grew another inch and turned, shoulders like a gate. Bones, God bless strict women, became inevitability, and an entire corner of the hall learned how to be quiet because she said so. Bellatrix lit. He had given her Minerva's gift in a thread. Now he gave her the room's wire. She arched once, feral and almost obscene with joy, and then she aimed. Fear became a chisel. She carved empties off the habit one by one and stacked them with a boot, all economy, no flourish. She wasn't redeemed. She was useful. She looked back, caught Harry's eye, and the grin there was devotion to work, not man. He filed it under dangerous, also irresistible. Umbra howled without lungs. It tried to go through Harry again, and this time the Queen's Lake rose under his ribs, and the river met it, and made a current he could stand in without drowning. He shoved hush into the cold's mouth, and for a blink the entire hall existed in silence, no spell, no fear, no applause. In that clean second, he cut the threads of the 3 most dangerous invaders. Their marks grayed, then flaked. Their agency stuttered. Bones's cuffs found wrists. Hermione's shields rebounded curses into walls without accidents. Draco shouted a warning that saved a 4th. Year, who hadn't learned the geography of his own feet. Umbra broke, it didn't die. It spilled, a habit denied an audience. It poured out through cracks like smoke that had heard the fire brigade coming and didn't fancy the paperwork. It fled out of Hogwarts and into the places where crowds could still be sold headlines. The hall remembered breathing. Harry took his hands off the weir. He did not take a victory sip. He poured what remained into the floor, into the foundations, into the lanterns Hagrid had set along the paths. Let the school drink, not himself. His knees remembered they were knees. He let them. Bellatrix came to his shoulder, still behind left, cuffed hands slack now. She looked at him like a priest looks at a miracle he intends to file as unexplained. "I could write prayers to this," she whispered. "Don't," Hermione said from the other side, voice dry enough to cauterize. "Write procedures." Bellatrix laughed. Harry loved them both so much he almost ruined everything by enjoying it. VI. The quiet accounting, the counting is always the worst part. They counted. Bones with a list. Pomfrey with a hand on each small wrist. Flitwick with a piece of string he tied in loops to mark who'd been seen. Hagrid with names that sounded better in his mouth than on parchment. Snape with the precision of a surgeon filing insurance forms. Casualties. 2 auras broken and breathing. 5 students with burns that would leave stories, not scars. A librarian with bruises and a new appreciation for chairs. The empties. 14 bound, 3 already asking, weak as kittens for tea and forgiveness. The augmented 5 contained, their threads severed, their eyes going from glass to flesh slowly, resentfully. No dead children. Harry stood very still and did not ask the river to justify itself with joy. He held the weir's shape in his body until shaking would have been a mercy. Hermione watched his hands. When they began to tremble, she pressed a biscuit into one and a list into the other. Eat. Read. Don't philosophize. He did as told. Bellatrix leaned against a pillar like a painting given permission to smirk. Bones stood in front of her with a look that could have arrested the sea. You obeyed, Bones said. I prefer interesting wars, Bellatrix replied. Children make battles boring if you do it right. Bones's mouth twitched. If you attempt poetry, I'll send you back to your cell with no adjectives. Bellatrix bared her teeth. Marry me. No, Bones said, exactly the way she would say no to a budget request. But thank you for asking in a way that didn't make me have to write a report. Snape came to Harry and, with bad grace that was all grace, pressed a glass of water into his free hand. You didn't clap for yourself? He said, acceptable. I'm going to be sick, Harry said. Do it privately, Snape advised and walked away. Dumbledore approached and stopped 2 paces short. I won't say anything large, he offered. Good, Harry said. Minerva would be furious you didn't enjoy this. Dumbledore said anyway, and Harry, against his will, laughed once, small and clean. They stood like that for a second, 2 men divided by a decade and several unforgivable decisions, sharing a room without asking it to be a metaphor. Then Dumbledore went to carry a bench, because sometimes contrition is manual labor. Draco slid up with a clipboard because he had decided he was the kind of boy who carries clipboards. Father is in a rage, he reported. He says you've turned war into a policy. He's impressed and appalled. He sent a peacock feather. I set it on fire. Thank you, Harry said genuinely. Daphne touched his elbow, once brief. Your wear was elegant, she said, then caught herself. Useful, she corrected. Good catch, Harry said. Blaise handed Hermione a stack of names. Your lenders didn't faint, he said. 2 nearly preened. I told them to practice boredom. Hermione nodded. Will debrief with biscuits and shame. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder too hard. Lunch, he asked. Soup. Harry's stomach lurched. Soup, he said anyway. Fee. Aftermath with teeth they ate. They drank water. They didn't make speeches. The castle creaked like an old boat remembering it was built to float. Later, in a room with 5 locks and too little charm, Bones stood between Harry and Bellatrix with the air of a magistrate who'd also learned to bake. The oath held, she said. You'll keep your quarters. No visitors. Mr. Potter won't kiss you in my corridor. Bellatrix threw her head back and laughed. He sealed it Amelia. It was medicinal. Not in my hallways, Bones repeated. To be fair, Bellatrix said, tilting her head, I didn't enjoy it. Harry, who had enjoyed exactly nothing except competence, said enough. Bones almost smiled. Very well. Tool, back to your hook. She nodded to the auras. Bellatrix let herself be escorted as if to a gala. When the door had swallowed her, Bones turned to Harry. Report, she said. He gave it. Numbers. Not adjectives. She wrote quickly, precisely. When he finished, she looked at him for one long beat. "You're building yourself into an institution," she said. "Don't forget to be a person." "I'm trying," he said, and did not apologize for the parts that were failing. She nodded once. "Good. Try harder." Snape drifted in on cue, cloak moving like sarcasm. "You cut threads cleanly," he said. "That will save lives. It will also tempt you to use the knife on knots that should be untied. Don't." "I won't," Harry said, and knew it was a promise he'd have to make in worse rooms. Snape eyed him, unimpressed. "Bring me 2 hairs from each augmented prisoner," he said. "I'm inventing a poultice I'll hate, and that will work." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't make me say you're welcome." Snape snapped and left. Hermione appeared with 3 cups of something that wanted to be tea and didn't require the word. Ron followed with bread that didn't crumble. They sat on a bench that was not Minerva's and watched the hall remember how to be a cafeteria instead of a battlefield. "You aimed fear," Hermione said. "I learned a new instrument," he admitted. "I hate it. I'll use it again." "Good," she said, "because truth is better than vows." "We'll watch." He looked at their hands. He didn't take anything from them. He didn't need to. "Harry," Hermione added, and her voice had the tired music of a friend who has kept you alive for longer than anyone admits. "Don't let Bellatrix become your only mirror." "She isn't," he said. "You're." He touched Ron's elbow. "And you." Ron ducked his head, ears pink. "We're rubbish mirrors," he said. "We make you taller and less tragic." "That's exactly the shape I need," Harry said. The school breathed itself into evening. Lanterns along the paths shone like low stars. The forest held its tongue. The lake pretended it had always been just water. Umbra licked the horizon once, disappointed. It would find other cities, it would try different doors. It would be back. Harry could taste soon again, like rain. He went up to the north wall alone, because someone had to tell the stones how today had gone. He put his hand on the crenel and said, "Not a victory. The wall approved. A bill paid on time. The wall loved accounting. We'll do it again." Footsteps. He didn't turn. Bellatrix, of course. "No," he corrected himself, Bones. "Even better." "Your report is dull," she said, coming to stand beside him. "Thank you," he said. She folded her arms. "Don't die dramatically. It's wasteful." "I'll try to die prosaically," he said. "Even better," she replied. "But not soon." She left him with the stars. He stood there until the cold on the stone matched the cool in his bones. He thought of Minerva's last command, prove it with behavior, and of the ugly beauty of a weir. He thought of children who had not learned new screams today. He thought of Bellatrix's laugh, when fear turned into a tool instead of a feast. He did not write a vow. He wrote a list in his head of doors to bolt and hands to steady, and lies he would refuse even when they were efficient. When he finally went inside, he did not look over his shoulder to make a picture of himself against the moon. The corridor smelled like soap and tired bread. The portraits faked sleep. The stones hummed. The lantern nearest the door flickered once, as if saying present. He answered, counted. Hogwarts settled into the kind of quiet that isn't rest. Its breath held between verses. Harry walked the corridor where Minerva had fallen and touched the cold stone once, not as a ritual, just an acknowledgement. The castle answered with a thrum like an old heart choosing to keep going. "Breakfast," Hermione said, falling into step. "Then work. Always that order with you." He tried for light. It came out thin. "You think better when your hands aren't shaking," she said, and didn't add the rest. "And when you aren't starving the part of you that still thinks food is for other people." They ate. Ron shoved eggs onto his plate until the forks stopped juddering. Daphne arrived with a notebook, Draco with a folded map, Ublaze with a look that said he'd already done 2 things no one had thought to ask for. Bellatrix, escorted, cuffed, amused, watched the haul over Bones. The way a hunter watches a meadow, not for deer, for the way the grass whispers when trouble is coming. Trouble didn't whisper, it rang. 3 owls dove in at once, feathers ragged from speed. Bones's seal, Gringotts's sigil pressed into heavy wax. A ministry ribbon scuffed by panic. Harry broke the DML notice first. Bones's handwriting was crisp, irritated at being forced to hurry. Multiple sites diagonally primaried. Secondary pressure at the ministry atrium, 3rd surge at St. Mungo's children's floor. Not Death Eater's empties, Clark mentored. Atrium already shut per protocol. Alley is filling. Goblins called it rumor that eats. Bring tools, not speeches. He looked to the goblin message, shorter colder. Yau ua sedi ekiingi ian o u il dios. Ko e o arta not art bully while style ko unt. Hermione caught his sleeve. You can't be everywhere. I can be where the crowd is, he said. The sentence tasted ugly and true. Dumbledore crossed the hall without ornaments. I'll take St. Mungo's, he said. Poppy with me. Phileas the atrium. The seals will respect you. We'll make them respect you. Flitwick's eyes gleamed. I adore stubborn architecture, he said politely, and trotted off. Bones stepped from a side door as if she'd heard their thoughts forming. Allie needs a weir, she said. And a boy who refuses to enjoy it. Harry nodded once. We'll go through the star flue, less spectacle. Bellatrix's smile was all appetite and obedience. Behind left, she asked, sly, almost domestic. You know where to stand, he said, and hated his relief at knowing where she would be. Hermione caught his eyes and held them until he looked away. Consent, she said. Causality. Cost, he finished. I'll pay. Saying it didn't make it easier. It made it possible. They went. Diagon Alley in daylight is supposed to be charming. Today it wanted to be a headline. Fear moves like weather in streets like this. It finds corners and makes them loud. Umbra liked that. The cold sagged across the shop fronts like a stained awning. Wraithfire wasn't fire here. It was clean. It licked signs until names looked obedient. Faces in windows watched themselves watch themselves. Bones's auras were already building a spine out of nothing chalk lines that told crowds how not to be crowds. Officers taking up steady space the way boulders make rivers remember their job. A barricade of carts and a cursed mannequin stopped empties from pouring in from Nocturne. It would hold for minutes. Maybe. Gringotts stood at the far end, all teeth and arithmetic. The doors were sweating. Goblins can look like knives sheathed in bone when they're polite. The one who stepped forward now did not bother to be polite. Potter, he said, this isn't your bank, it's your problem. Excellent, Harry said. I would feel strange if it were easy. The goblin's mouth twitched. A banker's version of a laugh. We can stabilize vaults. We can't teach mothers not to make prayers at the steps. They're very loud. Harry felt it the draw. The alley knew him. Minerva's memorial had made him an instrument. Rumor had tuned him. Heads turned without words being spoken. The river under his ribs came to its feet and wagged its tail like an animal that has discovered it is useful. Hermione's hand landed lightly against his spine. A touch. You be small first, she breathed. Be exact. If that fails, be horrible. He stepped up 2 stone stairs, not to be taller, to be seen by the people who needed to be told what to do, and lifted both hands, palms down. I'm going to make the alley quiet, he said, not loud. It will feel wrong. Don't fill the silence with a story. Fill it with moving your feet when the auras tell you to. People laughed. A brittle ripple. It died quickly because Bones's face disapproved. Good. Harry pressed hush into the stones. Not the big hush he'd used at Hogwarts to pin Wraithfire by the throat. The other hush. The one the valley uses when it wants you to hear a nettle growing. The noise didn't stop, it flattened. Panic lost its high notes. Wraithfire hesitated. It liked crowds who sang. It didn't know what to do with a city that had decided to be a ledger. He built the weir. Over the alley, unseen unless you knew how to look, a curve of permission arched. He made it slow. He made it careful. It caught fear like rain in a cistern. He drank. It wasn't a feast, he refused to call it, that even in the mean, private tongue where nothing judged him. It was plumbing. He took and pushed. Bones's officers straightened as if someone had remembered to pay their wages. The goblin at his left blinked once, very fast. Useful, he said grudgingly. Harry gave Pomfrey's equivalent, a St. Mungo's healer with a burned scar that made her mouth look thoughtful, a thread. Her hands steadied. Children stopped hiccuping and started asking rude questions about pain. That was the right direction. The river wanted to leap. He kept it to walking. Bellatrix leaned into the curve and lit faintly, a glamour that was not a charm. He gave her exactly enough to turn fear into a funnel and let her spend it on empties, carving gaps for auras to slip through, leaving victims alive with a story. She took one breath as if she had been drowning for years and had only now learned the word air. More, she asked, shameless. Earn it, he said, and she laughed because the only answer she respects is work. Hermione moved with a roll of parchment like a conductor's baton. You, she told a shopkeeper, are going to hand out empty bags. People will breathe into them and look idiotic and not faint. You, to a witch who was shaking like a spoon, are going to stand there and tell everyone you see to keep their mouths shut and their eyes open. Use language. Yes, miss, the witch said, eager for instruction. Draco appeared at a sprint, not pretending he hadn't run. Nocturne is shaking, he panted. There's a seam at Borgin and Burke's. Blaze has 3 on it. It wants the story of us failing to keep the nasty quiet. Let it want, Harry said. We'll disappoint it. Daphne tucked herself into place beside Bones, the picture of a girl who intends to sell you a policy you already own. Lenders are standing, she said. 5 in the alley, 2 at the mouth. 3 in Gringotts pretending to be decorative rodents. If you say now, they won't preen. Now, he said. The hum came up like a tuned engine. He took the pressure and breathed it across the alley in tools. A weight that made a shop front refuse to be a mouth. A trickle of warmth that kept eyes from going glass. A push that told legs to bend instead of lock. Empties, faces wrong, surged at the break in the barricade, where Umbra had convinced Bricks they were rumors. Bellatrix hit first, cuffs up, smile narrow. She did not play. She cut efficiency into their attack, 2 beats, a twist, a correction of balance. Men fell not from pain, but from arithmetic. Harry used the knife Minerva had left him sparingly. Cut 1 thread, cut 2. The 3rd he left and simply laid a palm to the man's shirt and told the space no. The man folded as if someone had removed the verbs from his bones. He felt it. The turn, the crowd's attention, frightened and grateful and selfish and not, that murky human brew pointed at him. The river sang in his marrow. His body answered. Violet flared at the edge of his vision. Not light, a tint, the way old iron looks purple if you've bled on it too often. His fingers shook and then didn't. He could hear intent as clearly as footsteps. He could see the threads in every wrist that meant harm. He could taste the moment 2 streets away, when a boy would decide to be brave and step somewhere stupid. Left, he said to an Ara without seeing him, and the man moved before his brain could argue. A curse glanced off the stones and hissed into someone's boot instead of their chest. Bone deep squeals. No funeral. Good. Harry, Hermione said softly. Not a warning, a call. I'm here. The words sounded like someone else had loaned him their mouth. He wondered if he could return it later. He pulled harder. The weir bowed. The alley became lines and spines and maps. He did not think about ethics. He did not think about the rush. He thought about the bill. Consent. He gave the crowd a choice they didn't hear as words, lend or not. The yes arrived as posture, as gaze, as 1,000 tiny decisions to trust a boy on steps instead of a habit in the air. Causality. He told himself a story he could live with. I am not drinking because I am hungry. I am moving water because the pipes are broken and the cellar is flooding cost. He didn't look that one in the face yet. He would. Not now. He grew cold and exact. The part of him that still felt like a boy with a letter and a scar watched appalled and kept out of the way. He did math. He did triage. He did everything Minerva had warned him about and kept Minerva's name in his mouth to make sure he didn't like it. The alley bent. Umbra gathered itself and pushed. A wave of not quite sound rolled toward him, the slogan it had tried at Hogwarts, bigger, meaner, lazier. No BLS. No NAMS. ONLUS. He laughed. He couldn't help it. You always try to unionize emptiness, he said. You're terrible at contracts. He raised both hands and built the largest weir he had ever dared. It hung over Diagon Alley like a parenthesis. It shone to the part of the eye that keeps accounts. It turned panic into pressure. It made room for choosing. He anchored it in 3 places. Hagrid's lanterns transfigured into honest streetlights. Gringotts' threshold, which enjoys saying no. Bones' spine, which does that too. Then he opened. The city poured through him. Fear, clean and unclean, grief, raw and performative anger, useful and not. The despair of a woman who had come to buy a toy for a child. She'd lied to about where Daddy was today. The stubbornness of a brewmaker who had glued a handle back together during a riot last year and would not abandon his shop to someone's philosophy. It was not a flood. It was so much worse. It was consent. He transferred. Flitwick's distant spell, carving the atrium seals into obedience, sang in his ear as if he were the stone being etched. He pushed strength to the little professor without breaking him. Pomfrey, somewhere above London, dragged a child back from a quiet ledge with hands he steadied from here. Dumbledore, stiff, infuriating, trying, lifted a heavy thing without anyone knowing he was lifting it and got out of the way. Closer, Bones moved like a metronome with a knife. He let her have the rhythm. He gave her just enough boom to make a crowd step when she said the word that saves lives now. Bellatrix glowed. There was no other verb. He had given her Minerva's line, the tiny fraction of protecting that didn't rot just because it touched her. Now he gave her power, cold and impersonal, like light in a knife. She inhaled, and for a second even he felt it. That snap when a tool fits your hand correctly after years of blisters. Be precise, he said. She was. Empties fell, not corpses, not trophies. Numbers subtracted from a column labeled future harm. She turned mid, swing to keep a boy from seeing something that would stain his nights. Bones saw that. Bones didn't say it. Bones wrote it down in a place nobody else will ever see. Yellow. Ron from the barricade. The lenders, Draco, Blaze. 2 7th years with quiet appetites for competence. Shifted posture. He took their steadiness and poured it into a ribbon that ran along the alley from Hagrid's lantern to a baker's door. The ribbon told feet where to go. People obeyed geometry. Wraithfire sulked. It had wanted to be immoral. Harry made it a maintenance problem. Umbra reached through him, It had learned. He had taught it. The first time it cut around him like water around a stone. The second time it hit something it didn't enjoy and spat him out. This time it went in. Cold poured into his mouth and down his throat and into the place Minerva had made a cup. He did not gag. He did not curse. He did not show it a stage. He outlined it from the inside. He made a box in his chest and wrote on the lid in ugly teacher script note 4D. Umbra pressed harder, trying to blow the lid. He pressed back with Minerva. With sewing. With blanket stitch. With the memory of a woman who had refused to be a throne and taught a boy to be a bench. The cold retreated, bewildered. Habits don't enjoy discovering a rule they didn't invent. It spilled back into the alley and tried to smarten up. It chose Gringotts. Of course you did. The goblin beside him muttered, pleasantly murderous. You always try the safe. The vault doors were singing now with stress. The song said we have forgotten what locks are for. Not good. Can you hold them? Harry asked, still splitting himself between Weir and knives and people. For a price, the goblin said. Bill me, Harry said. He didn't mean later. The goblin's eyes narrowed. Consent? Causality? Cost? Very well, he said, and put his palm to the step and told the bank to remember its petty, beloved rules. Gratitude rolled out of the stones like a grudging dividend. Hermione's voice came through the noise, steady as a metronome. Harry, look at me. He didn't move. He didn't have to. He could see her in his head now, the way he could see threads and intent. She had learned to be one of his instruments and refused to be played. He adored her for that. Don't make new drama, she said. Use the old tools. He said. He meant it, and it was almost true. Don't let them love you for this, she added, softer. I can't stop them. It wasn't arrogance, it was inventory. Then don't drink it, she said. Let it rain on the road. He did. He wanted so badly not to. The Weir flexed. He felt stretching. He felt this is the part in every story where the hero calls the thing by its name and grows wings. He did not. He named parts. He named streets. He named the smell of Hagrid's coat. He named the 7th year who didn't flinch when sunlight hit Wraithfire and made it look like salvation. He named the gash under Draco's left ear that would scar in a way that would make Lucius furious and proud. He named Minerva. The Weir steadied. Umbra tried a last trick in the alley. It thickened the air around Weasley's. Wizard wheezes until giggles started for no reason and then festered into hysteria. It wanted to make the whole street silly and then swallow the shame. George stepped out onto his own stoop with a broom and smacked the doorframe. No, he told the building, and the building, because it respected men who fixed their own leaks, stopped misbehaving. Harry loved him ferociously for 10 seconds. He did not drink it. He gave the love to the ribbon instead. The ribbon shone in exactly the way only people like Hermione could see. Then the alley, grudging, offended, alive, held. He let the Weir drain into lanterns and into the stones and into the bank. He took the last sour residue, the part you can't use for anything, and put it under his tongue like medicine. He didn't savor. He paid. On the steps below him. A girl of maybe 9 with a tear salt, streaked face stared up at him as if she recognized something she didn't want to say out loud. Is it over? She asked. For now, he said. We don't sell happily ever after here. We sell receipts. She giggled, hiccuped, and let Anara lead her away. Bellatrix slid to his shoulder, cuffs dull, mouth bright. The glow had faded. She looked content. It was obscene. It was good. You're everything I hoped a god could be, she said conversationally. Useful, impolite, extremely rude to worship. I'm not a god, he said. I'm a badly behaved gutter. Even better. She purred. Gutters keep houses from rotting. Bones tromped up, boots making the steps remember gravity. You'll write a report, she said to Harry. You'll make it dry. You'll put your little weir in it as if it were a fire bucket. I'll turn it into training. If you use an adjective, I'll fine you. Yes, Mom, he said. To you, she added to Bellatrix, your cell. May I sit in a chair for 5 minutes and think about not killing anyone's dog? Bellatrix asked sweetly. No, Bones said, but thank you for asking like a person. The goblin bowed from the waist because he could afford manners again. We'll bill you, he reminded Harry. Send it to me. Harry said, I'll itemize. The goblin's mouth twitched again. Please don't. It will upset the younger clerks. They didn't stop. You never do. You move the weir and build a smaller one somewhere else. The atrium had sulked under Flitwick's hand and then stopped being a story. Sate. Mungos had been taught, again, how to be a hospital instead of an altar. Hogwarts hummed, protective and rude. The wave that should have followed a day like this, gratitude, adoration, the sweet sticky flood Hermione hates, came anyway. Harry felt it. He stepped out of the way and let it spill into roofs, into pavements, into alley cats, into the handles of doors worn smooth by generations who didn't expect magic to fix everything for them. He went home, which today was a bench halfway down a corridor, and a cup Hermione put in his hand, and a biscuit Ron pretended not to have stolen. You look like you got hit by a concept, Ron said, aiming at levity and hitting comfort. I did, Harry said. It wasn't funny. Hermione sat. She didn't say you used them. She didn't say thank you. She let the room be small. Cost, she said after a while. He stared at his palm. The red thread cut a neat line across his skin. I took a breath, he said. Maybe a little more. Paid. I didn't enjoy it. That's not payment, she said, merciless. That's avoiding debt. He exhaled. I gave it away. Enough. No, he said. But more than yesterday. Good, she said. Tomorrow more. Ron passed him a second biscuit. I told George you love him, he said. Harry blinked. What? He didn't know, Ron said, as if this were common sense. Someone should tell a person when a river likes them. Harry snorted. You're ridiculous. I'm right, Ron said cheerfully, and left before Harry could decide how to write that into a ledger. Daphne found him before supper. 2 of the lenders preened. She reported, disapproving. I've given them extra homework sitting very still while nothing happens. Thank you, he said. I'm also making a list, she went on, reluctant, of what you can give people without damaging them, and what you can give them that will make them write songs. We'll avoid the songs. Add me to the second column, he said. I already did, she said, and walked away, too brisk to be kind. It was kindness anyway. Snape pushed a bottle into his chest hard enough to bruise. Drink. I've had enough, Harry began. It's broth, you lunatic, Snape snarled. You siphoned half the city. I refused to watch a boy faint in my corridor and ruin my reputation for apathy. Harry drank. It was vile. It helped. Snape hovered an extra second, as if his cloak had snagged on apologies. You cut cleanly, he said. Don't begin to enjoy the sound. I don't, Harry said. It was true today. Tomorrow was a worse problem than his. He slept badly and woke with the taste of Gringotts's metal steps in his teeth. The whisper slid along his scar smug. You learn to be big, only when necessary, he said to the ceiling. That word is elastic, Umbra breathed. We love elastic words. They make rooms wider. He dragged a hand down his face. I hate that you're right. Soon, it said, not a promise, a habit. Much soon. He looked at the ledger in his head and wrote it anyway. took the alley, paid lamps, roofs, receipts, broth. Letting someone else carry my name without asking it to sing. He found his shoes, he went to find Hermione. He found Bones, he found Snape. He found Pomfrey. He found Bellatrix where he'd left her, behind 5 locks and a woman who could make men confess by standing near their lies with a pen. "We aren't done," Bones said, eyes on the list. "It's going to try again where you can't make a weir out of a street. The forest." Hermione guessed. "The underground." Draco said, too delighted with the idea of trains to be properly afraid. "Old churches," Blaise offered, hungry for the aesthetics of ruin. "None of those," Dumbledore said, walking in without being announced, and still somehow not making an entrance. "It will pick a place where your rules make you slow." He looked at Harry, not liking the truth he held, not pretending otherwise. "It will choose a host." The room went quiet in that way people think means reverence. It meant target. Then chapter 14 is going to hurt. Ron said, and when everyone looked at him askance, he added, "Look, if life is going to talk about itself, I'm allowed to be obvious." Harry laughed despite himself. He didn't let the river take it. He put it in the part of him that keeps people alive by remembering they're more than jobs. He looked around the room. Hermione, steady and uncharmed. Ron, Daphne, irritated and invaluable. Draco, secretly competent. Blaise, tidy and dangerous. Snape, angry enough to be useful. Bones, law like a blade. Dumbledore, finally quiet. Bellatrix, gleeful and under orders, and, God help him, happy because she had work. He rolled his shoulders as if they already ached for tomorrow. "Then we plan for a fight that doesn't want our diagrams," he said. "We plan for a room that refuses to be a room. And we practice not making you a crown while we do it." Hermione added. "Yeah, and if it comes to it," Bellatrix murmured, eyes bright. "We scorch the altar? No altars?" Harry said, and meant it as a prayer he could stand saying in public. He didn't promise to be good. He promised to be exact. He didn't promise not to take. He promised to pay before the bill came due. He tightened the red thread, the knot Pomfrey had made neat and sure, a teacher's knot that didn't like drama and didn't respect excuses. "Tomorrow," he said, because it was either that or make a speech. And when he said it, the word didn't sound like a story. It sounded like a list he already knew how to start. The morning came in thin stripes. Light combed through shutters like a teacher's fingers tidying a cluttered desk. Hogwarts breathed, reluctant, dutiful. Harry stood in the corridor where Minerva had faltered and set his palm flat against the cool stone. He didn't speak to it. He didn't need to. The wall hummed back, present. Hermione joined him with a folded schedule and a pencil she preferred to quills when the world needed to feel ordinary. "Double arithmancy, moved to the afternoon," she said. "It keeps the third years from turning the stairwell into a crowd." "Good," he said. The word sat like a button he didn't trust. "You slept?" she asked calmly. "Some." It was true in the dishonest way numbers can be arranged into comfort. Ron arrived with toast he pretended he had not stolen from the kitchens. "Bones wants you in the staff room." She sounded like a kettle about to sing. "Which one?" Harry asked. "The tea or the screaming?" "The tea," Ron said. "What can work the other out later?" They crossed the hallways that had learned, by grief and drills and stubbornness, to behave like bridges instead of stages. You lanterns still traced the paths outside, a practical constellation. Hagrid had polished the brass tops because he was a sentimental man pretending to be indifferent to shine. The castle's portraits watched their passing and did not offer advice. It was a mercy. Bones stood at the staff room table with a map pinned open and 9 small black stones set at the corners to keep it from remembering drama. Dumbledore was there, too, not at the head of the table, but at its edge with his sleeves rolled. Flitwick perched on a chair, leg like a very dignified sparrow. Snape hovered by the tea as if to stop anyone from sugaring it with platitudes. Daphne had a ledger. Draco had a pencil and a new habit of not smirking. Bellatrix sat a measured step behind, and to Harry's left, her place now, iron cuffs drinking spells, eyes bright and hungry in a way that both comforted and alarmed him. Bones pointed with her pen. "Pressure's building," she said, voice clipped to save time. "Not like before. We've blooded from crowds, taught people to be boring on command, but the thing learns. It wants a single strike through a host that will make you slow." Dumbledore's eyes lifted at that. There was recognition in them, and the humility of a man who knows what it means to be useful too late. "It will try to be someone," he said quietly. "Not a corridor, not a rumor. A person you'll give room to." "Where?" Harry asked, though his bones already answered. "Hogsmeade," Daphne said, sliding a receipt across the table. "Market day, but we've closed the square. That won't matter if it takes a face. There's a pocket of old work beneath the shrieking shack no one bothers. The wrong sort of altar." Snape's mouth tilted. "Delightful. The town's favorite bad memory invites a parasite to make itself comfortable." "Then we take the rent back," Harry said. Hermione's shoulder nudged his, a wordless reminder, small, exact, no speeches. Bones laid down terms as if she were posting the law on a door. 2 teams. Potter, Granger, Weasley, Snape, Bellatrix. Flitwick into the foundations. Dumbledore, Hagrid, Sprout topside, keeping people dull. Aura's on the square with licenses to be tedious. I'll run the perimeter and confiscate adjectives. Don't die gloriously. Snape said to no one and everyone. I'm not in the market, Harry replied. Bellatrix's smile slanted. Shame. Let's go, Hermione said, because at some point someone has to say it. They did. The path to the shack had always felt like a dare. Today it felt like a rumor that had made good on itself. The air thinned as they approached, not colder, emptier. Wraithfire did not show yet, but the ground tasted of dead mint and burnt sugar, the aftertaste of pranks long cleaned that left their outlines behind. Ron broke the silence as a kindness. When this is over, he said, we're bricking this place up and planting turnips on it. Turnips are resilient, Hermione approved. They refuse tragic narratives. Flitwick, wand already in a surgeon's grip, nodded toward the crooked doorway. Down. Harry brushed the lintel with his fingers, a reflex, a ritual he would never admit to. The wood hummed false, like a lie in a child's mouth. Beneath the torn floorboards, a stair curled like a tongue into the earth. They went. At the bottom lay a room not carved by hands. Old magic makes shapes like weather does, slow and rude. The space had the steady, bad feel of a cellar where something has been kept that knows it's too important not to be contained. The walls sweated. The air held itself very still. Umbra was waiting. It didn't bother with theatrics at first. It rose as absence, drawing darkness into a form that was almost a person, wearing a mouth with the memory of a smile. Little keeper, it breathed, and the room forgot for a heartbeat what keeping meant. Snap, Hermione's fingers in Harry's sleeve, a quick, unforgiving anchor. He didn't look at her. He didn't need to. You found your altar, Harry said level. We borrowed your rules, Umbra whispered. We intend to fix your bad habits with a better one. You always mistake form for law, Harry said. Try a noun. It moved. Not a lunge, a suggestion. The air slid toward Dumbledore, who was not there. Harry had positioned it that way on purpose. He had stood between the host it would want and the habit that wanted it. Umbra had expected sentiment. It found arithmetic. The shadow tilted its head. "You are learning ugliness," it said. "We approve." "Thanks," Harry said. "Consent." It laughed without voice, a dry scrape of leaves thin to lace. "You have brought your blade." The room seemed to turn its face toward Bellatrix. She laughed back, entirely alive. "I sharpened it for the occasion." Umbra reached for the simplest rote and took the other one. It surged sideways and slid itself into a shape, leaning against the far wall. A man in good robes who'd been too curious when he heard the door creak. Lucius Malfoy's eyes filled with ink. Draco swore softly, a breath's length from furious and frightened. Snape's hand closed around his forearm like a clamp. Umbra smiled with Lucius's mouth. It looked wrong and theatrical, and full of appetites no body should learn to carry. "I remember how to make rooms," it said in a soft drawl. "Then you remember how to pay rent," Harry said. "Get out." Lucius stepped forward, elegant as ever. A wand appeared in his hand as if the body remembered glamour faster than safety. Umbra lifted it with delicate contempt. "Avada." Harry didn't let the curse finish being a sentence. He put his palm out and denied the space where words turn into edges. The spell coughed and died like a candle pinched with wet fingers. "Ancient magic is a poor audience," he said. "You'll find it doesn't clap." Hermione moved right, Ron left, Flitwick forward. Bellatrix ghosted to Harry's shoulder behind left, in stance as if she'd been built for that angle. Snape loosened something in a pocket that smelled like the back corner of a storeroom, where good doctors keep the ugly cure. Umbra tried, dignity next. "This body knows politics," it murmured. "We shall legislate." Draco swallowed. His knuckles had gone white on the pencil that had followed him down as if it were a wand. "Father," he said, then corrected himself in a voice that grew up in the act of speaking. "Umbra, you don't know anything about duty. You only know crowds." The shadow's borrowed face twitched. "That wasn't a plan." "Let him go?" Harry said. "Make us," Umbra said, "hungry." He made rules. "Hush first. Stern, precise. The valley's quiet when it wants to hear nettles grow." It settled over the room, took the shine off the dangerous parts of fear. Then the weir, built low and tight under the ceiling to catch panic the way a cellar catches damp. It filled slow. He didn't drink. He held it. Lucius slashed his wand. 3 curses tried to be born. Flitwick sliced them between syllables, with a tiny flick that would have been pretty if it weren't so expensive. The fragments fizzed and went to ground. "Left," Ron called, and Hermione's shield leapt to meet a bolt meant for Snape's temple. It hit with a sour pop. She didn't flinch. She had a list of 10 more things to do, and that one was already crossed off. Umbra pushed. Wraithfire spilled from the seams of Lucius's coat like moths turned carnivorous. It wasn't flame. It was definition turned against them. The words father-in-law tried to burn. Harry answered with outline. He traced the shape of the man under the parasite. Ruthless, vain, cruel. But still a man who had kissed his wife's hand, once for love and not performance. The outline refused to let the room pretend that the one inside was the same as the one wearing it. Wraithfire sputtered. Bellatrix spoke, amused and terrible. "Lucy," she said. The pet name fell like a coin. "If you ruin this fight with your old trick of making everything about how handsome you think you're, I'll be cross," Umbra snarled without moving the lips it used. "Traitor. Devotee of competence," she corrected and moved. The first contact was not spell to spell. Bellatrix stepped inside Lucius's reach and struck the inside of his wrist with the iron cuff's edge. The wand clattered. Umbra tried to knit intent without wood. Harry cut the thread at the shoulder, and for 1 second Lucius's arm remembered gravity. He sank to a knee, furious and elegant and ungainly all at once. Yellow. Hermione snapped. The lenders, their 5 trained, steady minds, shifted posture even in the cramped room. Eyes up, breath low, focus not praise but pressure. Harry took their hum and pushed it into Flitwick's arm. The professor's next slice wasn't pretty. It was perfect. Umbra hissed, then dropped the first veil and showed teeth. The room dimmed, not darker, thinner, as if the light had been put on a famine diet. It reached past Lucius. Through Lucius for Harry, trying the trick it had failed with in the alley inside, not around. He was ready. The cup under his ribs, Minerva's last stubborn gift, was not a chalice now. It was a box with a lid that made schoolchildren behave. He let the cold pour in and wrote on it, with grammar he loved and hated not a fody. It held a heartbeat, then 2. On the 3rd, a syllable cracked, a hairline break along the edge, where good men make bad bargains because it is faster. Harry heard it like a bone learning about weather. Harry, Hermione said, not warning reminder. Consent, he whispered, and pressed his palm against the crack and let his own rules bind him. The brim sealed. The room shuddered with disappointment that wasn't human and wasn't the castle's. Umbra changed tools again. It took the name of the place. Shrieking, it breathed, and the cellar tried to be that. Stop narrating, Ron said, and threw a stunner that would have made his mother proud. It hit Lucius's left boot. The man stumbled, and Umbra used the stumble like a door. Harry didn't tell Ron not to miss. He used the misfire's angle. He pushed the trip into a fall slow, deliberate, choosing the direction, and Bellatrix met it with a knee. It wasn't elegant. It was enough. Lucius's eyes flickered. For a blink, the man behind the ink looked out and recognized his son. There wasn't tenderness in it. There was awareness. Draco flinched, and then his face performed the act Minerva would have demanded. He kept his hands at his sides and did not reach. Payment. Snape murmured, as if to someone keeping books. He flicked his wrist. A vial's contents asked and broke over the floor, a stink like old peers and cruelty going sour. Wraithfire recoiled. Umbra gagged on an ethic it didn't believe in. Now, Harry said. He could have cut Lucius then. You lose the host with a slice like the ones he had practiced. He didn't. He chose the other operation. He took the ware he'd been holding and inverted it through his hands. Fear, precision, stubbornness, cold purpose, all of it, ran down his bones and into the thread that connected him to Bellatrix. He gave her the first shape of what no one should ever learn's transference in the middle of a fight. Her head went back. She hissed, a sound no altar had earned. He did not give her triumph. He gave her pressure. She wielded it like a surgeon, not a worshipper. Lucius tried to make space with habit. She made the space small again. She pressed her cuff into the hollow below his ear, computing where his balance must fail, and the body folded with the human indignity of legs that vote against vanity. Umbra realized this host would not climb for it. It fled the skin like smoke bailing from a silly candle and jumped. Into Snape. The room gasped as one organism. Hermione's spell cast itself without wand or cry, a shape of negation that made a shelf lean and slide ajar into Snape's palm, even as the shadow took his throat. He smashed it. The liquid inside burst, and a smell like penance clothed the parasite for half a heartbeat. Half a heartbeat is enough if you were taught by a woman who never let you round up. Harry was in front of him before anyone could perform alarm. He put his palm against Snape's breastbone and spoke the only language Umbra could not afford to misunderstand. "I'll carry you if you consent," he said. Snape's eyes, dark and bitter and old, found his. Yes. he said through the gritted teeth of a man who cannot bear being saved by a boy. Consent clicked. Causality. The thing would leave. Cost his pride for a week and a story he'd never tell correctly, Harry pulled. He didn't wrench the parasite out. He invited it to make a mistake. He opened the box under his ribs a crack, just enough to show a glint of hunger he hated, the kind of bait only a habit recognizes as home. Umbra lunged. He slammed the lid on its nose and redirected. It shot sideways like a bad rumor caught in a good corridor and skittered into the room's oldest wound. A seam in the stone that remembered a child howling once, decades ago, because he'd mistaken his body for an enemy. It went down and out and up, into the world above. Surface, Harry said. Now, they ran. The square had not become a cathedral. Bones had seen to that. People stood the way you stand to be counted at a school, not to be healed at a spectacle. Hagrid kept a ring with his voice alone. Sprout had convinced a dozen suspicious shrubs to be a barrier no one wanted to get caught in. Dumbledore stood on the far side of the square with his hands at his sides and his eyes closed, breathing in neutrality that told all the best kinds of magic to try doing the right thing without needing to be told twice. Umbra rose out of the well at the square's center. A column of absence braiding puddled dread and stale hope. It wore a boy and a man and a woman and none of them. Faces flickered like pages of a book someone wouldn't pick. The air took a breath and held it. It wanted him. He went to meet it. Harry, Hermione said, because sentences that start with names are lifelines. I know. He didn't promise not to drown. He promised to name what he touched. He walked to the center and stopped with his boots exactly where the circle of paving stones said, "This is where you speak," and said nothing. Umbra did. Luke Tiel Kaingi, it said, and the square learned how to shake without moving. Smelromes. Smelrolis. Givu Society Y. He raised both hands and built a weir so wide it caught the sky. He had never dared it. He dared it now, and it flexed and held. The square's fear pooled like rain in a cistern. He did not drink. Don't make this pretty. Hermione called. Never, he answered. He meant it and hated that he meant it. Umbra reached straight through the weir. It had learned to like rules it could break. It found the box under his ribs, found the crack he'd stopped in the cellar, and pressed its mouth to it like a starving thing to a door with the smell of soup behind it. Harry pressed back. He took the other thing Minerva had left him, the one he'd avoided because it made him soft. And he did something a man who loves a killer does on purpose. He mixed it. The river of farmed power and the lake of her last protection met. He didn't blend them like tea. He smashed them together like cold and hot iron and let the scream of it be the sound his magic made today. Contradiction bucked. He held it. It burned. He held it. It threatened to shatter him. He held it. Bellatrix, watching, whispered as if at a birth. "You're obscene," she said, wonder and fury in it. "Don't stop." He didn't. He turned the contradiction outward. The mixture hit Umbra, and the habit learned anew sensations in comprehension. It had fed on fear, on adoration, on noise, on sorrow. It had never eaten selfless love folded into ruthless hunger, and told that's what dinner is. It bit and gagged. It clawed and met kindness that did not, and budge predation that didn't apologize. It flailed. It reached for the only anchor it trusted, a host. It took Dumbledore. It wasn't dramatic. One breath, he was a man refusing to narrate himself. The next, his eyes widened and emptied and filled with something that was not him and loved what it had found. The square reeled. Harry went still. He could have shouted a dozen words. He said none. He stepped toward the man who had put him on doorsteps and into myths and recently into the small work he'd needed, and he held up both hands. Consent, he he said. Umbra smiled with Dumbledore's mouth. No, not yours, Harry said, and Dumbledore's will. You deep and stubborn and precise moved. Yes, Dumbledore said, voice like a chair set down quietly on an old floor. The shadow flinched inside him. Harry took the mixed current, Minerva's lake and his river, and put it through his palms into Dumbledore's chest like a warm blade. Not to cut, to separate. It is possible to unsolder a thing if you keep your hand steady and refuse both haste and art. He held steady. He refused haste. He refused art. He breathed with Dumbledore. He gave Hermione's posture to his knees and Ron's rude mercy to his wrists. The parasite tore without blood. It came out as a figure that was not a figure. Blue-black, teeth of slogans, a spine of audience. It recoiled and made a body for itself out of the square's memory of stone, an effigy of an old headmaster carved from habit and regret. It stood there clothed in borrowed dignity and spat the only word it had ever loved. U.S. Harry answered it with the uglier one Minerva had taught him. They fought. Not with spells that made fireworks, with forms. Umbra threw wraithfire that tried to rename the sky meaning and the ground story. Harry answered with outline that turned heavens, and paving back to air and rock. Umbra chilled the names in people's mouths until they forgot how to call what they loved. Harry returned the pronouns one by one, giving we to those who could carry it, and I to those who needed it as a shield. It launched a chorus, a million whispered now, and the weir-flexed, held, bent the sound into pressure he could use without swallowing. He reached for Bellatrix. Behind left, he said. Always, she said. Spend, he told her, and poured a measure of mixed current down the thread to her cuffed wrists. Her breath stuttered once, obscene with joy and discipline in equal measure, and then she used the thing he'd given as if it were a scalpel. She carved empties from the effigy like fat from a roast, efficient and cruel and careful, not to keep them pure, not to keep herself pure, but because waste is an insult to work. Snape, at the line with Bones, did an unhandsome thing. He smiled at a child and told him to breathe. It worked. Bones did a handsomer thing. She told Inara to stop preening, and he did. Flitwick made the seams of reality prefer him. Hagrid stood, and the world decided to keep its chaos outside his reach. Umbra snapped. It turned into wind and went up. He went with it. He did not leave the square. He sent himself along the thread of contradiction he had made until he stood in a place that doesn't have a flaw, the kind of middle air where founders and fools made rules long ago. There it was. Not a man. Not a god. The habit that grows when people refuse to pay bills and love easy answers. It moved like hunger-given geometry. Come on then, Harry said. Thou props. Yo, Eiffel, yo, it said. Yo, biel he showed it the lid. Well, karaske yo you, it said. Yo, lovi peo pillow, make yo make yo a slow. He showed it Minerva and let the love be weight, not weakness. Dewey will make oi and geotagious. It hissed, last weapon, laziest cruelty. He showed it Hermione. The hard face she makes when he's being clever. The light slap of a hand on his sleeve when he's posturing. And Ron. The laugh that keeps a boy from building a church to his own pain. He showed it Bellatrix too, because honesty is part of his grammar now. The improper relief of someone eager to be pointed, the danger of respect for a blade, and the rule he had written use, not worship. The habit recoiled. He did the most indecent thing he had learned. He folded selfless love into predator's hunger and fed it the mix. It bit and choked on its own contradiction. He pressed. In the square the effigy's stone cracked. In the air the habit fractured. Not dead. Habits don't die. They get starved or feasted or changed. But this one broke a vessel it had been preparing for years. It fell. The body it had carved for itself from form memory shattered When it hit the paving stones, no blood, just a mess of statue that had never deserved the honor of a plinth. The square breathed. Silence, real this time, not hush. Then noise, the good kind. Children sobbing because their legs remembered how. An old man cursing gently because he'd chipped his false tooth, and that meant he was alive. A woman laughing with relief that sounded like a kettle coming off the boil. Harry landed in his own weight. It was more than he wanted. He carried it. Dumbledore leaned against Bones's shoulder, because that is what you do when you have been a house for a habit, and you are not ashamed to borrow a wall. She tolerated it as if it were a budget request that made sense. Snape held Lucius by the back of the collar. Draco stood a pace away, looking at his father with a face Minerva would have approved of strict, sad, practical. Bellatrix came to Harry's side and didn't touch him. She is not a woman who steals without permission when it matters. She tilted her head. You gave her to me, she said, meaning Minerva's protection. A thread's worth, no more. Generous, wicked boy. I gave you work, he said, because he could not bear to make it pretty. Same thing. She purred. Today. Hermione walked straight up to him and put her palm against his cheek, not gentle, not rough. He leaned into it for a heartbeat like a child who had burned his hand on a kettle and wanted a scolding that sounded like love. You didn't drink, she murmured, searching his eyes for the lie. I sipped, he said, honest, because he has made that a policy. I poured the rest where it belonged. She nodded. Good. You're shaking. I'll write it down, he said, which is his way of promising not to make poetry out of damage. Do that, she said, and left him one step of space so he could pretend he didn't need to lean on her. Bones stepped in front of him, blocking his view of the broken effigy because she does not believe boys should worship the ruins they make. Report, she said. Host 1 Lucius Malfoy, he said, freed without organ damage. Host 2, Snape, temporary and consenting. Umbra migrated. Host 3, constructed effigy destroyed. Casualties. Bruises. Cracks, no bodies. Good, she said. Write it up with verbs, no metaphors. Yes? Ma'am. Dumbledore straightened with effort that didn't need to be made smaller by kindness. His voice, when it came, was scraped raw by sincerity. Thank you, he said to Harry. It sounded like a man returning a library book a decade late. He stopped himself. He has learned not to turn gratitude into literature. I'll be quiet again. Useful would be better. Harry said. There was no bite in it, only policy. Dumbledore smiled with the last of his wit. I'm practicing. Hagrid clapped Harry on the shoulder with the care of giants. Te, he suggested, not as a ritual, as a good idea. Harry breathed and nearly said yes to the idea of being a boy who goes to a hut and drinks something hot and stupid. He'd take it later. He had work. The square shifted. People needed to be told to go home and wash and eat and sleep, and not make a myth of what they'd seen. Bones did that. Hermione did it with a list, and Ron did it with jokes that unclenched jaws. Flitwick coaxed the old well to stop remembering something that wasn't its business. Sprout patted shrubs that had behaved. Snape overcharged Lucius for smelling salts and considered it a moral victory. Bellatrix waited where the shade of the broken effigy couldn't fall on her, because she doesn't allow ruins to claim her silhouette. She stood behind, left, of course. The world had decided that was where she made sense. The Aurors glared and took notes with their eyebrows. Bones glanced and did not scold, because discipline had been exquisite. Harry walked to the broken stone and looked at it until it stopped trying to be important. Then he looked up. Umbra hadn't died. It never will. It had gone thin and far. the way fog does when a breeze decides to be kind. He could feel it like a bruise predicting rain. It spoke once in a voice too quiet for anyone else. Hei wael bi busig vera swan. Not a he. As if some other habit, older and worse for being beloved, had been invited to the party and was running late, or as if the peace of Tom that had learned to be crowd had found a new place to anchor while this one fled. Harry did not answer. He does not negotiate with slogans. He knotted the red thread at his wrist, Pomfrey's knot, strong and neat, and turned away from an altar that deserved no audience. They walked back to the castle as afternoon learned to settle. The lanterns did not light yet. Hagrid would wait until the path asked politely. Children kept pace with courage that was tired and genuine. The portraits pretended to sleep as the teachers passed. The hallways smelled like soap and bread cooling somewhere you weren't invited yet. By the stairs, Draco stopped him. He couldn't say thank you in any way that wouldn't curdle on his tongue. He said, "You didn't kill him." "I'm not in the killing business," Harry said. Draco considered that, found it too simple, improved it. "You're in the accounting business." "Worse," Harry said. "We do maintenance." Draco huffed a laugh, more startled than amused. "Father will be unbearable." "You can practice ignoring him while we practice saving him," Harry said. Daphne joined them, eyes cannier than kindness. "I'm adjusting the lending schedule," she said. "Two overperformed. One got ideas. We'll train it out." "Thank you," Harry said. "Don't thank me," she said briskly. "It creates expectations." Snape appeared long enough to tuck a small vial into Harry's pocket. "For later," he grumbled. "It tastes like regret. Drink it anyway." Bellatrix drifted close, hungry lovely. Her voice dropped so that only he could hear. "You were a sin today," she said, admiring and appalled. "A useful one. I'll put it on the bill," he said. "Good," she considered, then added, "with a rare gravity. If it tries to wear me next time, cut hard." "I'll," he said. He didn't flinch. Neither did she. Hermione stopped at the foot of the stairs and took Harry's hand in front of everyone, because sometimes people need to learn what a real anchor looks like. She held it just long enough to remind him of his shape and let go before anyone made it a symbol. "Ledger," she said. "Tea first," Ron argued. "Tea, ledger," Hermione amended. "Biscuit is conditional on no speeches." "Deal," Ron said. They went inside. The castle had remembered how to be a school. It had chairs, it had lists. It had windows that didn't perform. It had grief, it had relief. It had the dirty joy of work finished for a day. Harry paused by Minerva's chair. He didn't touch it. He had stopped needing to, which felt like betrayal and maturity trying on each other's coats. He bowed his head once, small, like a man in a doorway remembering to wipe his boots. In his skull, the ledger wrote itself. Took the square's pressure, 5 steady postures, 1 sip of what I hate, paid a lid that will hold, bruised hands, a promise to cut if asked, refusing to turn gratitude into poetry, tea with people who do not clap. He didn't say any of it out loud. He went to the staff room with Hermione and Ron. Bones would join them with forms. Snape would bring something that smelled like hard choices. Bellatrix would be marched to her cell by Auras, who had not yet decided whether to fear or admire the shape of her restraint. Dumbledore would sit and be useful with silence. There were still 2 chapters left in whatever this story thought it was, but today's page had been written in verbs. Outside, the square began to forget the shape of an altar. Inside, someone put the kettle on, because that is what you do when a day decides not to end in glory. Harry woke with a headache that felt like a book he hadn't finished reading. The corridor outside his room carried the low, Workday hum that meant Hogwarts was behaving. Footsteps that didn't bunch into drama. Portraits pretending to be bored. A draft that smelled like tea and dust. He touched the knot of red thread at his wrist and counted to 5 without deciding whether it was prayer or calibration. Hermione was waiting at the landing with 2 things, a slate covered in small, mean handwriting and a paper cup that steamed. "Drink," she said. "Today is lists. Good morning to you too." He took a sip. It was ugly and medicinal. He loved her for making him swallow it. She walked with him toward the staff room, reading as she went. "We've a board meeting turned open session at 10. Bones wants you there early because she'd like to arrange the chairs the way she likes people, which is across from her and not fidgeting." Dumbledore set aside the head table without speeches. The goblins sent an envoy. Augusta sent a hat. It's hostile. "Lucius?" Harry asked. "In the building," Hermione said, unpossessed and offended. "Draco claims no responsibility and all the insight." She tapped the slate. "We also have letters. The Wisengamot would like to convene for reassurance. The DM&E would like to continue doing its job. Guess which one I highlighted?" "The one that bills me," he said. They almost smiled. Bones had turned the staff room into a courtroom by moving nothing. The map was folded away. The table looked like a table. She stood with a pen in her hand and a look that said if anyone attempted flourish, she would invoice them for it. "We're rewriting the country," she said, dispensing with courtesies. "I'll keep it short because it keeps my teeth from grinding. The ministry can't be an atrium. The Wisengamot can't be a theatre. We need a spine." Harry nodded once. "Where policy becomes law." "Good," Bones said. "Words." Hermione slid a single sheet into the middle of the table. "The Protectorate Charter," she said, not apologizing for the title and not admiring it either. 3 pages in full. This is the spine. Article 1, Hogwarts is declared the seat of public safety. Article 2, the Auror Office is independent of ministerial theatrics. The director answers to the charter, not a man in a hat. Article 3, the atrium is closed as an event space until it relearns shame. Article 4, we codify the where as an emergency infrastructure, subject to oversight and receipt. Article 5, crowds are a privilege, not a right during emergencies. Article 6, Bones added dryly, no one monologues at a stair. Ron, in the doorway, trying to look like he'd gotten there on purpose, raised a hand. "Can we put that on a plaque?" "Yes," Bones said, "in my office." Dumbledore came in with his sleeves rolled, eyes tired and useful. He did not ask to chair. He took a seat at the middle and occupied it, like a man willing to hand someone nails, while they built a fence he wouldn't own. "There's also the matter of legitimacy," he said. "Names protect people when they must break habits. If we won't have a minister, we must have a name." "Protector," Harry said, before he could be tempted toward prettier. He didn't like how easily it fit in his mouth. Not a king of anything that can be inherited. A job, a ledger. Temporary by policy and by threat. Protector of Hogwarts and the British Isles. Bones tested. Too long for a shout. Acceptable for a letterhead. Hermione's pencil paused. "If we create a protectorate, we also create oversight. A council, Bones, Snape, Flitwick, Pomfrey, Sprout, a goblin, 2 muggle-borns and me. Veto on ceremonies, minutes, published without adjectives, will be boring on purpose." Harry nodded. "Add Augusta, she brings pins." He didn't add Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't ask. Bellatrix was already in the room, quiet as a knife set down exactly where you expect it. She was in her place a step behind and to the left. She had washed. The iron cuffs drank light and gave none back. She watched the charter like a battlefield, eyes bright, mouth amused. Will there be a throne? She asked conversationally. There will be a chair, Hermione said. Bad back height. No cushions. Delicious, Bellatrix murmured. The board opened itself by accident to the press by refusing to close the doors. The great hall took on the shape of an assembly that didn't want applause. Augusta's hat put a dent in the atmosphere. Lucius's cane made smaller dents. The goblin envoy, Ragnar's cousin or rival, Harry could never keep their kinship straight when they were polite, stood at the back with a ledger and a knife he called a quill. Dumbledore tried to call the room to order with a cough. The room behaved anyway. Bones stepped up 3 planks and lifted her pen like a little sword. "We're codifying survival," she said. Quietly, Lucius Malfoy, face pallid and brittle, spoke without sneer and somehow still condescended. "This protectorate, it smells like coop." Harry raised one hand. The hush that answered wasn't a spell. It was fatigue being repurposed. "It's plumbing," he said, and the hall's relief was almost rude. "You liked it when we stopped your atrium from forming an audience last week. This is the receipt." Augusta shifted, hat like a crown she wore out of stubbornness. "You don't want the chair," she said to Harry. "That's why you're going to get it." "Good. You'll hate it properly." The goblin lifted his ledger. "Your concern is invoices," he said. "We'll sign something that allows us to bill you when you make messes on our steps. We don't clap, we count. Add that to Article 7. Hermione murmured. Her pencil wrote without asking her to make a face about it. Lucius's left hand twitched. Shadows collected at his knuckles like bruises that remembered being invited to a party. Snape's eyes cut there and then away. He did not move. He let Harry perform the operation he had become, cut the thread neatly, painlessly, without theatre. It severed at the wrist. Lucius sucked in a breath without understanding and flexed his fingers. Nothing to see. Everything to notice. A demonstration, Harry said to the room. The mark was a contract. You can sever a contract if you're willing to pay the penalty clause. We'll be collecting fees. Glenis Yaxley. A woman near the end of the second bench flinched. You may present your arm to Madame Pomfrey after this. She will help you break your hobby. It will cost you an oath and a job in a place where fonts are small. Snape's mouth curled, amused despite himself. Clerical punishments as restorative justice. Minerva would have written a chapter. The charter passed in motions that were shortened votes that pretended not to be relieved. Hermione handed Bones the spine. Bones signed with a pen that had terrified a dozen committees. Dumbledore signed without flourishing. Harry added his name last. He signed like a man admitting he had broken something valuable and was volunteering to pay for it until the bill bored him to death. People wanted a speech. Harry didn't give them one. "This makes my job and yours duller," he said. "That's how you stay alive for a long time." Someone clapped. Bones turned her head. The clapping died of embarrassment. The DMLE oath followed Aura's renewed service to a law that now had receipts instead of slogans. The Wisingamot sulked and accepted new seating that faced paperwork instead of cameras. Press floated like gulls looking for chips and found none. Hermione fed them plain sentences. The goblin shook Harry's hand like two men agreeing to hate each other less expensively. When the hall emptied to whispers that passed as polite work, Hermione caught Harry by the sleeve and tugged him into an empty classroom that had learned how not to volunteer as a setting. She shut the door. She didn't fold her arms because she hated dramatics, but the shape of her breath said argument incoming. "You just created a benevolent dictatorship," she said, using the exact words he would have used to scold himself. "Benevolent isn't in the charter," he said. Neither is dictatorship. That's because you're careful, she said, impatient and frightened in equal measure. Not because it isn't true. We're installing you as a lever and telling the city to lean. You promise to have oversight. You promise to be boring. Promise again. I promise to be watched, he said. By you, when you're cruel, by Bones, when she's tired, by Snape, when he wants to wound me with nouns, by Daphne, when she wants to sell me shabby policy, by goblins when they want my money, by Hagrid, when he wants me to remember to eat. She looked at him as if he were a test that had gotten one too many answers almost right, and Bellatrix. She's a blade, he said, not a mirror. It helped to say it out loud. Hermione studied him. You're going to formalize it, aren't you? He breathed out. Yes. Then make it ugly and exact, she said softly. No poetry, no rings with history, no altars, rules, receipts, oaths that bind in ways we can monitor. I'll ask Bones to officiate, he said. Good, Hermione said. And I'll write the fees. Ron put his head in around the door like a dog trained not to bark. Am I allowed to be happy about anything? Asking for a freckled idiot. Yes, Hermione said without smiling. You may be happy that he hates the chair. Ron grinned. They told Bones first. She didn't blink. Do it, she said, in public. With locks, and with a clause that lets me end it if it becomes a religion. I'll do it with a quill, Hermione said. I'll bring scissors. Bones returned. Bellatrix accepted the news with indecent satisfaction and a touch of indignation. At last, she purred, then added, and late, as if the years of her life were candles other people had wasted by not lighting properly. This isn't a romance, Harry said. No, she agreed. It's a war and a ledger. But we'll kiss. I refuse to be cheated of ceremony entirely. He tried to be dry about it. He didn't entirely succeed. We'll do the parts that pay. Consent, she said, amused. Always, he returned. They scheduled it for a Wednesday, on purpose. A day that had no poetry assigned. Great hall, stripped again, no banners. Benches low, Minerva's chair at eye level, witness not altar. The goblin envoy took a seat, front row, ledger balanced like a cat. Augustus had attended as if it had the vote. The board came because it was the law now. Auras lined the perimeter unspectacularly. Dumbledore stood in the second row and kept his hands still. Bones presided. She was not a priest. She was a woman with a pen and a list, and the right to say no without asking for permission. Hermione stood at her elbow with parchment. Snape had a little bottle of something he claimed was for fainting, and everyone knew was for cutting men back to size if they grew in the wrong direction. Pomfrey had a cloth for hands. Flitwick stood directly beneath the rafters, because he did not trust Beams not to try metaphor. Harry wore the robe Minerva had made him buy when he outgrew everything at once and insisted on breathing anyway. It had no embroidery. It had pockets for chalk and pens. Bellatrix wore prison black, clean to insolence, and a white collar that made older men in the room flinch, because somewhere in their guts they remembered there are women who make vows and enforce them with knives. Bones raised her pen. We're here to sign a contract, she said. Not bless it. Hermione read the terms, voice clear, almost gentle with the ugliness. Clause 1. Bellatrix Lestrange enters this pact as agent of the Protectorate for the duration of the Umbra emergency. Clause 2. The Protector gains command over her actions in combat and in service of the Charter. Clause 3. The agent forswears harm to children, worship, and the cultivation of panic as resource. Bellatrix's eyes flashed with disappointment and pleasure at once. Spoilsport, she murmured. Clause 4. Hermione continued, relentless. The Protector swears that he won't use the agent for penance, performance, or private appetite. Clause 5. The agent surrenders the right to derive joy from useless cruelty, while under this oath, the Protector surrenders the right to enjoy power without receipt. Clause 6. Oversight, Director Bones may terminate this pact if it becomes a stage. The hall breathed. It was not excitement. It was the sound people make when language has been asked to bear weight correctly. Bones looked at Bellatrix first. Consent. Bellatrix held up her bound wrist, smiling a little. Yes, she said, as if the word had been invented for her to hum. Causality. I'll be pointed, she said, thrilling on the syllable. At necessity. Coast. Bones asked with the hunger of a clerk who likes getting payback in advance. Bellatrix licked her lower lip thought, not about romance, about math. If I break it, take my taste for satisfaction, she said, echoing the earlier oath but making it wider. Let victory feel like chalk in my teeth. Bones turned to Harry. Consent. Yes. Causality. I'll use her for work, not worship, he said. It burned, it healed. Cost. If I break it, take my voice when I'm about to perform, he said. Leave me words. Take my tone. Daphne, at the end of the second row, nodded pleased. That'll be uncomfortable, she whispered to Draco. Good. Bones set her pen to the parchment. Signatures, she said. Hermione held out 2 iron rings, unpolished, ugly. No gold, she said. No jewels. Iron is for rules. Harry took one. Bellatrix took the other. Snape held out the little bottle with a sour look. No blood, he said. We aren't that kind of story. Pity. Bellatrix sighed. Kiss, then. Bones arched an eyebrow. On my clock. Count it as a seal, Bellatrix said, utterly shameless. Make it short, Bones said. Harry stepped close. The hall went very still. He could have treated it like a stamp, clinical, like the wrist once in Azkaban. He didn't. He kissed Bellatrix's mouth. Once, cool and deliberate. Not a promise, not art. It would have been nothing if not for the fact that both of them let it be ordinary. The kiss existed for precisely long enough to move a contract from talk to binding and ended before the room had time to make a myth of it. Sealed. Bones said, pleased because something had happened without drama. The iron rings slid onto middle fingers as if they had been waiting there. They warmed. They weighed. Harry felt the thread between them tighten, not leash line. Bellatrix shivered, delight and work meeting at a temperature that made rules sweat. The hall did not clap. Bones's glare saw to that. Instead there was an odd, collective nodding, as if a country had seen something indecent and practical, and agreed to look the other way while it got the job done. Lucius leaned toward his son in spite of himself. She looks like a sin, he muttered. She looks like policy, Draco said. After. Bones allowed exactly 3 minutes for private words, because private words keep people from trying to make public scenes. Bellatrix's hand found Harry's collarbone and stopped there, the way a trained hawk settles, not possessive, placed. You were beautiful, she said softly, in the rude way. I'll put it on the bill, he said, because if he didn't make it small, it would make itself large. She laughed. I'm your blade. Point me. Soon, he said. The word tasted like a warning from a bruise. He did not go upstairs with Bellatrix. He went to an office warily heavenly with forms. Hermione was waiting with a stack that looked like a staircase. Whiff to appoint cabinet, level nobodies, she said. People who make the world run by refusing to let it be cinematic. Flitwick wards, Harry said. Pomfrey resilience. Sprout supplies. Snape, brewing and plagues. I refuse that title, Snape said from the doorway, walking in with his cloak making excellent use of corners. Then, after a beat, Bones, I accept the job. Bones remains director. Hermione continued writing. Dumbledore can teach, Harry said, and take a seat on oversight that he doesn't speak from unless he has a receipt. Don't, Hermione said. Daphne. Whip, Harry said, tends the lenders, keeps them bored. Daphne, who had arrived without knocking, tilted her head. Finally, a promotion that pays me in dislike. Hagrid took the title, Steward of Grounds and Lamps. With a grunt and the kind of wet, joy only big men can get away with in public. The Goblin Envoy accepted. Comptroller of External Debts, with a quill dipped in disdain. Augusta claimed, patroness of pins, and promised to use it liberally. At dusk, they held the smallest possible balcony acknowledging the day. Harry stood on a flagstone, not a stage. Bones at his shoulder, Hermione at his other, Bellatrix behind, left, amused and patient and utterly dangerous. He said one sentence. I won't make this pretty, he said. The lanterns across the grounds winked kindly in agreement. They began to feel the rain settle the way you feel a new boot decide to behave stiff, then usable. Then something you almost forget you're wearing because it does its job. The wear became an infrastructure, not a miracle. Aurors learned the boredom of success. The atrium sulked behind locks. The Wisingamot discovered minutes. Children went to class and weren't made into oxygen. The country practiced being dull in public and found it agreed with survival. Harry in private kept paying. He siphoned as little as possible and then wrote down where the remainder went. He stopped 2 ceremonies from infecting themselves with applause and made 3 weddings smaller. He sent bread to a block of flats with no story in their stare and told no one he had done it. He cut 2 more threads from 2 more wrists and refused to enjoy the click. Sometimes he went to Bellatrix's cell and let their wrists touch rings through the bars, long enough to let the line hum. Sometimes he walked away on purpose to be rude to Want. She obeyed the rules. She broke none of the major ones. She collected 6 small violations and paid them in work. On the 3rd morning of the Protectorate, an ordinary morning unfashioned, full of people trying to remember where they'd put their reading glasses, Harry went to the lake with a paper cup and the intention to be quiet where Minerva would not scold him for it. The water behaved as well as water can. The lantern nearest the shore had burned down and needed oil. He set down his cup and did it himself, because he was there, and he had hands. Bellatrix came up silently, and stopped where the grass turned to stones. She did not step onto the bank, because someone had taught her not to make entrances where exits might be needed. You're about to be interrupted, she said, cheerful. By whom? Harry asked, but the lake answered before she could. A ripple swam from the middle of the water to the shore, and kept the shape of a person a few beats, longer than ripples usually do when they meet a rock. It fell flat against his boots, and then travelled up his legs without wetting them, cold like paper against a window pane. He will be back very soon, the ripple breathed, not the voice from the square thinner. Older wronger. Define, Harry said, too late, and hated himself for asking a habit for grammar. The lake didn't answer. It is not that kind of witness. Ron found them breath-fogging in the morning. Bones wants you, he said. She's got a look like the Ministry tried to have an idea, and she had to kill it with a pen. Ore, Harry said. Also, Ron added, scratching his neck. An owl came for you with singed feathers and a letter that smelled like bad fruit. From St. Mungo's, the children's ward. The healer with the scar says a lullaby started singing itself in the walls last night. No one taught it. Hermione arrived at a run, hair caught in a pencil. The goblins sent word. She panted. Something rattled in a vault that doesn't rattle. Not gold. A box with no hinges shook until a clerk vomited. Bellatrix hummed, amused and predatory. "Well," she said, "honeymoon's over." Bones met them at the entrance hall with a stack of forms and a silence that smelled like rain and iron. "Protector," she said, using the name like a hammer that hits nails, not skulls. "We've a lullaby, a rattle, a whisper. We've scheduled being afraid for 11. Until then, we've work." Harry wanted to promise something large and idiotically valiant. He didn't. "We won't make an altar," he said. "We'll check pipes." "Bring the blade," Bones said without looking at Bellatrix. "Keep her on a leash made out of sentences." Bellatrix laughed in delight. "Write me a very tight one," she told Hermione. Hermione already was. They moved, not hurried and not slow. Snape fell into step with a jar that smelled like regret and peers. Flitwick trotted with a box of nails he intended to put into metaphors that got too big for their beams. Hagrid swung a lantern as if daring the dark to be silly on his time. Dumbledore, unannounced and unannouncing, carried a bag of sandwiches like a boy who had learned the difference between usefulness and penance and had chosen the former. At the threshold, Draco caught up, breathless, face composed. "Father is writing letters," he said, tone careful. "To everyone. Some of them begin with apology. None of them end with yours sincerely. He's deeply unhappy about that." "He'll live," Harry said. "Exactly," Draco agreed, surprising himself with how much that felt like victory. They stepped out into a morning that had not decided what to be yet. The sky held its breath. The lanterns along the path burned like a string of stubborn thoughts. The lake tried to look innocent, which is a tell in any body of water. Bellatrix touched her iron ring to his for a heartbeat, and then put her hands at her sides like a soldier. "Behind left," she said, not purring now. A statement, a place. Always, he told her without flinching. Hermione shoved the charter into his hands. "Read it back to yourself if you get clever," she warned. "Out loud if necessary." "I'll," he said. Bones lifted her pen. "Move," she said. They did, not toward glory, not toward spectacle, but toward the smell of bad fruit and the sound of a song that had taught itself the wrong words. The Protectorate's first week had taught a country to be dull and alive. The bill was coming due early. They meant to pay it and leave a tip. In the lake, just under the surface where the eye is lazy, something smiled a small, domestic smile and waited for someone to rename it. The lanterns burned, the path kept itself sensible, and the castle held its breath steady, disciplined, ready. Morning took its time arriving, as if it had checked the docket and wanted an adjournment. Harry stood with Bones, Hermione, Ron, Snape, Flitwick, and Bellatrix in the entrance hall while Hagrid coaxed a lantern to stop sulking. The air held the smell of paper and wet wool. Someone, probably a house elf, had left a plate of toast at an angle that disapproved of haste. "We've 3 complaints," Bones said, pen poised. "A lullaby at state, Mungo's that taught itself the wrong words, a hing, less box rattling in a goblin vault, and a whisper that thinks it's a deadline." She clicked the pen once. "We won't turn any of them into a parade." 2 teams, Hermione said, already splitting breath and bodies. Said Mungo's Harry me Pomfrey. We need grammar, not pyrotechnics. Gringotts, Snape, Draco, Flitwick, mathematics with knives. Bellatrix. Behind left where he puts me. Bellatrix finished cheerful as sin. Bones nodded. And auras at both doors with the right to bore people. I'll sit on the switchboard and swat adjectives. Dumbledore appeared with a bag of sandwiches and no commentary. He took Hermione's list and did not edit it. That was useful enough to count as a miracle. Consent, causality, cost, Harry said, a reminder to himself more than anyone. You add containment, Bones replied. Destroying things is for toddlers. They moved. Hospitals have their own hush. Stay. Mungo's prefers the kind that scolds and then gives you a biscuit. Today, the hush had a seam in it, something thin and tuneless threading the ceiling, gathering vowels in the corners. Pomfrey met them at the lifts with sleeves rolled and her look for men who don't drink water. "Third floor," she said. They woke at 2 with someone else's lullaby in their mouths. "It has a rhythm I don't trust. No fire, no smoke, no fevers, just agreement." Hermione's jaw tightened. "We're not making a scene. We'll make a weir," Harry said softly. Small, shallow, like a bird bath. Bellatrix laughed under her breath. "You're the only man I've met who can make plumbing indecent." "Only in emergencies," he said. The ward itself looked like sense and paint and courage. Paper stars hung in 2 rows from a string nobody had enchanted for beauty, because the person who'd hung them couldn't afford to. Parents pretended to read. Healers pretended not to have cried already. Children watched with the solemn entitlement of the very young. The song wasn't pretty. That helped. It used repetition like a bad salesman. Hush, 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 not kindness demand. The words tried to turn sleep into a room without doors. Harry lifted both hands and pressed a hush of his own down into the floor. Stern, practical, the kind you use when a kettle is talking over the radio. The ward's noise flattened. The song faltered. It didn't stop. Hermione went to the corkboard and wrote 3 rules in thick pens. Keep your eyes open. Hold someone's hand. If you hear a story, tell it to a nurse first. A little girl with a bandage shaped like a question mark on her forehead pointed at the list. "We do it like this?" she asked. "Yes," Hermione said. "And if anyone sings at you before your mother does, you tell me and I'll write them a ticket." Bellatrix drifted to a corner, cuffs flashing dull iron as she tucked herself out of the way where shadows gather. "Would you like me to menace anyone?" she asked the room almost kindly. "No menacing children," Pomfrey said without looking up. "Not even a little," Bellatrix murmured. "Go sit by the plant," Pomfrey ordered. Bellatrix sat by the plant and looked like a storybook illustration that had wandered into a pamphlet. She behaved. Harry built the weir over the ward, a bowl you couldn't see unless you lived inside his ribs. He kept it shallow. He didn't drink. He watched the lullaby pour into it and tried not to think of Minerva's voice in a different corridor with better words. The song shifted. It learned. It slid its way toward a crib by the window, a baby with hair like dandelion seed. The lullaby made itself tender. That was worse. "Names," Harry said to himself. He went to the crib. "What's her name?" The mother looked up with the blank eyes of a woman who hasn't slept in 2 days and still decided to be a person. "Mara," she said. Harry bowed slightly to the baby. "Mara," he said. "We're going to be rude to this song together." He put his palm on the crib rail and outlined the lullaby, took hold of its cheap structure, and wrote a note on top of it in Minerva's school script, "Not yours." The song stuttered. Hermione began to read aloud, not a story instructions. "When you're tired," she told the room, "you eat something with salt. When you're scared, you count the things that have corners." A boy of 5 held up his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, he said, pointing to the crib, the radiator, the poster, the nurse's elbow. He smiled, triumphant. The song had less room. Pomfrey put a warm stone under the bassinet. "Teacup heat," she muttered. Not prayers. Bellatrix watched without hunger. She had learned something approximating patience since the oath. The iron ring on her finger hummed at the edge of Harry's nerves. A line, not a leash. The lullaby pushed harder, tried to become memory. It reached for Minerva. Harry let it touch what it couldn't use. He opened the box under his ribs a fraction. Not the hunger, the lake, and let Minerva's last gift leak a teaspoon of stubborn protection into the air. "This is my teacher," he said under his breath. "You may watch her, but you may not wear her." The song recoiled, as if it had walked into a grandmother with opinions. It tried one more angle crowd. It whispered itself into a circle of parents who wanted to sing together because that is how people treat fear. When they don't know any better. Hermione stepped into the circle and clapped her hands once. "No chorus," she said. Mouths shut, hands held, rules followed. They obeyed because she was telling them to work, not to be beautiful. The lullaby thinned. It didn't die. It slithered toward the ceiling, looking for a seam, and found a new door that did not belong to the hospital. It smelled like metal and old accounts. "Gringotts," Harry said. "It's pulling through the vault." "Time," Bones said in his ear. "Snape is already angry. Move." Harry closed the weir without drinking a drop and handed Pomfrey a thread of steadiness. "Keep reading rules," he told Hermione. She was already writing Rule 4, Food Before Philosophy. "Go," she said. Bellatrix stood. She touched the iron ring against his for the briefest possible kiss of sound. "Very soon," she breathed, delighted. He wished he hated how right she was. Gringotts had dressed for a fight by refusing to tidy. Ledgers lay open like threats. Goblins stood with quills and knives, and a very old kind of welcome. The marble didn't shine, it made humans dull. Ragnarok was not waiting to be announced. "Your habit rattles a box we were never paid to understand," he said. "We'll be charging." "Of course," Harry said. Snape nodded at Harry with the immense condescension of a man who has not died today. "Our host is Vault 70, 2C, no hinges. No seam, no lock. It's full of obedience. I dislike it." Flitwick's eyes sparkled with the kind of pleasure engineers get at ugly problems. "Delicious." Draco stood very straight, which is how Malfoys apologize for their fathers. He had chalk on his cuff. "We followed the vibration grid," he said. He sounded like a boy who had not slept and had discovered that competence makes a better breakfast than gloating. "It's trying to be a mouth." The cart took them down with the velocity of goblin humor. The tunnels smelled like coin and damp, and the old human decision to put value underground and call the whole a virtue. Vault 70, 2C did not have a door. It had an idea of one, a rectangle of stone a shade meaner than the wall. Bellatrix tilted her head. "It looks like a rule," she said, admiring. Ragnarok's cousin, or rival, tapped the rectangle with a knife. We accepted it because it pays interest." Harry stepped close. He could hear it. Not a song. A tone. The kind of note that taught hinges to be ashamed. He put his palm against the stone and felt the rattle in his bones. "It wants to be a host." Snape said quietly, "It wants to be he." Bellatrix murmured, delighted by grammar misbehavior. Harry didn't ask what he meant. He had learned not to let habits pick his pronouns. "Outline," Flitwick suggested, almost giddy. Harry lifted both hands and traced the rectangle, gave it a shape that admitted it was a box and not a mouth. The rattle changed from hungry to offended. "Good," the box answered back. "KPR," it said without sound. "Caliby and LDR, Reiki PT," Ragnarok's knife hummed. "We didn't sign that contract," he said. "Who did?" Hermione asked, breathless from the run and already cross with anything that thought it could reroute paperwork. "Queen Rhiannon," Dumbledore said from behind them, carrying the sandwiches like a ritual he was practicing. He set the bag on a rock. "Before she fled the throne for a classroom, She put some of her family's uglier debts in goblin halls, because goblins understand fines. Bellatrix's eyes went hot with interest. My grandmother had taste. Harry pressed the heel of his hand into the stone. Show me the claws. The box shivered and showed him a memory made of nothing but the shape of spoken words. A woman with Minerva's mouth and a crown she'd never respected had stood where he stood and said, "If he rises, call me by the debt." "Who's he?" Ron asked because someone had to. The box did not say Voldemort. The rattle had a different hunger. Older, meaner. It tasted like roads built to last. Rome. Flitwick whispered, halfway between history and swearing. There are spells that wear laurel. Snape grimaced. There are curses that enjoy order. Then the box is a bell. Hermione said slowly, pupils wide with fury at good design put to bad use. It rings for an old tyrant when this one fails. Useful, Bones said in Harry's ear. We'll gag it. How? Draco asked. Practical because terror had discovered his father and been bored by him. With law, Hermione said. Harry. He found the weir without meaning to. The rattling had tuned him. He wanted to drink. He did not. He turned the weir sideways and pressed it flush to the stone, made a seal of permission denied. He said, "No," the box thrummed in a register that made his teeth ache. "Cios," it insisted. Older Tanaur-eyed. Causality, he said. This bell rings when a queen commands. She abdicated to be a teacher. The line isn't a throne, it's a classroom. You can't be both. The box hesitated. It did not understand teaching. Cost, he said. He took the ring on his finger, the iron one without romance, and set it against the stone. Invoice me. The ring burned. He let it. Bellatrix hissed in sympathetic delight. You're such a scandal. The rattle slowed. The rectangle shuddered. The voice of the box lowered and flattened like a clerk who has located the clause that saves everyone from embarrassment. A CCP, Ted, it said, sullen and relieved. The stone stopped trying to be a bell. It became a box. Reseal it, Ragnok said, swallowing a smirk, with something that speaks our language. Flitwick produced nails. Of course he did. He placed 3 along the bottom edge, not to pierce, to define. Snape painted lines between them with a paste that smelled like corrections. Hermione wrote 2 sentences in ugly, effective goblin legalese and passed them to the knife. The knife read the words and liked them. Harry set his palm on the rectangle one last time. The rattle was gone. The stone now sang something else, closed. Bellatrix leaned in, conspiratorial. He will be furious you took his bell away. He can write me a letter, Harry said, as if obeying orders. A pressure rolled through the tunnel, incoming. Not Umbra's cold gossip, something older and tidier. A taste like iron coins counted by a patient empire. Bones's voice in his ear. Steed Mungo says the lullaby stopped and started again 2 octaves lower. They aren't pleased. Dumbledore's voice, quiet and unbearably practical. We should assume he knows what time it's. Harry looked at his people. Hermione's pencil, Ron's ridiculous courage, Snape's prepared cruelty, Flitwick's nails, Draco's new spine, Bellatrix's delighted restraint, Dumbledore's bag of sandwiches. He looked at the goblins with their knives and ledgers. He looked at his hands. Then we pay now, he said. They did not go to an atrium. They did not go to a balcony. They went to a road. The old one outside Hogsmeade that Romans had laid because they enjoyed straight lines and wanted to teach hills to behave. It was empty of people and heavy with order. No flags. No speeches. Bones lined it with auras and forbade coats with epaulettes. He came like a pressure front. Not fog, not flame. Procedure. The air disciplined itself. Birds chose not to sing. Hagrid's lantern at the bend of the lane tilted an inch, and then set itself straight again out of rudeness. He did not arrive with a face. He arrived with policy and wore a face because courtesy demanded it. The man in the road had a laurel that the wind refused to remove. He had the kind of mouth that collects taxes with a thank you. His eyes were the color of coin, uninterested and clean. Bellatrix inhaled as if someone had set a table. "Oh," she said softly, "not like him. Better dressed." "Name?" Hermione said through her teeth. "We don't talk to nameless things." "The man habit, Dominus," he said. "If you insist on more, Dominus Quietus." Ron snorted. "Lord Quiet, that's silly." Dominus smiled. It made the lane remember taxes. "You've been playing with crowds," he said without accusation. "You've discovered that the cheapest currency is adoration. I've a better offer." Harry kept his hands at his sides. "Boredom and safety. Order," Dominus corrected. "There's a difference." "Not enough to matter," Bones said, and Harry almost loved her in that second. Dominus's gaze skimmed past Bellatrix without pausing, as if she were a useful machine. It touched Dumbledore, filed him, and moved on. It settled on Harry and stayed there with the interest of an auditor. "You mix love with appetite?" Dominus said. "Indecent, effective. You could compress nations with that trick. I'll give you the roads." "No," Harry said. "Then I'll take the roads." Dominus replied, and the lane tightened. He didn't lunge. He moved rules. The road tried to put everyone in a line that marched nowhere. The trees attempted to grow in rows. The wind learned to count and forgot how to sing. Hermione's pencil scratched across a slate she'd brought because she trusts wood and clay more than spells. "Counter policy," she said, her voice steady over a heartbeat that wanted to gallop. 3 lines. 1 no roads through nurseries. 2 no oaths from throats under 14. 3 all orders signed. Dominus felt the rules hit him and did the smallest lift of a coin, colored eyebrow. "Administrative resistance," he murmured, English. Harry lifted his hands and did the opposite of what his river wanted. He emptied. Nowhere, no drinking. He built a grid in the air, boring, precise. A ledger with invisible columns, and hung everything that mattered on it. Bones's pen. Hermione's pencil. Flitwick's 3 nails. Snape's jar of regret. Dumbledore's sandwiches. Hagrid's lamp. Pomfrey's cloth. Draco's chalk. Bellatrix's cuffs. Ragnar's knife. The iron rings. Dominus reached to occupy the structure. Harry priced it. "Consent," he said, and every object on the grid answered with the quiet refusal of tools that have had enough of being altars. "Causality," he said, and the grid connected actions to outcomes. "If you pull there, I cut here." "Cost," he said, and the grid wrote a number under Dominus's pretty offer that no empire can afford self. Dominus's law turned an inch toward irritation. He pressed the road. Bellatrix stepped in precise. "Point me," she said. "Only there," Harry answered, and indicated the seam where Dominus's order tried to become obedience. She went like a thrown answer, key swift, indecent, exact. She didn't aim fear. She aimed consequence. She knocked his attempt to collect a tithe into a ditch. Dominus turned his head and looked at her the way a prefect looks at an uncooperative pupil. She laughed. "You're beautiful," she said, and meant it as an insult. Snape sloshed a line of his vile potion across the lane. "It ruins stillness," he hissed. "Walk in it if you're tidy." Dominus did, and disliked the feeling of being untidied. He pushed again, on a different lever. The river under Harry's ribs rose, grateful and filthy with the urge to eat this very clean thing. He closed the lid. The crack held. "Harry," Hermione called. "Don't get clever. Get right." He was tempted to show off. He didn't. He did the stupidest, safest thing he taught. He raised his voice just enough to be heard by people who weren't looking for a speech. "This is how you say no to a decree," he said. "Feet apart, hands steady, breathe on fours. Ask the price, pay what you choose." He showed the stance. Ron mimicked it without grace and made it look like a family trick. Children in the hedges did it, because doing things with your feet is easier than fighting your heart. Adults did it because their children were looking. Dominus tried to dress the moment in dignity. The moment wore work instead. Harry took the mixed current, Minerva's protection, his appetite hammered flat, and pressed it into the rules, not into the man. He did not try to rip. He did not try to drown. He did not offer glory. He offered accounting. Dominus Quietus found his wrist in a cuff made of receipts. He could break it. He would pay for it. He did the math. He decided to be angry later. Dominus said finally. "Good," Harry replied. "I'm a protector." Dominus inclined his head once, in the manner of men who lose a hand at chess and keep their socks on. For now. He turned his face toward the east, where other roads once pretended to be infinite. "We'll speak again when your school stop printing minutes." He went the way good habits leave through policy, like water through cloth. The lane breathed. Hagrid's lantern bobbed in smug, steady triumph. Bellatrix exhaled long and disrespectful. "He wears order like perfume," she said. "I'll eat him later." "No altars," Harry said. "Only receipts." She agreed, smiling like a blade in its proper drawer. Hermione wrote 3 new rules on her slate because she refuses to let victories be altars. Minutes over speeches. Lamps over laurel. No gods, only jobs. Bones checked her pen. "Hail, Sue," she said. "We'll win. It will take years. Good. I like paperwork." Dumbledore handed Ron a sandwich and didn't say anything that would ruin the moment with a moral. Ron ate loudly, which is how Weasleys mark the end of grief for an hour. "Now," Bones said briskly, breaking the world's impulse toward epilogue, "you two owe me a contract with a larger audience and fewer adjectives." Bellatrix's mouth curved. "The marriage," she purred. "Not a marriage," Hermione corrected. "A binding. The country is watching. We'll make them bored." Harry felt Minerva's thread bite his wrist. "Let's be ugly and exact." They did not choose midnight or blood or altars. They chose late afternoon at the old stone circle behind the greenhouses where Sprout grows things that look like opinions. The sky was not dramatic. It simply behaved. The stones remembered being useful. Goblins stood as witnesses with ledgers. Augusta arrived with pins. Pomfrey brought a clean cloth. Flitwick counted the gaps between stones and pronounced them adequate. Snape held a little bottle and a little scowl. Bones presided with a pen. Hermione had the charter folded to the page where oversight lives. Dumbledore carried a bell that didn't ring unless you were late for supper. The vows were short and ugly and very strong. Bones spoke first. "We're here to bind 2 tools to a job," she said. "Not to bless a romance or crown a story. If anyone claps, I'll arrest you for disturbing the peace." Hermione read the terms, as if they were a potion recipe students mustn't improvise. "We restate the oaths," she said, "with additions." Her voice didn't carry drama, it carried pencils. "Clause 7, she added. The agent may contradict the protector in public on matters of procedure. Clause 8. The protector must renew the oath every month before the Oversight Council with minutes." Bellatrix smiled like a sinner in a confessional she intends to paint. "I'll contradict you in public with excellent posture," she murmured. Harry offered his hands. They were steady. "Consent. Consent," Bellatrix echoed, eyes bright and oddly tender with respect for work when it is done correctly. They sealed it with iron rings, no gold. They sealed it with a kiss, brief, cool, transactional. Because bodies remember better than parchment. They sealed it with Bones's pen, signature, countersignature, witness. They did not make a crown. They put iron on their fingers and work in their mouths. People wanted to laugh from relief. They didn't, because Bones glared. Instead, a murmur moved through the circle like a receipt being filed. Hermione slid the parchment into a dull folder and locked it with a spell that smelled like chalk. "Don't," she said. "Now I want tea." Ron whooped once, caught himself, and turned it into a cough. Augusta pinned a pin the size of a small opinion to Harry's robe and said, "If you swell, I'll pop you." Ragnar's cousin signed the ledger, with a flourish ugly enough to be reassuring. "You'll be billed," he told Harry. "I look forward to it," Harry said, and meant it. Dumbledore stood for a long time with his hands at his sides like a man remembering how to be useful without needing anyone to watch. Then he stepped forward. "Minerva would have liked how ugly that was," he said. "She would have found 3 more rules to add," Harry said. "I'll hear them in a week and pretend I thought of them." Dumbledore smiled with a sorrow that had learned to fit in its jar. Good. The circle did not bless them. It simply did not fall. That was enough. Evenings in new governments with old buildings end with soup and lists. The lanterns along the paths behaved. The portraits pretended not to eavesdrop. The children did homework and no lullabies argued. Bones commandeered a table in the staff room for the Protector's ledger. It was not a book. It was a stack of loose folios with receipts and rules and small, mean corrections. She handed Harry a pen that did not make pretty loops. "Right," she said. He did. Took St. Mungo's tune, paid. Minerva's voice used without theft. 4 rules on a wall, warm stone under a crib. Took 1 goblin clause, paid ring burned, vault resealed, bell gagged. Took 1 encounter with a man in Laurel, paid grid built and priced, pride denied, city taught a stance. Took 1 binding with a blade, paid oversight clauses, iron, an unromantic kiss. Hermione read over his shoulder and drew a box around pride denied. "Keep doing that," she said. Ron borrowed a pen and wrote at the bottom in all caps BUY. More a bus QS and underlined it twice. Snape sighed as if he had stomach ache from proximity to affection. Pomfrey patted Harry's shoulder, with a mercy that made him pretend he had dust in his eye. Flitwick drew a tiny diagram of the grid and attached it to his notes on how to throw nails at policy. Bellatrix leaned in behind, left and read with greedy attention, as if the ledger were an erotica only she could decode. "You write yourself into a smaller man, and that's how you fit the job?" She murmured, "I admire it." "If you say that out loud to a reporter," Bones said without turning her head, "I'll make you copy minutes by hand." "I'll bring my best quill." Bellatrix purred. They ate. They did not toast. They scheduled training and washing and sleeping. The school breathed. Harry excused himself when the room's noise turned from work to warmth. He went down the corridor, where Minerva had fallen, and put his palm against the stone the way you touch a friend's shoulder. "When you have nothing left to add, you can scold me later," he said. The wall approved. He walked the grounds. Hagrid's lanterns burned like unromantic stars. The lake tried to look innocent and failed. The forest whispered without inviting anyone in. The old road lay very still, thinking about Dominion and being ignored. Bellatrix found him at the north wall because she has the instincts of a wolf who has decided to be a sheepdog during office hours. She didn't ask if he wanted company. She just stood in her place and watched the light bleed into ordinary dark. "You didn't drink," she said. "Not enough to enjoy it," he said. "Honesty is a habit now." "Good boy," she said, without mockery. "You do know how that sounds," he said. Of course, she smiled. I'm very clever. Silence, the useful kind, the kind that lets lungs pick work over poetry. Will you regret it? She asked after a while. When you wake at 60 with a ledger instead of a memory. If I live to 60, he said, I'll take the insult. Bellatrix laughed low. I'll gift you 1 scandal a year, she said, to keep your blood disobedient. I'll put it on the calendar, he said. Hermione's footsteps approached, quick and familiar. One last thing, she said, and handed him a folded scrap. From Ginny. Harry opened it. A cat, improved whiskers, and 3 words 8. Then fight, he smiled. The ledger made room for it. Buns's voice echoed from the stairs. Protector, you've exactly 6 hours before I expect you to approve 10 pages of dull. Sleep like a person. Bossy. Ron called from somewhere, affectionate. Paid to be. Bones returned. Harry went inside. He tried to sleep. He dreamed nothing. He woke before light and didn't mind. It would have been nice, of course, if the last page of the week had stayed written. At dawn, an owl hit the window like a coin tossed at a toll. It was not one of Hogwarts' birds. Its feathers were crusted with salt. It carried no letter. It carried a coin attached to a thread that felt like a law. The coin was iron old, blunt. On one side, a laurel. On the other, a word stamped so hard the metal still wanted to obey it. I come. Hermione translated in a voice that wanted to break it in half and throw it into a bin. She didn't. She placed it on the ledger like evidence. Bones arrived in her coat, hair damp, pen ready. Who sent it? The sea, Ron said. Because he was the only one impolite enough to say what the room already knew. The coin warmed. Hagrid's lanterns along the path flickered once in sequence, like a line of sentries saluting a boss they did not respect and would not disobey without clear orders. Positions, Bones said reflexively, then checked herself. No breakfast. Then positions. Harry picked up the coin. It burned like a small, patient brand and did not blister. He set it back on the ledger, where it sat like a punctuation mark, at the end of a sentence that had decided it preferred to be a semicolon. Bellatrix's smile went thin and feral. Season 2, she said, delighted. Hermione rolled her eyes and kissed Harry's cheek because someone had to bring the scale back down to human. Eat, she said, then fight. Harry tied the red thread tighter around his wrist. The knot held. He looked at the coin and then out the window, where the lake pretended not to eavesdrop, and the old road waited without flinching. Receipt first, he said to the room, to the coin, to whatever in the east had decided Latin looked good on iron. Then everything else. The lantern nearest the door flickered once as if saying present. The coin cooled. The castle set its shoulders in the sensible way it had learned. Outside, somewhere a gull laughed in the rudest possible dialect, and the sea made up its mind about a name. They went to breakfast. The work would arrive. They had pens. They had nails. They had iron. They had friends who would stand behind, left and in front, and on all the sides that matter. They had rules that refused altars. They had a ledger. They would pay.